brought to a breakthrough. In 1980, he created an equation of his own, one that combined all of the Julia sets into a single image. When Mandelbrot iterated his equation, he got his own set of numbers. Graphed on a computer, it was a kind of roadmap of all the Julia sets, and quickly became famous as the emblem of fractal geometry. The Mandelbrot set.
It's not easy to describe the Mandelbrot set visually. It looks like a man, it looks like a cat, it looks like a cactus, it looks like a cockroach. It's got little bits and pieces that remind us of almost anything that you can see out in the real world, particularly living things. So it has a character that reminds us of a lot of things, and yet it itself is unique and new.
The Mandelbrot set is real, an absolute thing, no question whatsoever. Any mathematician or any computer scientist or student in a school can study it and find the same, describe the same thing. It's a common experience. And so such things that can be magnified forever and have infinite precision do exist, but they're not touchable.
It's a geometrical shape, an icon, if you wish, which somehow embodies as an example a very important aspect of how the world works. Somebody recently actually called this set the thumbprint of God.
With this mysterious image, Mandelbrot was issuing a bold challenge to long-standing ideas about the limits of mathematics.
The blinders came off, and people could see forms that were always there, but formerly were invisible.
The Mandelbrot set was a great example of what you could do in fractal geometry, just as the archetypical example of classical geometry is the circle.
When you zoom in, you see them coming up again. So you see self-similarity. You see, by zooming in, you zoom, you're zooming in, you're zooming in, and pop. Suddenly it seems like you're exactly where you were before, but you're not. It's just that way down there, it has the same kind of structure as way up here, and the sameness can be grokked.
Now we'll begin our serious exploration of the Mandelbrot set. A voyage which, in fact, could last forever and ever, much longer than the lifetime of the universe. I have here the full set, about 6 inches across. Now, if I blow this up, I'll increase the magnification now 13 times, and you see more and more detail is appearing. And the interesting thing is you see mini Mandelbrots, replicas, almost identical, yet perhaps subtly different, of the original set. And I can go on doing this. Here's a magnification of more than 3,000 times. So the original picture, about 6 inches across, is now half a mile across. And no matter how much we magnified it, a million times, a billion times, until the original set was bigger than the entire universe, we would still see new patterns, new images emerging, because the frontier, the M set, is infinitely complex. And when I say infinitely, I really mean that. Most people, when they say infinitely, they mean only rather big. But this is really infinity. is so remarkable, in fact, astounding, about the Mandelbrot set is that although it's infinitely complex, it's based on incredibly simple principles, unlike almost everything in modern mathematics. In fact, anybody who can add and multiply can understand the principles on which it's based. You don't even have to subtract or divide, still less use logarithms or trigonometrical functions to comprehend how the Mandelbrot set is created. In fact, in principle, it could have been discovered any time in human history and not merely in 1980. But the problem is this: although it's only based on adding and multiplying, you have to carry out those operations millions, billions of times to create a complete set. And that's why it was not discovered until the era of modern computers.
All right, shalom, shalom, family, shalom, shalom. So first things I want to start off with is, as always, with an interesting thought. And the thought begins with this. What if I told you that history often changes? The more information that you get in history, history often changes. I want to let you hear a very interesting quote from a very interesting person, an Egyptologist, who I find to have some very interesting information.
It probably was. I think any king at
Let me
that.
just pause it real fast and get to this, and then talk about this, as we're going to get deep from this point.
Also, like a lot of scholars during their early years of their careers, writing lots and lots of articles on little bits of history, little bits particularly of certain periods of history, which I take a very interested in, the Amarna period and so on. Then, so about 10 years ago, I decided to start trying to produce some more synthetic kinds of works.
One second, let me reopen this. I don't know why I opened out like that. One second. All right, when I start this live, or when this live is finished, I'll put a timestamp at this spot right about here. All right.
I actually put, rather than just sort of exposing my views on one little bit of history, to try and sort of tie it all together into a bigger story. And that really kicked off as far as the press was concerned when I wrote this book, Mana Sunset, on the latter years of the 18th dynasty. This actually is the second edition, which came out a couple of years ago. One thing which shows how Egyptology works is the fact that in the less than 10 years between the first edition and this paperback edition, I had to rewrite 75% of the pages. Literally, history does change almost overnight where Egyptology is concerned. Discovering one new inscription can have a knock-on effect, because one has to bear in mind that when you're writing the history of ancient Egypt, or actually most of the ancient world for that matter, at least prior to Hellenistic times, whatever you're coming up with is really a working hypothesis. It's not really history in the way that it is when you're writing things more close in time. Now, interpretations can change massively even with modern history as to why people did things, archival things. But as far as ancient history is concerned, and the real ancient history like Egypt, Mesopotamia and so on, you can actually have things changing absolutely fundamentally. Whether people existed or not, what gender they were, whether what we thought was one person is actually two people, even three people. And those are the sorts of things we can have these really massive knock-on effects on things. So therefore, actually, the other books I wrote at that phase from about 2009 onwards, and again with the press, the sort of prequel to Amala Sunset, and another one on the Third Intermediate period after Empire, these are all the new editions. A massive amount of change happened just simply in the period between me first writing it and then a reprint being due and thinking, hey, what needs to be changed? And the answer was often a huge amount had to be changed. Now, those are sort of middlebrow books, I call them. They're certainly intended to be scholarly, but also accessible to the interested public.
he just died recently, and I thought, you know what, let's mention his book.
All right, real quick, you probably couldn't hear me real fast. I want to make sure I state this. So yes, sometimes there's a lot of change in certain things, and sometimes you might get new information that might change something. Even this individual who was an Egyptologist, very skilled, very respected, he actually mentioned he had to rewrite 75%. That's about three. That's three. That's a 3 out of 4, right? That's more than 0.5% of writing. Right. So it's just important to understand that sometimes history might change, and sometimes you might find finds of archaeology that might change the perspective, even sometimes biblical perspectives, like where you expect people to be. And one of the most important things that I think about the biblical perspective is kind of the Abraham story. Where did he begin? Where does he move? Because usually when people believe the Bible, they don't usually make Abraham a fairy tale. Abraham's usually seen as a real person. The people that go into the Exodus are seen as real people. The whole kingdom of Israel, these are seen as individuals that are moving about in flesh and body. And sometimes you might find ancient times writing about people, even names that sound similar. But I want to show you an example of sometimes, yes, a name may sound similar. That doesn't mean it's the same person. So you got to be careful with some things. But let me show you something real fast on here. So that was a really interesting find that just came out, I believe, about 10 months ago, or maybe a little back longer than that. This is a video they put out 10 months ago, Answers in Genesis. Always keep watching their channel. But they was talking about a study that came out in June 30 in 2021. They just bring out some stuff about some things. Well, that's something that's coming, rather, or something that was talked about. But this is what they basically found. This is what it's going to be about. It's going to be about this Terah of Urkesh. Now, this is where it gets really interesting, because we're going to talk about the Levant.
Comes from West Jerusalem. Has Abraham's father Terah been discovered? This is kind of interesting archaeology one, which is good that Bodhi's on, because Bodhi always finds these ones super cool.
Bodhi can take this away. We can take a nap, and then we'll check back in here in a minute.
You only have a couple minutes to talk about this one. You only have a couple minutes to talk about this one, Bodhi.
Okay, so for the next hour, we're going to... No, I really could talk about this. This is your wheelhouse. But yeah, you know, when I first saw this headline, I got really excited. I thought, well, did they find some sort of archaeological piece, you know, that really confirmed archaeological piece, you know, that really confirmed the biblical scripture. Terah is Abraham's scripture. You start with Adam, you go down through Noah. In fact, we got to go down through Terah.
All right, I apologize for that lag. I never seen a lag like that real fast. I'm just gonna show my screen. So I'm gonna show my screen while I open my note and just talk while I let it load, because I'm gonna clip that part that just did that. It never really does that. But what we're gonna do, just so I can express what we're gonna do, we got sources on Uruk. Yes, we can connect it with the Akkadians. Yes, we got evidence of that. We got evidence of the ancient way that the land looked. That's gonna be very important to see. And it's a lot of deep stuff to it. Let me make sure you can see. I don't know what's up with that.
Because Bodhi always finds these ones super.
Pause that. And I'm gonna make sure I edit this part. So I'm just gonna keep on saying that to make sure everything is going. But it's gonna be fairly deep. Just gotta make sure everything's open so we can make a smooth transition of it. Because I was gonna do like a little animation of it, but I think this type of thing would be nice to do live so that everyone can kind of participate. Maybe if someone has an information, maybe we'll start talking about a source. Maybe someone got information on that source or certain things like that, or questions on something, because it's going to get fairly deep. But let me make sure I open this up. Obviously, we're going to be connecting them all the way from the root. So make sure all this kind of loads in so it's not buggy. Or matter of fact, I'll just let it be. I'll just open like just the first view here. And then we're going to dive in. We're about to dive in. And as you see, the reason why is a lot of notes, because as you know, we only use sources that are verified, like scholarly sources that are sources, right? We try to use those things. Sometimes you'll use in-betweens, right? Just to kind of like give that bridge to get an idea. But that always say that's up to your interpretation, right? But when we go to scholarly sources, that's more establishing foundations, right? Establishing things that historically should be sound, things that are sound. And we're going to be looking at the original sources, right? That's when we get the biggest pictures, when we look at the original sources. That's why even the Egyptologists I'm showing, the reason why he's talking about the original sources is because the original sources give the most clear picture. I want to try to open the rest of these because it looks like these load kind of slow, but I'll let it be. I'll let those ones be. All right, so they don't mess up anything. All right, let me just do something so that I can have a timestamp here. Okay, timestamp. You got to cut everything previous to here. All right, jump right to where we was leaving off at. Right, I'm gonna jump right back to what I was saying.
Cool.
All right, so the reason why this is important because there was a discovery about Abraham's father,
first writing
Terah,
it,
right?
And then a reprint being due, and thinking, hey, what needs
And
to be changed?
we need to also understand that sometimes, like information that is found, we need to know that sometimes it can change history. It can change history, right? More detailed stuff will tell us things about changing history. So, real fast, I want to make this the timestamp just to jump in because I feel this should be a better timestamp right here because I'm gonna jump right to the video. I'm gonna jump right into the video. All right. So I'm gonna let the video speak. I'm gonna let this video speak, and then we're gonna dive about the information on it. Okay. I'm just gonna put it at this timestamp. All right. There we go. Turn screen share on again. And this will be the timestamp that I'm going to cut out to jump right into the video.
There we go. Got a little ahead of our slides. Next one comes from Watch Jerusalem. Has Abraham's father Terah been discovered? So this was kind of an interesting archaeology one, which is good that Bodhi's on because Bodhi always finds these ones super cool.
Bodhi can take this away. We can take a nap, and then we'll check back in here in a minute. No, it is actually pretty cool.
You only have a couple minutes to talk about this one, Bodhi.
Okay, so for the next hour, we're going to... No, I really could talk about this a long time.
This is your wheelhouse.
But yeah, when I first saw this headline, I got really excited. I thought, well, did they find some sort of archaeological piece, that really confirmed the biblical Terah? Terah is Abraham's father in Scripture. In fact, we got a line. You start with Adam, you go down through Noah, you go down through Terah, you get to Abraham. Keep going, you get all the way down to Christ. We have that lineage.
Yep.
So this is looking at Abraham's father. And they did find an archaeological piece that's talking about this Terah, but they don't know for sure if this is the Terah that's Abraham's father, if it's another person named Terah.
Yeah.
So, as soon as I saw it, boy, I was excited. But as I read the article, I wasn't entirely convinced. And there's some good reasons for this. Now,
because they're trying to move the old place of Ur to a different location, correct?
That's right. Abraham was called out of Ur of the Chaldees. He's a descendant, of Eber. That's where we get the name Hebrew and things like that. And they were stationed there in Chaldea, Ur of the Chaldees. Chaldea is a Hebrew type language, just to give you an idea. But they start arguing, well, maybe it wasn't what we know as traditional Ur. If you look on a lot of these maps, it's in the, you think of Tigris and Euphrates rivers coming down. Ur is just south of the Euphrates River, right before it goes into the Persian Gulf. Historically, it used to be right on the Persian Gulf. That kind of shows you how much has been filled in there and so forth. But at any rate, they started reinterpreting some of this. So, well, maybe it was another Ur, and they're trying to identify a different Ur in the northern part of Mesopotamia, and saying maybe that's where they were called out of because it's closer to where all this stuff was obviously found. So they're doing some reinterpretations to try to fit Terah into this. And I wasn't entirely convinced for a number of reasons. But nevertheless, I think it's a fascinating article, and it really does allow you to dive into the subject in a bit more detail. But I could talk for hours and go into the details if you want me to, but I'll let you guys comment first before we go any further.
Well, it shows again how archaeologists are trying to use the Bible to understand archaeology, because it's been confirmed again and again by real archaeology. Over 20,000 archaeological finds confirm the Bible's history.
They commented at the beginning of the article about how archaeological evidence has actually corroborated much of what we know about Abraham, including like the names are common names that would have been used at that time in that area, and the different wars and alliances between different kings and stuff that are mentioned throughout the early chapters of Genesis. That matches with what we know about the geopolitical situation at the time. Even the sayings that are used were common sayings that were used at the time according to other literature. So just showing there that.
And see, when you understand the history, it was Hebrew nations that really conquered much of the Middle East. That's why so many of the languages there are Semitic. They're languages of Shem, which Abraham and the Hebrew language is descendants of Shem. And so if you think of the Babylonian Empire, think Nebuchadnezzar, right? These guys were Chaldeans as well. We just call it the Babylonian Empire, but they conquered so much of that area. And so that language actually became known as Aramaic. The western portion of the Chaldee language became known as Aramaic, which is a Hebrew type of language. So, we're expected to see a lot of imprints of people who were Abraham's people all over throughout the Middle East, and Abraham's descendants themselves, to see a lot of that language actually became, we just call it the Babylonian Empire, but they conquered so much of that area. And so that language actually became known as Aramaic. The western portion of the Chaldee language became known as Aramaic, which is a Hebrew type of language. So, we're expected to see a lot of imprints of people who were Abraham's people all over throughout the Middle East, and Abraham's descendants themselves. Remember, he had a number of children with Keturah after Sarah died. There was also Ishmael. That's where a lot of the Arabic speakers claim descent from Ishmael. So we see that dominated all over the Middle East. So we expect to find Abraham's name and a lot of these names associated all over the place.
So the reference to Terah here is a reference to some cuneiform documents they found that were kind of letters between one king and this character named Terah, who the article is arguing is the biblical Terah, the father of Abraham. But that depends on, like Bodhi was saying, a number of assumptions. That the has to be not the traditional it has to be a different
Yeah, Urkesh is what they were arguing.
Yeah, Urkesh. And the timing has to be one certain chronology, not another chronology. So there's quite a number of assumptions in there going into it, saying that this is the biblical Terah. So it could be, but
Right.
It's not an open check
What's
case.
interesting is that Urkesh is farther north, and it was up in an area where the Hurrians were. These are descendants of Aram from the Tower of Babel. So they should have been speaking an entirely different language, have entirely different peoples within that. It wasn't until later on that the Hebrew influence
And
came in on
they make
them.
the argument in here for this different based on the location of the Euphrates rivers, using scripture verses to try to look to it. So it's good. They're awesome. They're looking at
Yeah, I
scripture.
like that.
But as Bodhi pointed out, the Euphrates River has changed course. It hasn't always flowed the exact same way that it flows today. So you have to take that into account too, which they did.
Right. It was right next to the traditional and they've got people living on both sides of the river. So Abraham and some of his progeny or some of his ancestors, were living on the other side of the river from the direction of Canaan. And that could be literally considered part of Ur of the Chaldees. They just weren't part of that city.
And this really is Bodhi's jam. He wrote a book a while back called The Tower of Babel.
Tower of Babel,
That's a presentation by the same name, tracing basically humans throughout history, tracing their name changes over time, where they lived, going back, and you trace everybody back to the people of the Tower of Babel.
Right. There's a lot of ancient history and archaeology on these people, and I love that stuff. And a lot of times, and I'm more than happy to recommend that book. But today, I actually want to recommend a different book.
Okay.
It's an older book. We used to sell this at the ministry, but we no longer have it anymore. It's a researcher out there, and when I did the Tower of Babel, so it's kind of neat read for me.
That's neat. All right.
All right, now let's dive in. So now a lot of different ideas about Ur. Is it Ur? Is it Urkesh? Right? I don't think that just because it has a similar name, right? You can see obviously the similarities between names, but we got to understand something important. We can't say that it's only a scribal gloss over those when we see Ur in one place and then think it must have been Urkesh. For example, if we look at what Josephus writes, and he would have been early there during when Messiah, obviously right after Messiah's crucifixion. And then he would have obviously came into the picture late about the fall of Rome when he starts writing, but he still would have been interacting with the land before the fall. But he writes something very important in one of his writings. He writes something very important. He writes about the deluge, which is just a flood, and then he starts talking about Arphaxad, which is important to know that Arphaxad, he would be the beginning of bringing forth those Shemites and everything. He has a lot of sons. He doesn't just have one, but he has one. He has a lot, but the one we want to follow is the line of Abraham. He actually calls the place where the Chaldeans is in the city of the Chaldeans, right? The Chaldeans, called Ur. Now, if it was a scribal gloss, Josephus would have, in the multiple places where he would have wrote something like Urkesh. Now, I've seen a lot of interesting arguments when it comes to this, because we're going to dive in about the location, about connections and things like that. Now, I do believe that the Akkadians also had connections with Urkesh, because that's what we're going to talk about today. But let me actually put something just for the sake of understanding of this. Now, there's a very interesting word that does mean in between the rivers. It's Mesopotamia. But only is Mesopotamia used in the New Testament, because Mesopotamia is a Greek word, right? Long time ago, if you look in the old place where you see the word Mesopotamia, it'll more be like Aram, A-R-A-M. And that's important to know, because that's just letting us know that it's an area that's connecting different individuals by different linguistics all around. We have to understand also the Fertile Crescent is also a territory area. But even if we said that Ur was outside of the river and it couldn't be the place, we got to also understand that the world changed. Let's look at something, because what we're going to do, we got to understand something when we talk about Ur. We talked about Sumer when we talk about Ur, because Ur has a lot of information about some very detailed things. For example, all right, and we're going to get all the way to, we're going to go to information from this ancient time all the way to our time. It's going to be a very deep dive today. All right, so Sumer, I believe Sumer is the location. We also get some understanding that we have some people who are called black-headed ones, and people who are called pretty much people who speak the language that has ties with Akkadian. You also got Sumerian and things like that. But let me show you something real fast. First, yes, Ur was in Mesopotamia, right? And we're going to talk about the E1B1 groups. All right, we're going to talk about history, and we're going to do something a little different today. We're going to connect history and genetics and kind of make a full picture, right? So it's important to know we find them in the Levant, Mesopotamia, also the BMAC culture. We're going to tie those things together, right? So remember the Akkadian Empire, right? Late fall was, right? But was by someone moving the whole river. If you know about how the Akkadian Empire fell, it's because someone moved the river and they fell. That's why the people had to leave the land of Ur. I was talking about that in another live. Here's an interesting thing from ResearchGate. What it's going to show is how the because if you look at Mesopotamia, obviously you're going to get a classic picture that looks something like this. And then if you get close, right? Let me just zoom in so you can kind of see this. Ur is right there at the bottom, but there's another place which I don't think is on this one, but it's Ur-Kish. But you can see right here, Ur is right there, and if you look, it looks almost like it's outside of the river, right? But if you see how the river was long ago, so here's a study. This is the study called, I'm gonna go to the front page of the publication. Celtic, basically residents and inner city engagement at the dawn of urban history, proto-historic Mesopotamia and the city seals. And the seals are interesting because the seals that they have has a very early dates. So it's almost like 5,000, 6,000 years ago. That's 3,200 to 2,750 BC. And this is what this is actually what they found out the river looked like at that time. And so here's a map of Lower Mesopotamia with ancient river course, showing cities featured in the city seal evidence after, some results and everything. So if you notice here, we'll see something a little different here. There's other cities at this time, and there's also a change of the way that the river is flowing. Let me just put a map here just to have a classic, one of the classic maps, because usually if you type it down, you're gonna find these classic maps. You can see Ur is outside, and then you see Ur or other cities that will be in different places, right? If you look at this one, you can see the river wouldn't even touch this place right here in Ur. So Ur would have been snug in between, not one, but two rivers. So it would have been snug in between those rivers. Now, obviously, as always, you never just want to believe one picture or anything like that. We got to go a little more deep into it. So obviously that versus this. So it's very important to know how different it is. In fact, it's very different. It's extremely different. Here's something from a quote from there. Sorry for my pronunciation. Still practicing. All right. The coupling of archaeology and textual data with a study of the fluidal stratigraphy, while original geographical data set, the whole geographical data set, offers opportunities to identify the paleo channel. Now, this is what's important to know what they're talking about. Paleo channel. What does he mean, a paleo channel, right? Because you're going to have different systems of the river and everything. And then you're going to have other systems called a paleo channel. So a paleo channel, just to kind of get a little understanding of it, I'll just go to pretty much something just to kind of like, I'll just read right here what it says. Basically, it's the remnants. It's a remnant of an inactive river or stream channel, right? It's basically paleo channels prove that there used to be a river there, right? Sometimes you'll see a dried, they'll call it a paleo channel or something where they'll know a river was there or something like that, right? There's a little understanding real fast of that. It'll be evidence of an ancient place where there was water, right? Sometimes you'll see they'll do that with Mars. They'll look for paleo channels or certain places where those things will move about, right? So I'm just gonna kind of fly through this part. So it's obviously talking about that river, and it's gonna be connecting obviously Sipper, Tellydad, or Deet, how you say that, deer. And the study is very important because obviously was it studying the floodplain of the Euphrates and Tigris, right? Get a good idea. Obviously that's by Iraq and everything. Getting a good understanding of what they see there is going to be very important. We'll skip through. There's just some light work where it's talking about, what is it talking about? Also Northern Babylonia, right? During the second and first millennium BC. So it's going to give us some good understanding of what it would look like during that time frame, to give us a good understanding, not just what the culture looked like, but what the whole world looked like, especially at that time, right? It's also known that it was prone to flooding, right? It says it was destroyed by flooding and replaced by an earthen dike, right? It's known that they basically put a lot of walls around to stop the river, pretty much. They just keep talking about they would build dikes to basically fortify the city, pretty much. And the time frame is important because it talks about the second reign of Hammurabi. And that's important because that's about a transition of Abraham bringing forth the other one. So it's going to give us a good understanding of the landscape. So we're getting a good idea from all the way to, it even gives us from about 4,000 to about almost 1500 BC. So it gives us a good range, or 1400 BC. It gives us a good range of what it would look like at that time. So it's always good to get a background behind these notes to get a good understanding of what it's talking about. Just talks about water discharge in the Euphrates, right? Just talks about it obviously fluctuated, right? Fluctuates seasonally. So that's important. The water actually fluctuates seasonally. In response to snow melt and rainfall in the mountains of southern Turkey. So the waters in Turkey actually flow down. They actually affect the rivers. We know this is possible because Turkey today, we know that there's a lot of problems going on because they're building a lot of dams up there, and it's causing a lot of droughts in certain places. In fact, that's also one of the problems with the fall of Iraq with Saddam Hussein when they changed the river, but that's another subject. So right here, you can see also they just talk about the channel, right? Talk about the evolution of it, the change and everything, because you got to look at the paleo channel and the paleo environmental, right? Reconstruction, right? Of the, obviously, Mesopotamia, right? Getting a little understanding of those things. So I just want to show a quick highlight on some information of that one. And then here's another piece. Let me make sure right here. All right, I'll have to copy it because if I remember, this is the one that I meant to copy the page where it came from. So let me make sure I put this here because all these things will be in the description. So that was just a picture of the city, right? You got obviously some other layout of the city. They talk about some of the writings they found and all types of interesting things. Here's another one. Let me just open it up. And here, let's gotta find the page, or I'll try to find it a little later where this comes from, because this is gonna be an important piece of information too. I'll find it later. I'll put this little thing goes to this one, because if you see, this is just two different rivers, and then it also talks about movements of the river. So it's proven that it did move, basically, is what it's saying here. It's basically saying that the reason why we see it like this today is that there's evidence that the river did move. So by the 1500 BC, it did move sometime between this time frame. So sometime between that time frame, and I was talking about that we know that the was attacked by the Elamites right after they had moved the river and basically caused the city to basically, when the Akkadians were there, that was how they caused the city, the Akkadians to fall, when they moved the river. That's very important. So I believe it had a little manual help, but also here's a little Paleolithic look on it, or ancient look on that area of the river, just to get a little understanding of it. It's going to be sea level changes in Mesopotamia plain and limits of the Arabian Gulf. So this is just some good information for something that I'm working on. I'm going to kind of express how a lot of these rivers were actually connected in ancient times, compared to just looking at how it looks today. You got to look at some of the basically what they call paleo channels. So let's take a look at this real fast. This is actually really really interesting. What it is basically 12,000 years before present. Why is that important? Because if you think about the Natufian time frame to the Gasulian time frame, which is like pre-pottery Neolithic B, or pre-pottery Neolithic, this is what it's talking about. You can see right here, for example, right? Because it's going to talk about the Tigris and the Euphrates and all that. Let me just close that for anything else, any lags or anything. All right, so now I'll just quickly read right here just to get a quick understanding of why I'm showing you this, because we're going to dive into the history, into even connecting the genetics with certain individuals that's around. All right, the present shoreline was reached shortly before 6,000 years ago, and obviously exceeded as relative sea level rose, right? So it's very important to understand that what's going on here, right? Basically, this is what happened, right? Above is present, so it's important. We know that it rise. Obviously, that's important to know. We know a lot of times people talk about that. There was a flood in that area, and I was talking about that when it comes to the thing. It's called, right? We have events that happen that are like wipeout events, and if you look at the Natufian, there's an event that happens called the Younger Dryas. Long story short, it's an event that wipes out a lot of people. It's related to the flood, right? You can relate it to the flood. These astronomical dates is because if you look up the scientific understanding, there was a time that the oxygen, the air, the CO2 in the air doubled. It doubled in the air. And you got to remember, the Earth absorbs that CO2, right? 90% of it. But let's keep on going. So it's obviously going to talk about a model of the evolution of the Euphrates, Tigris, and pretty much Karum Delta, right? And it's get an understanding of the movements of people and everything. Let me just jump down and get a little understanding of what's going on, because it's just basically showing us an example of the early Gulf floor, right? Would have provided a natural route for people moving westward from regions, right? From east of Iran, from the late Paleolithic to the early Neolithic, right? That's important for movements and things like that. So very, very important, right? Because it talks about areas that flooded and everything. So you can see 18,000 years before present. You can see 12,000 years before present. Look how it rises, right? The water is rising a little bit. This is going to be between here. So rising, falling, and then rising really fast. So that's important. So it was low. It could have been a river here, right? It was low, it lifted up, and then it fell again. From that point to this point, it fell, and then it rise really quickly. So it's you can see it would have flooded some areas just from that quick rise like that. So we know that that's something that had happened a long time ago, and the river and the Tigris and the Euphrates pretty much went through more different changes after the 6,000s. As you can see today, now it's more like a river, right? Basically, it's expressing that the area was much different than what we see today, that the sea levels were different, right? You can see the Gulf, and then the Gulf rising and then spilling over, right? You can see some of the water spilling over, and then also the rain, right? Causing the rain and everything. So remember, water causes a lot of different effects and everything. So then it drops, and then that's how you got your Euphrates and your Tigris. So basically, that's what they said. That's how the Euphrates and Tigris actually was born, was that it was from the water spilling over, and the cracking, right? There was some cracking that happened. And then when the water went over in that spot, that is what filled these areas. So what we're seeing, we also got to understand what we're seeing when we see those rivers, is that when we're looking at the Euphrates and the Tigris and everything, let me just close that, so we don't need that now. When we're looking at the Euphrates and the Tigris, what we got to understand is that what we're looking at is basically the after effects of the flood, right? We got to remember the flood caused a lot of different bodies of water to change and everything. So it's very important to understand that, not just the flood, but also the way that this water is moving. In fact, they just basically say it's complicated, right? But we know that the water did change. It did change. You can get a little more deep into it. There's a lot more to go into it. Let's go a little more into this thing. In fact, let's go a little down. So let's read a little part right here. As regular access to water supported agriculture, right, surpluses, and population growth, people tend to fare better against the unpredictability of the floods, seasonal changes, and the river changing courses. So that's important, the river changing courses, right? When they lived in settlements, right, capable of maintaining irrigation channels, right, drainage ditches, and water reserves, right? Here's what we're looking at here. This is going to be from ancient Mesopotamia. This is going to be a message from basically someone at Middle Georgia State University. And they're giving some information about some things of Mesopotamia. as Mesopotamia is a very interesting piece of land, right? So it has a lot of interesting things that's going on that. So very, very important. So it's just a quick summary for the understanding of some things of what's going on there. So here's also what's interesting. We got evidence of by the 3rd millennium, right? BC. That's like 3000 BC. That's like 5,000 years before present. That's before any Mota line or anything like that. That's 5,000 years before present. We know that there was a trade going on in early Mesopotamia, right? It was connecting from here to here. So these places were highly connected. In fact, it was going out. A lot of trades were going on here just to get a little understanding. This is what they say. They also use sea routes through the Persian Gulf. They connected with traders to the east by crossing the basically Iran plateau, right? Just crossing across Iran pretty much. So they just crossed across here. So they know that very early on, there was a lot of connections with the area of Mesopotamia. So Mesopotamia is very connected. You can see between the Akkadian period is what we want to kind of get an understanding of what it looked like during that time frame to get a full picture of what these things were. So why is that important? Because what I just showed you was a map of them connecting the BMAC culture, right? That's actually going through and connecting what is called the BMAC culture. Now, why is that important, right? Remember how I was talking about the Akkadians and everything, and I was talking about the Natufians, right, in connection with Sumer, right, talking about the Sumerians in connection with Sumer, right? And if you also think about something real fast, when we're talking about the information that we're seeing here, obviously we got to see how it's all connected. One of the biggest connections that I think is important is the BMAC culture. Let me just type that down. Why? Is because we actually have a lot of historical records for the movement of those things. And that's what we're going to talk about today as well. The BMAC culture, why is it important? Because it's going to be settled here. It's also interesting what we find there genetically, right? And I talked about it before, and we already confirmed it, that indeed they did find some of those E lineages, those controversial E lineages, even those E1B1As there. Right, and that's from your V38. That's V38. That's going to be very important. That means that we're going to have a split, right? Some on the top, some on the bottom. So some are going to go down in Africa, some are going to go up. But I believe the people who go upwards are obviously going to be earlier, taking the biblical narrative by his word. We know that Ham, Shem, and Japheth was at the lands of the basically the mountains, right? I believe it's Mount Judy, right next to, right under Mount the Armenia, where the I get that word all twisted. Basically, Armenia, right over here, but I believe they're about Mount Judy. So that's going to be very important to understand. We know that they should have evidence being over here. So that's very important for understanding foundation, but also for understanding what cultures are going to be there. For example, this paper is just going to be a paper. It's going to be basically about the BMAC culture and some interesting insights. Let me just read something from this, as we're going to be connecting these things and also connecting some other interesting things. This is what it basically talks about. The relationship between the Arab Persian Gulf, right? Because the Persian Gulf is very important, right? The Persian Gulf, that's what they call it, the Persian River and everything, this little area, right? It's going to have connections, and I'm going to show you that it doesn't just have connections with over here. It also has connections, a seafaring route that connects with over here. And we're going to look at that, how these areas are all connected, how they have like a connection like that, right? If you read the book of Esther, you also know that the Persians already had a connection with these areas, right? But that's during the later rise. We're talking about an earlier rise that they already had a connection. But let's keep on keeping on. What it says right here a little bit. So it's just going to talk about the relationship between the Arab Persian Gulf culture and the Oryx civilization, that's just the BMAC culture, at the end of the 3rd and in the 1st quarter of the 2nd millennium BC, is a occurring theme in the archaeology of the Arabian Peninsula. So you see what's going on there? So they're connecting, obviously, the Persian Gulf to the BMAC culture. Who else? As long known, the Gulf has played a major role in the circulation of different raw material. Now, we're also going to connect it by material. And one of those material is a really interesting rock. That's like a black rock. It's really interesting, right? I forget how you say it. We're gonna get to it when we talk about it. And it has some major connections with Uruk and some other places. During the Akkadian period, right? Because obviously it has some trades and everything. So during the Akkadian period, the Gulf was the main artery of the early trade between the Magan, Oman, and Mesopotamia. So what it's saying, Oman, right, is basically they're naming a culture that will be about in this area over here, Oman. So they know that this area over here even had connections with areas over here, all the way to the BMAC culture, all the way up here. And they also had connections all the way over here. It's going to be interesting when we look at the genetics that we see in these areas. That's going to kind of connect these things together. I'll just give a quick understanding for those that already know the picture, right? If you look at the Natufian, because remember, one of the things that I was expressing the most, I typed that all weird. I don't know why I typed it like that. Let me retype that. Natufian. Right. The reason why it's important about the Natufian is because they go way back, right? And what I'm showing you is information of all these areas in connection, and they're going to be highly connected very early. These three areas from here, from here, and to here. And if you look very closely on here, let me make sure I use a little magnify glass if this thing works. You can see where this is the Natufian culture, right? This is going to be an early E lineage, Natufian, and you can see a high portion over here, right up there, and you see a high portion over here, right? But we gotta ask ourselves, why did they go into Libya, and why did they go over here in Oman, and why they have connection in these upper areas? And that's the Natufian culture, right? Early Natufian culture that would be there. So very important to get an understanding on the Natufian culture, right? They're gonna be moving around, and that's what's the point before we start diving in. All right, so during the Akkadian period, the Gulf was the main artery for the early trade, right? With Oman and the Mesopotamia, right? Which passed through the Dulam. I'm gonna just show you what that is. I probably said that weird. Dulam, right? Just to kind of express, right? So get a little understanding. So it's kind of like, you know, it's basically this area, and it contests of a lot of trade that happened in this area, right? It connects trade with the Mesopotamia, Ingus Valley. So just get a little understanding of that, right? And what's important is going to talk about also connecting, obviously, the Sumerians, the Elamites, which we also know that is important. All these are important cultures. These are Shemitic cultures, right? So this is going to be from this paper here. There's a little more to it, right? Because it talks about other things that are very similar, trades and things like that, but we're going to kind of move forward from it. So obviously it's going to be talk about things with like the BMAC culture. You can see we talk about the BMAC and talk about some things, how the Akkadians and other different empires have a lot of similar connections. Even obviously idolatry going over there, as a lot of places early on that were filled with idols, as we should expect, because it says that Terah, obviously they worship idols, and this place was notorious for it. Let me just close this right here. And also important, we'll get to that. That's just for something later. All right, so let's look a little more. So obviously when it's talking about these connections in that area, it is also at that time that the first mentions are made in the cuneiform text of basically the place in the Ingus Valley, right? In Indus area. Basically, Magus, Mag, how I say is Mag or Magen is usually considered a covering the actual territory of basically, you know, it's basically, long story short, it's connecting. This is why I showed you the Natufian. This is why I showed you the Natufian, because when we're connecting these genetics and everything, we also got to connect history. We got to connect the history of the peoples, of what's going on there. So this is why I was showing you this, because there's going to be a lot of connections in these areas. There's going to be a lot of connections in these areas that's going to be very important very early on. historically and locationally wise. Historically and locationally wise. So I'm just showing you that all those areas have connections just to get a good understanding of that, right? Just giving a little understanding because we're working our way to the meat of the thing. And these may be meat for some who may find this very interesting, as some people may find it, you know, may have never looked into the history of Mesopotamia, but it's some very interesting stuff. So that little piece, here's just a little extra to it. It just goes into a little more into the BMAC culture and talks about the seals of India and basically connecting them with pretty much a lot of places all around. So we know that Mesopotamia has connections to Iran and India and places all around. So BMAC culture is going to be a very important, interesting culture, right? Now another part, a little bit more of that landscape. Now, before I proceed, if someone doesn't believe this part with this river and everything, if they don't believe this part is moved, let me move to another note real fast and kind of express something so we can kind of make it right. So let me show something here, as I think is very important to understand it as full picture. So what we have here is a little interesting study that I want to quickly talk about. The reason why is because it's connecting the lands of and the lands of basically Mesopotamia, long story short. And this is what it has when it says some things. First, it talks about this. This was really interesting. This is from, basically, if you've seen this, it's just a news reporting site. It talks about the NATUFIAN. And it says something interesting about the NATUFIAN that I thought was interesting. This is what it said. In the Near East, historical documents tell about the Akkadians, right? It says, and it's just about their right of Kispa. And the reason why that's interesting, one of their rights that they have there is that I talked about it before, they drink beer. They have a couple different things similar. The Sumerians drink beer. A lot of their cultures are very similar. The Natufians do the same thing. They have beer and they have all that. And it talks about their cultures are highly similar, right? Even when you connect the pre-pottery Neolithic B, a lot of that's highly similar, even with like the Akkadian culture, and look at some of those things. For example, let's dive a little deep into it. According to ancient DNA analysis conducted by such and such in 2020, on 10 human remains from this area. So we're going to have some remains, and we're going to show the haplogroup of those remains. Kind of make the understanding here. Just got these extra things on the side for understanding, for the sake of understanding. So it's just a city in Ebla, right? If you know, early Ebla was Semitic. Late Ebla was not Semitic in, what's the word I'm looking for? In population, though they spoke a lingua franca of Akkadian, right? Lingua franca means like similar language that the whole town speak, even if they have another language, pretty much. Like English, if someone speaks Spanish, they know what I'm talking about. It's like a side language. So that's just what it's talking about. Ebla, if you know it, I probably should show it on a map, right? Let me just show Ebla. Just to show you where it's at, right? It's going to be in this part. Now, why is this important? Because when the Akkadians came in, they ruled this area. But there was another group that was over here that also the Akkadians had ties with, but they basically ruled over that area. But let's dive into it to get a little more understanding onto the complexity of the culture, as the culture is quite interesting and complex. So this is what it says right here. The inhabitants of the kingdom of Ebla were a mixture of Levantines, right? That's why we're looking at the Natufian, the Levantines, Iranians, and Anatolians. So important. Ebla is a mixture of Levantines, Iranians, and Anatolians. One early Bronze Age, 2700 to 2500 BC, individual carried haplogroup E1B1B, a lineage closely linked to the diffusion of the Afro-Asiatic language, right? You'll find that information described on Ebla. You'll get some interesting understanding of these things. So we're seeing some interesting connection early on, right? We're saying that's like very early on to get a good understanding of that, because that area is where the how you would say the Syria, right? I talked about L3 being Syrian from Tel Halula, right? The fossil of it, right? Just talk about that proto Afro-Asiatic ancestor, right? It knows certain words are going to have connection to those things. That's how they find it. For example, It's going to be from a highlight from this book. I'm going to show you real fast. And the book is called Languages of the World, an Introduction. So I'm going to give it a quick introduction of some things. I'm going to read it right here. It just talks about some things. And alternative to the farming spread hypothesis or idea is the Afro-Asiatic languages originating in the Levant. You hear what I'm saying? Right? The Afro-Asiatic, right? If you know what Afro-Asiatic, right? A lot of E groups originate Afro-Asiatic. E, Natufian is Afro-Asiatic. We went over it many times. If you haven't seen it, I'll put some videos in the description, right? They say it originated in the Levant, spread to near Africa, right? North Africa. This is why we got to look at origin. Yes, we probably can find some E groups, obviously in Africa, but we got to find out what are they, because I expressed that the Bantu expansion is Iron Age. So anytime you hear the word Bantu, it's reflecting that transition of the Bronze Age, Iron Age culture down there that dominated. And we'll talk about that too. And because we're going to get all the way to the slave trade. We're getting all the way to the future. It's going to be a long life today. It's going to be deep. So obviously having connections spread from the Levant, spread to North Africa and the Horn of Africa, not with the spread of agriculture. This is what's important. Agriculturalists are different than pastoralists. Why is that important to understand that? Agriculturalists are those that basically they're gonna like bring farming and tend to the land, things like that, and all that. And agriculturalists are a little different. They like to grow things and whatnot. Farming is more like getting stuff from your animals that you rise up, instead of more settling down and everything. And it's more like pastoralist is like you're moving with your herd. You're moving with your herd, and your herd is keeping you alive. You get your clothes from them, you get your food from them, they get your comfort and whatnot, right? Your family, all that whatnot, all that jazz. But that's important to understand. So it says that it didn't move with the agriculturalists, because I'm going to show you who was the earlier lineages in Africa, which were A and B groups, right? We got some deep things to go on to real fast. Let me just point something out real fast. Remember I was talking about that ghost population, right? I was talking about a ghost population that was found in a certain lineage of individuals, and that ghost population genetics inside a certain individuals separate them from other individuals that go into the lands of Africa. And we'll talk about that ghost population, right? When we talk about a few fossils of Denisovan and everything, and new identified ghost population and all those things and whatnot. When we talk about some of the finds of peoples and whatnot. Let me show you something real fast. Here. Let me show you. Let me make sure this is it. No, not this. I don't want to show you that one. Let me just scroll to it and see if I can grab it real fast. Let's see. It might be this one. In fact, I probably just forgot to put the little picture on there. I got a picture to this. Yep, this is the one. So let me show you what they found. So they just found something really interesting. 2020. They found a skeleton, basically of a child, about 3,000 years old, but it's more older ones that were found there. Is what they found, the original Africans. What's interesting is that they make a separation between groups. There's a separation between certain groups and another group. But it does talk about an interesting long lost ghost population of modern human that we didn't know about before, right? We talked about that, right? We talked about what's inside of them, a basal population that is going to have that ancient ancestry, but these ones were there about 3,000 to 8,000 years ago, right? And what's interesting is that they know that they're going to have difference between one lineage and another. I'll put this here. We'll come back to this because we're going to work our way there, because there's going to be some interesting information that's going to come from that. I'm just going to put that there. Leave that dot right there. All right, so again, let me make sure I'll just click this, make sure we got the highlight right here. Let me just show you why I'm showing you this highlight. The reason why it's important is because obviously Afro-Asiatic, if you know, right? Let me just read right here. According to the idea, obviously Shemitic languages originated in Ethiopia. So it's obviously important to understand a lot of other studies. They talk about Shemitic language originated in Ethiopia. Got other ideas when you connect the Natufian that it might have originated in the Levant and everything. So you can get an understanding of that. Semitic languages originated in Ethiopia and crossed to Asia directly from over the Red Sea. And then a third idea. So remember, I told you the first one was from those ones from the Levant, and then his one adult from Ethiopia. And then we can get a little understanding of another idea. This is where it gets kind of interesting for the third idea. Associated by Zarines, and just talk about here, place the Afro-Asiatic land in North Africa and associates its expansion with the spread of the so-called nomadic pastoral. Remember I talked about that pastoralism, right? Pastoralism complex, which dispersed, spreading south along the shore of the Red Sea, right? And northeast around the edge of the Fertile Crescent, right? And we should know what the Fertile Crescent is, right? This is the Fertile Crescent pretty much. And that's actually what Mesopotamia is. It's the fertile, right? Because when they settled there, right? When the people settled there, they didn't settle just because of the rivers. They didn't have a Greek person saying, no, you can only settle in Mesopotamia in between the rivers. Those Greeks came later and said that's Mesopotamia because of rivers, right? But it was all of this area, right? Because the Fertile Crescent is where they had settled. And you can notice the landscape. Now, if you notice something really interesting, if you look at the pre-pottery Neolithic B, right? If you compare the landscape with that and the pre-pottery Neolithic B, you can find something really interesting and similar. And the similarness is how the genetics are laid out. That the genetics kind of lay out, but you also got to remember it floods, right? So you're gonna have different places of societies built in different places, and also it was way different in this time. This was flooded, so you see how it's kind of lifted up like that. Now, if we go back to the original Paleolithic picture and compare that, what we'll see is that this area. Remember when I was talking about this little coast, it also floods over, right? That's what's also important to understand. From this little thing. Let me just open it up one more time. Right? Is that it was expressing that a lot of societies were trying to be careful because of the flooding that it did, right? It will fill in these valleys, and that's how this is over the Euphrates, right? When it went over the area of the Euphrates, right? Into these little plains here, right there. And these areas, sometimes people would build in different areas of it because it would actually be a really nice farming land. That area would actually be a really nice farming land. So you can see Babylonia and everything. You see look how close it is to that water there. And then look how far it is from the water here. So you can see how far it is from the coastline. And all of a sudden that coastline is almost drowning the city. So you can see, and then Susa is right there. So you can see what's going on there, kind of the movements of that area. It talks about it also was apparently a lake in there. And what area is pointing at is this area here, right? This area here would flood over, and it would cause this area to flood. But this area here is what flooded. This area here was flooding over. So this area might have been Eden. No, you know what I'm saying? This area might have been Eden. You know what I'm saying? It might have been Eden, and it might have just been stayed underneath there. But it had lakes apparently, and it might have connected other bodies of water. But that's what we see. We see if it was dried, it used to have a lake. And there will be the Tigris and Euphrates coming out right there, the Euphrates and the Tigris, and it'll be obviously connected to a lake. Remember, he talked about that, how all the waters were connected to one river, one water. Interesting stuff when you start seeing the proto channels. So you can see a little more into it. Obviously, you can see the delta when they talk about basically the water going into some areas of the land and everything. So you can see some parts being invaded by that water and everything. And these are going to get like really far back, it's pushing the dates really far. Obviously, again, a good understanding on an idea what it would have looked like. So would have been snug, not just in the river, but next to the overflowing water. So that's also important to understand that, early on, 400 BC, they're not thinking about what it is. They know what they're experiencing. They know that they're experiencing that river that's just basically, you know, you got to be careful of it. The river had some flooding that was going on there and whatnot. So a little, some little understanding of that. So now remember that we was talking about how that river looked, right? The reason why is because let's understand what it's saying here when it's talk about the language going to the Fertile Crescent and connecting that with the BMAC culture, because that's why the BMAC culture wasn't here, but here, right? Going up here because of the river system. So it makes perfect sense that they actually was up here at that time, right? We're still connecting. So just getting a little understanding of these things. All right, let's get back over here. So let the sources speak. Let them speak and kind of give the information here. So going a little bit more into it, right? Just talking about these things and getting an understanding of them. Obviously, getting little ideas and everything. It will give us evidence of the homeland. Obviously, connecting Y DNA makes a big difference too. So that's going to give us understanding. Watch what it says here. Evidence from population genetics have been brought to bear on the issue of the Afro-Asiatic homeland with several different Y DNA haplogroups. Several different Y DNA haplogroups. So that's important because when you think about the Natufian, they weren't actually there alone. It's just that they were the largest and the most dominant lineage there. But we also got to understand that they spread really far. And if you make them monophylactic, the YAP groups are different than AB groups and CF groups. There's 3 different families. So 3 different families that should give you understand Ham, Shem, and Japheth, right? So very important, having a tie to the Afro-Asiatic languages. Also, what's important, I don't know why people conclude this. Where in the biblical text or anywhere does it tell you that a Hamite spoke Semitic? It never tells you that a Hamite spoke Semitic. A lot of people are looking at the time about when the Akkadians come in and the lingua franca and comparing the Semitic, later Semitic Canaanites with the original Semitic people. Nowhere does it ever conclude that Hamite is Afro-Asiatic. In fact, the Cushite language is later. The earlier Afro-Asiatic, it will point to more early Arabian. Even that has ties all the way to the more cuneiformic Akkadian Semitic. But that's on the more east side, still having connections to all around. But it's important to understand Afro-Asiatic, the Semitic language, if you really look at the historical context of it, it was never a Hamitic language. It was never a Hamitic language. It was actually a Shemitic language. Afro-Asiatic, Shemitic is a Shemitic language. But you'll later have a type of bring in they call it a Cushitic language, which comes in a little later, actually. The Cushitic part of it, the branch of the Cushitic part is later. It's actually important. That's something that's just a know when we talk about the lingua franca of Akkadian, right? But continuing on, I believe only Shemites were Afro-Asiatic originally, and then a lot of people picked it up later on, with several different Y DNA haplogroups being said to be associated with the spread of Afro-Asiatic languages, right? As always, such DNA evidence should be taken with a grain of salt. As always, you got to take, remember, a grain of salt is only a grain of salt, but a whole bunch of salt is a lot of salt. So, as language do not always spread with migrations of obviously physical individuals. The 2 best candidates, here's the 2 best. The 2 best candidates for Afro-Asiatic are haplogroups E1B1B, and just obviously get a higher frequency, which has a higher frequency among select groups of Afro-Asiatic speakers, because we also can follow it all the way back to its ancient roots and things like that. I don't know why they say it, notably the Chadic speaking population. Obviously, if you know about the Chadic speaking population, that's actually RV88. If you know early on, E1B1B had ties with RV88, that would be more the Chadic speaking population. I don't think E1B1B is more that Chadic speaking population, as we can look at the results ourselves and conclude that that's RV88 of the Chads. Also, they later connected with the J, but you got to know when J comes in. J comes in a little later. So that's very important to understand. The earlier one is E1B1B, just to get an understanding of it. We'll talk about some of those J groups and monophylactic families as well, because we got some interesting stuff. Here is why Akkadian E1B1B plus E1B1, which is P2, right? Because the Natufian has a P2, a E1B1, that makes E1B1 V38, which we've seen in the BMAC culture. Studying, right, it's going to be important to understand so we can understand of the Chaldeans. That remember, Josephus still calls it as the biblical text does, which I don't think is a scribal clause. The name of Chaldea is obviously a word that's basically, Latinized by the Greeks. It's going to have a different form, right, when you break it down. I'm just going to skip this part. This is for something else a little later. Let me just jump down to here. The reason why, just to get deep into the connections, and the reason why I want to connect this to, just for the sake of the connection, right? Does Urkesh have ties with Akkadians, and does that connect Sumer? Was there really a divide between them, or were they just like, as it was said, the great powers, they became one, right? When did they become one? Was it later or was it earlier, right? 3 artifacts, however, unearthed in the palace service courtyard dating to the height of Akkadian influence at Urkesh. Now, what is it saying? It's saying at Urkesh, we had an Akkadian influence at Urkesh. And when was that? It was during the time of this individual here, which was basically, this is who it was. I'm not going to try to pronounce her name. Well, maybe Agade, maybe something like that. The daughter of the Akkadian king. You hear what's going on here? Narasim. So Narasim, that, just to show when he lived, right? Because we're going to see some text here that's going to be connecting these two by a trade that's happening at Urkesh all the way from the Akkadian areas. That's going to have some ties to these things. So, again, some understand very early on, right? About 2200 BC, right? Get a good understanding of that midpoint. These are real ancient sources. Is believed to have been married to the king of Urkesh. Now, that's important. That's telling us the Akkadians made as you say, in many other nations, give your daughters to their daughters and my daughters to your daughters. So we should expect that these should have a similar mtDNA, right? We should have a tie of mtDNA with these individuals. Well, we do in multiple ways, but let's keep on keeping on. So obviously, that's some very interesting information to know about. That obviously the Akkadians, which are Semitic, had ties to Urkesh, which was actually taken by the Mitanni, which was actually more the Japhetic nations, having Indo-European, but they're going to connect with the Akkadians. They're going to build a lingua franca. During the early 2nd millennium BC, the city passed into the hands of the ruler of Mari, right? So that's very important. So it's the city was going back and forth through different things. But Mari also made Urkesh a vessel pretty much under him. So let's get a little understanding of the E1B1B, E1B1A family ties. Why is this important? Because code word in genetics, a lot of times they will say the word African, and African just means E. And the reason why they always say African is because they just want to make E African. But if you look at E closer, the reason why there was an ancient hate, we're going to talk about it. We got to talk about the truth. We have to. We just have to talk about the truth. But let me show you something here. All right, so it's going to be human mobility at this place, basically at Alaka, right? It's going to be a change that was happening at Alaka. If you know Alaka, right, we've seen Ebla is close to Ebla, right? Fairly near it, over there by Syria. During the 2nd millennium BC, right? Irrigation, right? When it's talking about isotopic and genomic evidence. So we're going to see some changes that would happen in this area. So it's going to give us some understanding of a time frame from 2000 to about 1200 BC. So it's going to be very important. Now, let me make sure I download the PDF because I remind myself to download that PDF, because that's what we're going to need to look at real fast. All right, so let's get a good understanding of what's going on here. Let me make sure I put no other notes there. Connecting errors, emit errors. Okay. All right. So you can see, I'm gonna go down real fast and kind of point something out here. So they're gonna have a lot of ancient finds on this paper. It's kind of interesting, but let me just jump down something here. Or make sure. here. So this guy's a lot of information. I'm trying to see. Okay, here it is. This is what I wanted. All right, so let me show you. So obviously the location, right? Here's the location right here on the map. There's going to be the location where they're going to find the finding. There's Ebla, right? You can see what's going on here. You can see down there. But it's saying that Akkadians had ties over here, tied with these areas. And then Mari took over and made the ruler of the area his puppet. Just his city of it, right? They got to the city. That's where these genetics are coming from the actual studies of the city. So it kind of got like an interesting idea. This is also interesting too, gives you what the residence amount was. So you can see it was not much children. Seems to be more adults, about over the age 17. So obviously had a lot of adults. They had a lot of children in some places. You get a little understanding. All Somo and everything, population sizes, whatnot. I'm gonna go a little down. So if you ever see this is called they call it a PCA, which is basically the principal component, and the principal component basically examines who is genetically close, right? Which ones are genetically close, and you usually have 2 0 planes. So here's a 0 plane because you usually it's cut in 4 sections. So it's a 0, and you can see this is 0, and there's a 5 up there, and there's another number that's a negative. So it's like a plane, and you can see down here you will have your middle, right? Getting a good understanding, and it will basically talk about the distance of how people are related and whatnot. I'm gonna go down a little bit because we want to get to more of the meat. This is just gonna give you, obviously, a lot of them are related. This is basically what it's concluded. It's basically like they're, obviously like it says they were mixing. They were mixing down there. They were mixing in that area. Talks about the cattle, what they had there, and everything. A couple different measurements. I'm gonna skip a little down to part here. Right, this one's kind of interesting. This kind of gives us the population source, kind of tells you where they came from. Some Levant, some from Iran, right? So it's a very mixed culture and everything, and that kind of give some understanding there. All right, so here's what I want to show you right here. I'll just show you the highlight. I got the highlight already right here. What they found basically in this city as well is that they actually found out that the individuals that they found there, obviously being genetically related, but the Y chromosome that we found there is E1B1B. And it was from 1498 to 1389 BC. You can see another E1B1B with an X2. Now, this is what's going to get interesting. This was going to get interesting. If you note the mtDNA, you can note connections. Now, notice right here this is a female, just a J1B. That's going to be mtDNA. So that's just getting a good understanding of those things. So in that area, we did have a lot of E lineages there. There was a lot of E lineages in this area. The history is connecting and the peoples are connecting, because I told you E1B1B were the Akkadians, and we know that they settled in these areas. We also know that because, let me open up a note just to show a full picture of the land, kind of like the actual paper that displays that mixing that was happening there, and the fact that would be the Shemitic group. That's that Shemitic group. All right, to make sure you can hear me there. All right, let me just show something on a note here. As I was studying on Assyria, as Assyria goes way back, right? It's a very historical society, but also mixed. But the way that it's mixed, you can understand who they are by the mix and certain things like that. So we're gonna get a little understanding of those things. All right. Let me just point something. Let me show something real fast. Now, I did a study and I showed when I showed you who were the Amorites when they came in. What group was the Amorites when they came in? It was technically a mixed company, as even the Sea Peoples and other groups that are mixed companies, but kind of sourcing them is kind of interesting to see what we see there. Now, I want to show you something from a couple different Mesopotamian locations, but this is going to be connecting also with Anatolia. So just to kind of give a highlight of what we're all connecting here. So it's going to be some places. There's going to be Alaka and some other places, Arat, and different places of Mesopotamia. Just to make a summary. But this is what we find there. So here's going to be empty. This is Y DNA, and this is going to be empty DNA. So if we look into Y DNA, obviously we get those Japhetic nations. We'll talk about that with the Sea peoples and things like that, the G groups and whatnot, the J2 and J1. There's going to be one monophylactic family under IJK. We'll talk about that. But you can see right here, also the R1Bs, H's, right? All those are going to be under GHIJK, under F-M89. F-M89 makes everything under IJK. GHIJK is one family, right? Because you couldn't have this much people and it be Ham, Shem, and Japheth. That would make no sense. Rather, Ham, Shem, and Japheth split happened early on. I believe the biblical text is expressing those monophylactic families. E group E1B1B is there, but we see some interesting empty DNAs with it, right? It has some connections with the people around the area. Here's a U1 in this one, right? Obviously, that's going to be the one that's going to be the Akkadians that's going to be there, as we had talked about that in other connections. So here's one with a J1B. That female, the female that was also found there, apparently this one from a different location. I'll put this in the description. I'll put this note in the description if you want to get, if you're someone that likes to dig in this stuff or look at this stuff. Underneath this little picture here with the picture of the Emorites and everything, you can see where we talk about, looking at some of the people in Tel Kur to Ebla to Alaka, and talk about some of the connections there and everything. That goes into these information here of those things, right? Why is that important? Because it's family ties. And also to know the difference between, remember, Mari, right? Mari took over this area, so this became a vessel to them. So, but this one was influenced by the Akkadians, which were over here. So the Akkadians had connections to Ebla mixing with them, and Mari, that was in the middle, was separating those two and was being influenced over those parties, right? So that's gonna be very important, right? Because we're gonna get different ties from here, but it's this area that actually has the most power over those areas. They have power over a lot of these areas when you start looking at the full picture, and obviously the individuals that you will find there, and that's going to be very important. Now, does that mean that all the Akkadians would be only E1B1B? I believe most of the Akkadians are E1B1B, but I believe Akkadian is a language, and many people can pick up Akkadian and become one with the culture, with the population. But what I'm saying is the original ones who we see were the Akkadians, or the early ones that would be there, and through the transition and throughout time, showing that they were still around that area, is this group, E1B1B. So you can see even that J1B right there end up having a baby with this one, or basically with that E1B1B that was just showing you on here. Right, just showing that E1B1B that mixed over there in the Mesopotamia area, right? This is family ties. We should expect, if we see some E1B1Bs there, that we should expect to see their brother lineages of E1B1A, right? So you can see that J1B1B1, right, with that E1B1B. And this area I probably should, kind of show where it is just for the consciousness sake. I'll just open it up. Well, that's the PDF. Let me close that. This is going to be the note. It was a study by Cell, right? It's some massive study that they did connecting the Levant and the Caucasus and different areas. Kind of wanted to set the tone on where the people are and whatnot, and what they have there. It's probably one of these places. So I'll just leave it like this. It's one of these places, right? It's one of these places around here. I just leave it like that. It's a whole summary of this area and areas of Anatolia. So it's like these areas here. It's like a circle like that, just to kind of get understanding what is connecting here. So interesting study. It's an interesting little paper and interesting study. It goes more deep into it, but just to kind of set the mood of understanding here. So you see that we're not just talking, we're not just saying stuff. You gotta prove all things and hold fast to that which is true. right? I'm showing you the truth. Now, the reason why I'm showing you that, now that's one thing, but when you start connecting culture ties, that's when it gets kind of interesting, when you start connecting culture ties. Now, let me show you something real fast that this doctor talks about.
And Naga,
and he got some flavor to him. So and for those who are maybe, you know, a little more docile, just, you know, it is really interesting what he's saying, because he's technically speaking real sources is what he's speaking. Let me undo that, what I just did there. All right, let me just go to a timestamp on this and kind of show you some highlights, because we're going to be working our way to those E lineages, right? But the reason why we got to connect these, because a lot of people don't understand that, why you got to connect these families, because you got to understand if this family was there, then the other family would be up there as well. And we do find them. So here's some interesting understanding of some connections.
the Ethiopians were great sailors. They established trading colonies throughout the Indian Ocean up to Southeast Asia and India, especially during the Arwe and Punt kingdoms. As a result, they were known throughout history as great businessmen and warriors. Think about this. They were known as Naga Nagash. And Naga Nagash was the title of the king in ancient kingdoms of Arwe and Punt. The ability of the Ethiopians as sailors is supported by the title Bahad Nagas.
All right, sorry for that, leaving this ding on. I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that right there for now, because we still got some stuff to dive into. I just went there. The reason why I went there, because I want to just set the understanding that yes, the environment was different, and the people there, we can understand what people were there, because we can look at the ancient environment to get a good understanding of who was there, to get a full picture of it, right? Just before we move down, right? So that's why we was talking about the Akkadians in connection to the areas of Oman, and it's going to connect Punt too. So Punt's going to be connected as well. So it's actually a lot of connections. It's a lot of connections in a lot of places. So it actually connects all these to these areas, to these areas, and to these areas, and then obviously all over these areas. So it's going to have some connections all over these areas before we even get to where we are today. So we kind of got to understand how the mixture was. Maybe we was talking about Mari and a couple things like that to explain both the sudden rise and basically the coming up of the BMAC culture, because it's important to know what I was showing with the E1. If you've never seen it, the Akkadians are E1B1B. I'll put it in the description. We know that the people who are the BMAC culture are the E1B1B groups that start to rise there. What's important there is that they rise up suddenly out of nowhere, right? Of the BMAC culture in the area previously unoccupied, right? Before it was unoccupied, before certain groups start popping up there. So previously unoccupied, and the extraordinary and original objects that have been discovered there, right? The author explores an international trade going on at the end of the 3rd and the beginning of the 2nd millennium BC, especially tin, right? And other things that are mentioned in the Mari text, pretty much, right? So let's talk about these things that even is written in the Mari text of them making trades and everything. So I'm gonna just read a highlight very quickly though. Several other proposals, right, they probably, I don't know why that got copied like that, were advanced on the base of basically a couple of these words kind of got copied together, because I copied this from a screenshot, probably got stuck together some words. But basically what is concluding is that they know that certain bodies of places were connected, which is going to connect with the BMAC culture, right? These are going to be all important because it's going to connect certain cultures with certain cultures. That's going to paint a very interesting picture when considering this late Israelite rise that's going to come later. So we're working our way to the Iron Age. So we got to set the tone for that. right? Or we can just dive into it, but I always like sending it to them stuff. All right, so another possible interaction of the BMAC culture, right? What you see with a BMCA, pretty much is what it, or BMAC rather. I know you said that Broto Mar is just basically BMAC culture of Central Asia. So the one that I was showing you in the area of Iran, and it just talks about their tin trade that they were doing. So it just talks about connections that they had, right? Getting some understandings of basically the connections that they had in this area, right? That BMAC culture, that's going to be very important because we know that is mentioned in different texts of these being connected, right? Afghanistan, ancient Afghanistan, all the way in connections to other places, right? Even clay tablets discovered in Mesopotamia at the time of the third dynasty of Ur. Remember, I was talking about that, the third dynasty of Ur. That's actually the third dynasty of Ur is going to be very important because that is the society that when after that society comes to its fall, Abraham rises up. That's going to be very important because that's where Abraham starts to come from. And that's in Ur. That's actually in Ur. And that place is actually filled up after the Akkadian fall. So the Akkadians fall there, and then that place is filled up. That's how all happens like right about the 20th century BC, where it says right here, 20th century BC. All that happens about that time. So it's connecting the Indus Valley civilization, right? The BMAC culture, all these different things is getting a lot of connections. Obviously going to connect even the biblical narrative when we think of Ashura, right? For example, right here, like Ashura, right? Both Ashanuna and Elam, including Susa, were, remember, because Ashura also is where the Assyrians come from. So that's another interesting topic. We'll talk about the Assyrians, the origin of them and everything. So it's giving you connections of certain places on this thing. Certain trades is what it's talking about. So this is about trades. So remember, BMAC is actually Elam. It has connections with Elam because I was showing that already, that the linguistics of Elam reaches all the way to the BMAC culture, and Elam is actually a Semitic language. And also we have connections with other cultures that's going to be kind of important when we know with trades and things like that. So it's very, very, very deep. Let me just close that real fast. So just some interesting insights on some trades that's going to connect different societies all over Elam, right? Obviously with Sumer and things like that. Let's go a little more down. So it's giving some understanding of those things. All right, so now that we're past that part, now that we got a good understanding, where is the location first? Where is the location that the Israelites came from? We know that the Shemites had connections with all the upper area, but I'm not sold that Ur-Kesh is the area where Abraham was. I believe it's Ur. I believe the biblical text said it. I believe Josephus said it. I believe not just Josephus, but other places said it. I believe there's enough evidence for Ur being the place of Abraham's rising. That's what I believe. Now, going to the next piece. Now that we got that understood to kind of set the table and the foundation of things. Now, note the exact haplogroups and when till roots, right? We're going to look at the E1B1 Natufian till the Iron Age forward. So we're going to be looking at the E1B1 of the Natufian till the Iron Age forward. All that was just extra, just to let you guys know that we didn't even dive in yet. All right. But most importantly, according to the latest finding published early this year by basically, this is going to be really interesting. This is going to be basically, let me just open it. We got to start with a idea, and then we got to build on the facts on what's the true understanding of these things and whatnot. Let me close this. So this is the page. That's why I copied this, make sure, because sometimes those things are like that. Gotta buy it. But basically what it's talking about, some studies by some archaeologists, linguistics, and genetics, led by a certain professor at University in Belgium. Just talk about an idea of, this is what it's talking about. Here we go. The idea of a continuous geographic expansion of Bantu-speaking people, they say is downright wrong. Why? Because you got to understand something about this. The reason why I wanted to point this thing out is because let me just read the title of why it's important. DNA study of first ancient African genome flawed. Wait, what? What do you mean by flawed? Right? Let me just read that part again. Flawed researchers report. So why is that? What do you mean flawed? Because a lot of people who conclude the Bantu, they say that they're African, but they're not African. That's what makes it interesting. Their conclusion, the vast majority of the pottery remains that were rediscovered date back to either the early Iron Age. Why is that important? Because that's what they find in the Bantu culture. E1B1, all the E1B1 that's in Africa is Iron Age, right? The period around 800 BC to 400 CE, right? Or the late Iron Age beginning around 1008 CE, right? These two periods are separated by a sharp decline in human activity around 4,000 to 600, 400 to 600 CE. So you see what we're kind of expressing here. The reason why to express that is to kind of get a good understanding. Here's just a copy of that, pretty much that flyer. Maybe this one, just let me read it. All right, it just says new research pokes holes, right? What's it poke holes in? All right, new research pokes holes in idea of Bantu expansion in West Africa, 2001. 2001. All right, what is he talking about? What's the poking holes in the Bantu expansion? What does he mean? There's some holes in the Bantu expansion, because if you know about the Bantu expansion, a lot of people will say the African Bantus, right? But were those Mesopotamians that I showed you, do they originate in Africa? Did those Mesopotamians that I just showed you originate in Africa, right? What older fossils can you find on E1B1B than the Natufian that dates to 39,000 years ago? Said 39,000 years ago. But throughout the time, 2000 BC, they're still there, right? I was showing you the time frame when the biblical narrative was about to spring forth, that they were there. So just to kind of like set, it destroys the out of Africa idea, and it destroys the idea of what is African. You see what I'm saying? Kind of expressing that. Let's dive in a little bit of it, right? Because E1B1B links to ancient Natufian, right? Note that E1B1A is only Iron Age. Let's dive in. Let's get a little understanding of the Bantu expansion. Why is this important? Because those Bantus, that group, this is why this stuff is important. A lot of people don't know this, but this is why it's important, because it will completely change how you see a people, how you see a culture of people. Because a lot of times when people think of an African, anyone dark skinned, they'll say it's African. But have you thought what they might actually be? What is it? What is these Africans, right? Because some of these have roots in different places, though they may have a different skin tone, right? We'll talk about that. Skin tone changes, right? We got E1B1Bs with light skin tone. We got E1B1As, obviously with dark skin tone. But we got understanding of these things. Now let's get an understanding of the Bantu expansion. Now, before I'll go to this is going to give us ancient genomes reveal complex patterns of population movement, interaction, and replacement in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, that's important. What's the most important thing that was said here? Replacement in sub-Saharan Africa. Replacement. Replacement means someone had to be there before, prior to. So that's going to be very important to kind of get a good understanding of what it's saying here. So just to get a good understanding of these things, let me point this out. All right, so what's the earliest E1B1A we actually find in Africa? These are going to be real fossils that they found of E1B1A. What's the oldest E1B1A that they find in Africa? Well, remember how I was talking about how a lot of those E1B1As are actually down there relevantly recently? Well, this one's only 2000. This is only about, that would be not that long ago, not even 1,000 years ago. That's going to be about our time. That's 230 years before present, right? BP before present. You can see another one. I'll show you which one I would say would be more older. Let's look for something about in the thousands. So this one, but that's a CT, right? But CT goes older than that outside of Africa. E1B1B in the thousands. E1B1B in the thousands. But remember, E1B1B is found in the Natufian, which predates all of this. So, and also look at the mtDNA, different mtDNA than the Natufian mtDNA, which real fast, just to kind of set that understanding as well, right? Because our focus is not going to be E1B1B, but we want to give understanding of a E1B1B, of E1B1B. Before we proceed, let me just show you, or rather, I already have it open over here. Let me just close some of these that we don't need. All right, Natufian, after Natufian, pre-pottery Neolithic beat, right? Remember we explained why that's higher and everything, because the river system. All right, I'll just type it down here. All right, so just real quick, just to show you why I'm showing you this, is because I just want to quickly show you their mtDNA. So E1B1B is in the Levant, right? Also P2, right? P2 is very important. Before we get any V88 or V38, before we get E1B1A, V38 is in the Levant, because E1B1 P2 is what makes all E1B1A. And I'm going to also show you word for word that they'll tell you E1B1A is Natufian. So we're going to talk about that and talk about it and its code words. So right here, mtDNA is J2, N1, and R1B. Those are mtDNA. So R groups, N groups, those are under the pretty much the N groups. So there's going to be some very interesting DNA. And remember, this is the early culture, early culture, right? Way past anything that is on that sheet. So about 13,000 BC or BP, what's it saying there? And Levant. So that E1B1B, even though it's that age, right? That's extraordinary. But yet, if we take that on the outer Africa scale, it's nothing. It's literally small. But let's look for E1B1A. Here's E1B1A. It's not down there that long, right? Let's see if we can find another one. That one's not that long. That's only like, that would be, all this will be transition of going down there after 70 AD, right? Because all this is under 2,000 years, not longer than 2,000 years ago. That's 78, going back to 70 AD. I'm also going to show you a paper that would tell you the E groups also have connections to Jerusalem about the time of 70 AD. Let me just show you that real fast. Just to show you, because when I say things, I don't want you to think that I'm just saying stuff, right? I'm saying things with sources, is what I'm saying. But I have a lot of sources behind my head. I may not be presenting it exactly before you. So when I say something, if you want to source check me, just say you got a source for that, and I'll give you a source for that. If I say something that's not right, I'll take the correction if I have to say something wrong, because correction to perfection. But this is what we bring forth is actual, the real sources, right? Not just making up stuff, but showing the sources. Let me open up this. Nope. Just to kind of show you that E1B1 or the E groups from its dispersion has evidence, right? It has, and I remember I already showed evidence of the skull shapes when we would talk about the don't confuse them with Canaanites, because E1B1 is never seen as a Canaanite. E1B1A is never seen as a Canaanite. Never. There's not a Canaanite found that is E1B1A. That's how we know it's not a Hamite. It's not a Canaanite. It's never found as a Canaanite. But it is around that area, but it's above that area, and sometimes a little lower. But let me point something out here. Let me make sure this is it. Nope. That's something for information to split. Obviously, all these things I'll put in the description afterwards. But let me just show you that E1B1A or E1B1 rather, E groups have connections to ancient areas of Levant before they spread out, because we're trying to find the oldest E1B1A in the areas of Africa. We know which one. We know which one it is, right? It goes by a name MOTA, but we're gonna look at how that's connected. How did that MOTA came to existence? But let me make sure this note loads up. If it doesn't, I probably just need to open it again. Sorry, these notes all loading like this. I had them open previously, but then we had that little weird reset. So they got to load up. And these are kind of like big notes. I'll just put it on here. All right, let me just point out this one real fast here. All right. So remember, we have reviewed a great source, which was a living person today, Bnei Yah Israel. It's interesting because, you know, we know that his genetics go all the way back to there. But here's something that's also interesting. Right here. Watch what it says on this little note. This is from last year. This is from last year. I want to show you what it says from last year. This is what it says. I'm gonna just copy it and show you it on the note to show you that. That's what I do. I just copy and paste the information, but also examine it and get a cross reference from maybe another geneticist to see what he thinks about it. All right. Let me just kind of point it out here. All right. Let me make sure I go to the exact one on this. Or let me copy a more specific word on this. Okay. Okay, remember we're talking about the Bantu? All right, here it is, right here. Watch what it says here. Another contrast between the Levant and Arabia is the access of African ancestry in Arabian populations, right? Code word Africa, code word African, code word, right? That's going to be your E groups. We found that the closest source of African ancestry for most populations in our database is Bantu speakers from Kenya, in addition to the Nilo-Saharan speakers from Ethiopia, right? And what does it say? We estimate that African admixture in the Middle East occurred within the last 2,000 years, with most populations showing signals of mixture between 5,000 to 2,000 years ago. Why is that important? Because the Bantu expansion is a lot of those E1B1A groups going down into the areas of Africa. And some of it's recently within the last 2,000 years of the dispersion, but they go all the way to the Levant. That most of those Bantu groups actually have ties to the Levant. But again, you can notice here that no E1B1A group, right, is that old. None of these E1B1A groups, as you can see, even here, this is Iron Age. So that's Iron Age. You can see these ones will be Iron Age, right? These will be fairly still early, right? Getting a good understanding of those. Let's go to another E1B1A of Bantu. And there's not a lot of E1B1As as ancient Bantus. These are the fossils. And you can see that's the oldest one. Technically, that's not that old. That's actually fairly recent. That's gonna be Iron Age. So that's gonna be some of your oldest one. His one that's actually will be more closer. So almost 2,000. Remember, push it 2,000 years, and they'll go all the way to the Middle East. Their genetics show that they will actually be connected to the Middle East. So this one's only 1,400 years before present. So that's still after the. And remember, there's also important events that happen. At 135 AD, we get the event of Simon, son of the Star, the Bar Kokhba revolt. In about 600 to 700 AD, we get the events of the Arab slave trade that happens, that the Jews get persecuted and then they're pushed out. We're going to talk about these things and the images of these things. It's that detailed. These things are that detailed. We're going to get detailed in it. So you can see right here. So if you go to the Bantu, you can even type it down, right? Bantu expansion or Bantu or ironwork. You can type it down. Iron tools in the Bantu. Iron tools. All the Bantus, they have iron tools and whatnot, right? They work with iron. So it says right here, the Bantu people, iron tools improve agriculture yields, and their iron weapons made them formidable, right, military components because opponents. So that's very important to know that when the Bantu went down there, all the Bantu E1B1A is going to have iron with them. That automatically, in fact, you know how we also know that this had to be early? When is the Iron Age in Africa? Do you know that the Iron Age is different in Europe versus Africa, right? If you type down Iron Age Europe, right, you'll get, let's get a time, right? If you type down Iron Age in Europe, you'll get a different time, right? A different time scale than other ones. So you get like different ideas. See, some have different Iron Ages. This Iron Age is this time. This is this time. And why? Because they think that this will be the more advanced civilizations. But guess when the Iron Age is in Africa? Right? Because Africa is supposed to be a said underdeveloped place. So you wouldn't think that they would go to an Iron Age earlier, right? Of course not. But what they would put is that you will have different ideas. So you can see right here, why is it that they would put that they went through the Iron Age earlier? If you look careful at the changes that were made for when the Iron Age is in Africa, you'll find ancient information that said something totally different than when they found out the Bantu was not actually that far in BC time, that they were mostly in AD time. That a lot of Bantu was AD time. Then you start seeing some dates pushed back. But sometimes you'll see Iron Age, as it says, Iron Age, when did it flourish? During the Bantu expansion. It says African Iron Age flourished during 200 AD. But notice how we see that some reason they'll say that the Iron Age in Africa was fairly early, right? So that's something to understand. And sometimes they'll say it was late. So sometimes you'll see a fluctuation of answers on that. But understand that the Bantu were the ones with the iron working, and they were pastoralists, right? They had animals, and they were pastoralists. That's very important. All right, with that understanding, let's keep on keeping on. So remember that all the fossils, the actual confirmed fossils in the Bantu expansion, is actually within the last 2,000 years. The furthest you can find back, if you're going to try to push it, you could probably find it at the moments of about maybe 1,000 BC, maybe at the most, and that's about the time when get Israelites going into Africa, as in returning to Egypt and going downwards. So that's something that happens a lot of times. But let's get a little more, and also we know they were in Africa. We know that Jews were in Africa about 1,000 BC because the first Jewish, right? I already showed this, right? Jews of Libya. Right, Jews in Libya, right? When the first Jews was in Libya, very early. You can actually find evidence of a, I forgot what you call it. There's a synagogue there. The oldest trace of Jewish existence in Libya, Africa, appears in this place, right? Some evidence there, which some archaeologists survey and made. Basically, they actually understand and dated it. They dated its synagogue to the 10th century BC. They say during Solomon's reign. So you can see what's going on there. So Libya, right? Libya. So they say that obviously and I already talked about that. I don't know why I typed it like that, Libya. And I already talked about that, which Egyptian ruler was in Libya that Jeroboam had ties with, and how he also had a place down there and a couple things like that. So Libya, you can see right there, Africa, right? So Africa has Israelite history. Africa, by the 10th century BC, has Israelite history. So that's important to understand, right? All right. Well, maybe we'll do a live just on that, right? That's just one direct study on that. So that's why you understand why there was a replacement, because the Iron Age Bantus went down there and conquered down there and made a replacement of different individuals that were down there. All right. So, and no, also, when is Africa Iron Age? We already talked about that, right? So right here, watch what it says right here. We present an archaeological study of 3 sites in the ICB covering part of the early Iron Age, right? 4,000 BC to 650 AD, right? Late Iron Age and everything, and getting you some understanding of these things. Here's what I'm talking about here. Let's look at this one now. All right, so what's this? Gonna be another little study. Iron Age plant substance in the Inner Congo Basin. That's what that ICB was, and DR Congo. See what's going on there? So a lot of times you hear that Congo, Niger, Africa, it sounds like they must have been there forever. But actually, they found out that, when doing the studies of these things, it kind of gets a little more complex than it might originally seem, right? And that's why we was linking it to the Natufian, right? Early Natufian that were in Mesopotamia and reaching throughout different areas, but had ties early on, right? Change of those mtDNA. All right, so I'm gonna point to another thing on this real fast. This is just some studies of some individuals, as I believe that something in this I want to kind of point out. This is just a study of Iron Age evidence. This is just evidence. If someone said, no, it's not true, it can't be Iron Age, they must be like Copper Age or Paleolithic, right? They think, some people think E1B1A must be Paleolithic or Mesolithic down there, but it wasn't. It was not Mesolithic nor Paleolithic, or not even Chalcolithic, not Neolithic. No. So that's something that's important. So this is just a study more deep into it. I think I just put that there for that reason, right? That's just something that's important. So a little more studying of it, of those individuals, they find the same thing, that they only come up to as far as 400 BC, right? So E groups came from the Natufian areas. That's important to know. That's the origin of them, right? Ways of eating, right? Ways of eating. Of a way of ways of eating. I'm gonna copy this. Maybe this is part of this, I think. Let me make sure. Ways of eating, ways of being in the later Paleolithic Natufian Levant. I think this is just more a little bit to it, because I know some people like JPass, and so I had a brother or individuals that want a little more information, so I just do a little bit of the JPass in there, because I know some people have a JPass. JPass is easy to use, but it talks about, without a doubt, that they were working iron, that they had to at least be working iron. It just talks about basically troops and ritual. They even had rituals of which work with iron. And remember, they were escaping to Egypt, so they obviously had bad intention. So a lot of times they go down there, they were worshiping all types of stuff, and a lot of times they're leaving stuff and whatnot. So that's just some information of some stuff they were doing down there. We know that they were working with iron and other things and whatnot, and some odd things they were doing down there. But just to get an understanding that it was iron. The reason why that's important is because I want to let you know about a saying that's said during the time of Ramses II. That's kind of interesting. That's said by an Egyptologist. Here, Dodson, like most Egyptologists, adhere to a very traditional model of the Sea People invasion. Why is this important? The Sea People's invasion. Why are we throwing the Sea People's invasion? What's going on here? Why? Well, I already expressed that at least till about 1112 BC, we have no Israelites in the Levant, because all the Israelites are buried in the cave of the patriarchs, and the growing of the Israelites was in about Avaris in the areas of Egypt. And we know that Israelites didn't go up because they went to a 40-year captivity, a 40-year basically dying in the wilderness for 40 years. But this is also important to understand that who came into the Levant earlier, who actually came into the areas of the Levant earlier. Why is that important? Of who came into the Levant earlier? Because it can kind of change the picture of what we already know. So these are just kind of like insights into the writings of some of those things. This is going to be about a book that was written by Dodson, Ramses III, King of Egypt, his life and afterlife, after growth of an empire, Egypt from the fall of the new kingdom, pretty much to the setting of Renaissance. All right, let's get a little understanding of these things. Let me just go to just the highlights here. I just want to show you that real fast because it's going to be information about the Sea Peoples. Why is that important? Why is that important? Because one, noting where they come from, and noting what they are, right? We just talked about the Bantu. I'm going to pause real fast so that we can understand, because some people probably already feel like, well, I understand they might not be in Africa, but they might not be Jews. But we got to understand what haplogroup are the sea peoples that we know were not the Jews, right? Let's understand that, and then we'll understand moving forward from that point. But before I go to that, going back up here to give another insight on something. We'll come back up to here in a second. I'm gonna leave that right there, but we're gonna come back to that. All right, let's point something out.
You can see hints of this new identity beginning to form. This is the ancient city of Enkomi in northeastern Cyprus. Once this place probably served as the capital of the Cypriot kingdom of Abyssinia. But by around 1200 BC, archaeology suggests that after a sacking, or at least some kind of destruction, it was under the control of Greeks, or at least an incoming culture from the Aegean. Perhaps most famous for this ivory board game displaying charioteers and a figure with a feathered headdress. Also found here during the 12th century BC were several bronze horned figurines, looking very similar to those found on Sardinia. Given the close proximity to Ugarit and Hatti, it seems possible that this place, until its destruction by earthquake in around 1050 BC, did serve as a staging post for seaborne attacks. Interestingly, the bronze figurines found on Sardinia don't only have horned helmets. This one has a feathered headdress. Just maybe an Aegean warrior who ended his days in the West. Nevertheless, the Philistines had a golden age in the late 12th through the 11th century, which would make sense if they had been conquerors, living on in figures such as Goliath. Suggesting dominance over the surrounding people. Today, the people of Gaza may well be descended in part from these sea peoples.
You remember when we talked? Who remember when we talked about Ramses and the genetics found of that Egyptian family that settled in the area of the Levant, and how it was expressing how people kept finding Canaanites and Egyptians that settled in Levant before Israel got there. And I was talking about that the problem was that people were relating Canaanites to Israelites, that they were finding these easy finds of genetics in the land, and they were concluding that these genetics must be the Israelites. But when you take the history and you take the understanding of the Egyptologists, what you'll quickly understand, beloved family, is that the land of the upper coast, you see that little image there? That's how a lot of the Canaanites at that time and Egyptians were burying themselves like that. For example, Seti, we talked about how Seti the first, right, father of Ramses the second, right? We illustrated that individual, right? That individual is going to be very important because he buried himself in a certain place, right? In certain place, and he had a certain family in certain place. He was ruling in certain places. And we was talk about how we was looking at some of the genetics there, and we talked about how it had connections to proto-Minoans, ancient proto-Indo-Europeans. That they had connections there. And we was talking about how that also had connections to the sea people invasion. And we was talking about how that was all highly highly connected. And then we talked about the haplogroup, right? What haplogroups, what we're talking about when we talk about that, because we got to go to the transition of the said 18th dynasty to the or the 19th dynasty to the 20th dynasty, rather, to the transition of the 19th dynasty to the 20th dynasty. That's very important that we had looked at, just to kind of point out what haplogroups we found there, right? From the 18, 19 transition, right? So you can see right here, 18 dynasty, right? Very important. So right here, get a little understanding. We can look at the whole Egypt, right? Just to get a time scale of it, right? We can get early dynasty before the invasions that come there when they talk about the Hyksos and all that come down there. But you can see right here, your 20th dynasty, obviously your R lineages were there, right? We know early 18th dynasty. Let me put the time here. So, well, there it is, 18th dynasty. So 18th dynasty had a J, and we was talking about that. That's what was the part of the family of the, how you say, make sure I word it right, the Ramses of the Exodus, the Pharaoh of the Exodus was J, and had ties between his J and his G group. And we talk about how that family filled up that area. And we talk about how it was at Tel Shaddad. When we talk about Tel Shaddad, and we talk about the haplogroup there. Now, why is that important? Oh, that's important. Because I got an interesting video that I bumped into and I found that we're gonna talk about. So that's that Tel Shaddad, right? We talk about Tel Shaddad, haplogroup there and everything. The bodies, the way that they were buried and everything, all those things were like that, right? And you got to always, look at the exact place and time. You can't just pick any. You can't just say Levant. You got to look at the place, look at the history of the place, find out if there's a ruler there, like the one we got lucky with Seti, how they had Seti's seal, right? Seti's seal showed us what time frame that person existed in, right? That's the one we was talking about with Seti's seal. All right. And I was talking about how everything that you see here, all these that's above 12 BC, all these J's that were before Israelites came into the Levant, these are not Israelites. These are not Israelites, because this is before 12 BC, before the Israelites come out of the wilderness and before the Exodus, before they come out of Exodus. So we know that these are going to be those Sea People invasions. But I'm going to show you, just to show you without a doubt, what I'm showing you here. So you see all those J's and whatnot. And also the one that we know without a doubt is this one from Tel Shaddad. That's the one that we found out that had, and it was in about the exact same time that we read from the ones from Tel Shaddad. So it was, and that was at Tel Shaddad, right? We was talking about that exact same time, exact same place, exact same burials of the Canaanites. It was all of it was aligned. So then we was talking about that. Right, it was confirming that. That's what we were seeing, the Sea Peoples. Now, why is that important, right? Let me just read you something. Here's an interesting study. If you haven't seen it, they released a study just recently, and they were trying to conclude something. They're trying to conclude a thing, right? But before, let me make sure that's all I wanted to show you on this thing, because we got some other stuff. Or they settle in Dor, pretty much, to kind of summarize that. We know that they settle in the area of Sidon and Dor, and that's very important to kind of understand. Right. So these are going to be the ancient Canaanites before the Israelites come out. Right. Very important. Now this is going to be an interesting study. If you haven't seen it, it was a study that concluded, why a lot of people in the world is concluding who are the Jews? Because they use a component to try to make themselves Jews. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm gonna show you a geneticist. I got a video of a geneticist that's going to explain you this article right here. This article that you're seeing right here, he's going to explain it, and he's going to tell you why it's wrong. West Asian sources of the Eurasian component in Ethiopians, a reassessment, right? Why reassess? Why did they reassess? Because they were trying to use MOTA. Let me show you what they were using. And he's going to talk about it too. I'm going to show you, because who is MOTA? Now we're going to start talking about MOTA. Why is MOTA important? Because a lot of times when you relate MOTA with the Natufian, you have no choice but to conclude that the MOTA came from the Natufian. But a lot of times they exclude the Natufian, and they'll use the MOTA to make a separation. Why? Because MOTA has a lineage that no other L lineage has, which is a L E1B1A3X, and it also has an E lineage that almost no other E lineage has, which is E1B1C, which is E-M2 or E-M329, which is E1B1C, or E1B1A2. E1B1A2 is E1B1AC. That's not E1B1A1. That is M2. That's actually really important. I know that sounds like a lot of detail, but that's really important. Why is that important? Because look at this. You see this MOTA right here? So what's interesting is the MOTA one actually leans towards the Levant. But the Minoans, the modern Jews, a lot of different groups actually lean towards ancient Anatolia, right? And that's using in comparison with even the MOTA, right? Why is that important? Why am I saying that? All right, let me close that. Kind of express what I'm saying here. Of the ones analyzed here, Minoans, Tarzan Jews seem to provide the closest matches to NFA, adding on top of the genetic evidence a criteria of space and time credibility, right? And watch what they say here. Watch what they compare it to on there, and it's interesting because the same conclusion of that, they conclude something totally different. I'm gonna show it. Okay, watch what it says here. So let's talk about the links and everything of the three groups. So let's talk about a link of the three groups. It says by the historical. It says it provides, right, when they're looking at those three groups, by the historical maritime trade routes connecting Crete. So it's connecting Crete, home to the Minoan culture, right? We talked about even the J, all those groups had connection to Minoans, to the Levant. Now, where's it coming from? Crete, Minoan connections, and Levant. What does that sound like? And by the shuffling role played by a horde of nomads who navigated throughout the Mediterranean Sea, right? 3,000 years before present, the Sea People. These tribes are linked to Crete, Anatolia, right? Where they fought the Hittite Empire, right? Because that's how the empire of the Hittites fell, by the Sea People, not the Israelites. Egypt and the Levant. So they fought with the Hittites and are told to have settled in the land of Canaan. And that's why you hear Canaanites, that are the Sea Peoples, but you got to know what's the story behind it. Known also as Palestine. So Palestine is the lands of Canaan. Interestingly, the Sea People tribe that settled in Palestine included, amongst others, the Dayan, the Peliset, right? According to the Egyptian inscription in the Merneptah and Midnight. I probably said that weird. I'm sorry if I said it weird. But that's where they found those inscriptions. But now, with that concluded, you would think that obviously that had to be a Japhetic peoples, right? That conclusion would probably be a Japhetic peoples, right? But what they end up concluding is so controversial that a geneticist had to lift up his voice and say something. Because what they concluded, even though they see that those three individuals were almost identical to the Sea Peoples that came from Crete, from the European invasion that fought the Hittites and everything, what they came to the conclusion of is that they would also conclude that. Let me just point it out on here. Let me go to the conclusion here. Somewhere on this, I'm gonna point out with this search engine. They conclude some interesting things, right? Just gonna go to something right here. Sorry for the little one in the background. All right, let me make sure I kind of point it out. Okay, here it is. All right, so watch what they say right here. For some reason, even though knowing that those had connection to the Sea People, they also concluded this. They just said this. They just added this extra part because it's just crazy. It says, I'm just gonna read this bottom part, where their signal may have become erased as a consequence of major warfare. 1000 BC. Why? Because there was a lot of battles in the Levant. Or 3,000 years ago, right? Displacing, watch what it says here, This makes no sense genetically. Displacing these genetic components towards Ethiopia, and because remember, the people end up going into the areas of Ethiopia and whatnot. That's important to understand. And just talks about, they try to say a myth, right? A myth. We're meeting a place with King Solomon and Queen Sheba, and the North African Jewish communities where, and it says right here, the North African Jewish communities where such a signature is still detectable after the major population movements following this decree. That's an important decree that was made in 1492. Now we're going to have to talk about 1492, and we're going to also have to talk about this statement that they're saying that, well, since they have ties to the sea people, they must also have ties to the Jews of 1492, and they must have ties to those Ethiopian ones in Solomon area. All right, right? I'm going to show you something what a geneticist say. But before I read that, furthermore, our results seem to indicate a reduce of absent genetic impact of West African Bantu expansion in the area. You understand what it's saying? That lets us know that in that area, they're concluding that the Bantu can't be the Israelites because these must be the Israelites. The sea people must be the Israelites. And we don't see Bantus there. That's what it's saying. Further, our results seem to indicate a reduced or absent genetic impact of West African Bantu expansion in the area. So it's saying that, no, this debunks that they must have ties to there. But again, the Bantu cultures are not sea peoples, nor have ancient signs of being Canaanites. They're not Canaanites. Now, let me show you what a geneticist said about this exact paper. Let me just show you what he said about this exact paper. This is really interesting. No, I'm going to just jump a little ahead to
what everyone's been waiting for. Let's talk ancient DNA. What has ancient DNA told us about the ancient Minoans and where they've came from?
There was a study in 2013 that considered mitochondrial DNA, which is inherited in a maternal line. A second study, which was published in Nature magazine in 2017, provided more complete ancient DNA and used the DNA admixture analysis study of Minoan origins. The admixture analysis that the Minoans came from the Near East. However, this study had some problems.
What are some of the problems with the DNA admixture analysis?
There are some problems with the DNA admixture analysis in the Nature paper. I prepared a little slide which I would like to share with you. So here is the main table from Lazaridis et al. Called Genetic Origins of the Minoans and Mycenaeans, Nature paper from 2017. In their supplementary table, they give some details about the admixture analysis that they used for Minoans from the Lassiti Plateau, that is, from the Haralambos cave. As you can see, there are 3 references. These are called ultimate sources in the Nature paper. And these included a Paleolithic sample from Siberia, an example of the Mota group from Africa, a 15,000 years old Siberian example from Afontova Gora, and an Eastern European hunter-gatherer, abbreviated EHG. Now, when we go through all the genes found in the Minoans, then it can be tested whether those genes are closest to which of the 3 references. And then in the right-hand side, we can see that the proportions are such that the highest proportion is always from the third group, which is the Anatolian Neolithic group, okay, which is another one. It is ranging from 80% all the way to 96.7%. Now, the conclusion that the paper made is that, therefore, the Minoans came from Anatolia. The problem that I see with this analysis is that the ultimate sources of the paper did not include any samples from the Old European Neolithic and its Bronze Age successors.
So why am I showing this? What is he talking about? So what he's talking about is that this paper, that was revised. This was revised multiple times. The same paper, because they're changing little tiny things about it, but they still come to the same-ish type of conclusion. That's why they say suggest Anatolian or Sardinia proxy. Why is that important? It's actually over here. Why is that important? Because it connects with Crete, it connects with the Sea Peoples, right? And you have to link it with the Levantine individuals and everything. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about this paper that was actually revised, but it still connects with the Sea Peoples, with the Minoan civilization in the Mediterranean. That's super important, because that's going to be different. It happens almost at the same time as the Israelites, but because where they go and where they came from, it will tell you who they are, right? It's kind of like if you have two different societies settle in the same city, you want to find out where they come from, you got to trace where they originated from. So that's what he's saying here. He's saying they are using sources that don't balance out. So what he's saying is they're not comparing their sources fairly, is what he's saying here. He goes on and he breaks down those European components. If you want to see that part, the breakdown of European components is really, he gets really detailed to like the exact snips, to the exact evidence, how we know they moved from their snips. He gets extremely detailed, and he tells us that the individuals that were in the Levant actually started over here, and they spread a lot upwards and some went down, but these ones that started over here, they also have ties with like other places. I'll just show you the summary of it all at the end of his little thing. But he goes really deep into it. I'm just going to show you the quick summary at the end here of it.
And I see this similar thing happening in Hungarian language too. So you can have some foreign words, including some of Han origin, although we don't know the language too well, some Turkish origin. It's attested. We have Turkish origin words, a good few hundred of them, definitely. And yet the language is Finno-Ugric, so they had to be in that area. And the U5 is the almost completely dominant U5 haplogroup, is the dominant haplogroup in the Mesolithic, and it's always in high proportion in the Finno-Ugric groups compared to their neighbors. So that's the logical conclusion, that it was the original homeland in the Mesolithic, and this language comes from that. And the Indo-European languages came later in the Bronze Age, and the theory of Maria Gimbutas is, according to Maria Gimbutas, there was an old European civilization which had a very high culture, and this may be associated with the Finno-Ugric language also. This is old European culture, is where the Minoans came from, and it had writing, some of the earliest writing, as I mentioned. The newcomers from Anatolia and the Fertile Crescent, who came to the Danube Basin, according to my theory, acquired the Finno-Ugric language after mixing with the local population. That's how you can imagine things to have happened. Of course, this hypothesis is just a hypothesis, but in many cases it occurred that the incomers acquired the local language. This happened many times in history, and an example of this in the interaction between the older hunter-gatherer groups and the newcomer Neolithic groups in the Danube Basin. And so we are looking for a solution to the Minoan language, which comes from that region and that language family group. Thank you.
All right, you caught what he said. So he's expressing that that paper that you were seeing there, they're looking for a reason because they want to make those who are in the Levant now always been in Levant or around the Mesopotamian area, which that's what the Natufian were. They were around the Mesopotamian area, but the lineage that came from Anatolia came from Crete, but it actually originated really far away. Let's look at some roots real fast of Jay. Real quick, real fast, really quick. We're gonna look at some quick roots of J real fast. As we mentioned before, these were the ones that we found as the Canaanites, right? You can see if we go over the culture, we talk about where they came from, the Sicily and things like that, and what they had ties with and everything. They went from these areas and they moved throughout these areas, and that's a lot with when you think Phoenician and everything. They are the groups that moved from far away to the Levant, not going from the Levant to other places. They moved from far away into the Levant. And that's what we also seen in other genetic studies, like some of the genetic studies, like this one, right? A Canaanite city. They did a study at an actual real Canaanite city, and they seen those genetics of those Canaanites, and they seen exactly what it was. Yep. Hello. Agree. Shalom. Glad we could reach individuals all around the world. And you can see right here. So you can see the mtDNA, right? Kind of get an understanding of kind of what is mixed there. And then obviously seeing those dates there. So some early dates in some areas. And this will be in Canaanite territories, Canaanite areas. And then you can see those J1A2B. And I already explained it that J1A2B is JP58. And that's the one that's actually would be those Canaanites and everything, right? And obviously we'll have a spillover of the Shemitic Akkadians and stuff going around, and obviously those early Shemites that would be around there. Got to match the culture, got to match the source culture to understand where they came from and everything. But let's get some roots of J. Now, I'm going to show you how we know, without a doubt, that J is an Indo-European lineage. Right? We're going to make that quick so that we can get understanding, so we can get more deep into the history of the real Jews. They start not here first. Now, this is actually where J itself starts. But if you want to understand where the J branch actually begins, you got to look for its original monophylactic branches, or clades, or nodes. You got to find its monophylactic branches and find out where it breaks. But you got to find its root family, and that would actually be very important for making a picture of what's going on. No, let me make sure this thing opens. I just want to show you the roots of this lineage. Oh, I'll just find it like this. Let's see. need to open up a thing here, right here. All right, so let me just show you where does this lineage come from? Because when you think of this lineage, the reason why it's important. Now, obviously, I'm not just isolating and picking on them. I'm just showing you this because this is what they've been concluding for so long that they're starting to offend the truth, right? Because they want to paint a picture that is not what actually we're seeing in fossils. All right, so remember I told you IJK is 1. So all the T groups are going to be included in this. So that's going to be an IJK. There's a couple IJK. So the node of IJK is 1. But we also got IJ from the U5. And that's what that guy was talking about. U5's origin, right? And I was talking about that with the one that's found at Tel Shaddad was U5. It was U5 that we had to find from the mtDNA to understand where this group actually came from. The mtDNA kind of paints a picture because it wasn't there before. It kind of tells us what's going on there. But right here, you can see this one is a root lineage of all IJ groups. So about almost 30,000 years ago. And where would it be? It's going to be the origin of J right here. So where that guy was pointing to in that study and saying that's where the Indo-European language developed, it was with this group right here. And if we even follow J's movements, we can actually note something very interesting. If we be careful and examine it, we can see something fairly interesting, which is the evidence of its homeland. So here's where J starts. The oldest J, this is J, earliest root J, right? Starts in a Caucasus, and then it goes up to almost about Finland, right? It develops over here in this area for about 7,000 to 5,000 years before present. So 6,000, 7,000, 5,000, so about that time frame before it even. So this is Neolithic time frame. So before it's even in the Levant, this is going to be what is called a node. That means there is no J's outside of these J's. That's what that means. That means these are the developing J's before you get a split and the sons develop from it. Because remember, Ham, Shem, and Japheth have a couple sons, but remember those sons are going to have sons and their sons are going to have sons. But when you start looking at the node, you find out their root, where they root from. So before they go down into Anatolia or these areas here, before they go down to this area, to these areas, they develop in the north. So before they go down into these areas and settle in areas like this, and then become some of the Hittite nation that settled over here, before they go down and become these lines, they settle out throughout these areas. And throughout the Israelite period, none of them go into this area, which we know that in midpoints, there's times that we know Israelite even go down here. But also, if we look at some of the root J lineages, they later become some of the Turkish lineages, because we know one lineage called UUS001, which was found in 2020. That lineage is actually the trace lineage of a lot of modern Turks that came out during the Turkish invasion. Obviously, that's way before the Israelites coming out of the wilderness, or even if the Israelites came out of the wilderness at that time, they surely didn't go over there at that time. So that's just an understanding that J1, looking at the understanding of the full picture, it points to an Indo-European lineage, right? That's just for the sake of the truth. That is just an Indo-European lineage that was obviously up, as you can see right there, J root. The root of J was over here. You will have them over there fairly early. That was split, right? We'll have J's, even on that little chart, J started here. It went up here. It split, and some went this way, and some went over here. As you can see, even down in these areas. I'll just scroll down a little bit. So this is going to be Mesolithic time frame. So you can see some J2 there and J1 here. So remember that starting here, it goes over here, about this area, splits, becomes some of these and some of the lineages that come downwards at that. But that's from Paleolithic to Mesolithic to Neolithic before they even go down to that area. There is a Japhetic lineage, even when you put it to its monophylactic families. I don't know why I just closed that. Let me just leave that open. All right, so that's very important. So that's going to give us a lot of understanding just for that, so we can move forward and understand this Bantu group. Because remember, our focus is understanding the Bantu expansion, the group. So this person is a geneticist. His page right here, he goes a little more into it because he apparently been studying on them for a long time. So he knows who the Minoans are. There's no doubt. You can see this little study he does.
Many people assume.
If you want a quick summary of it all, this is a video where he does a summary of them. He talks about how they're a giant lineage. That is a giant Japhetic lineage. They're a huge Japhetic lineage that basically is a lot of different Japhetic lineages that are in the north that settle over here from the Iron Age. Right here, he's talking about the Iron Age, or not the Iron Age, my bad. The said Ice Age till about the Neolithic or Bronze Age. So, and he kind of and he says, and he even shows the group, and I'll just give you the answer automatically. I got a paper after I watched them, I found a paper that pretty much showed the node, just so that everyone can see that this is a root J, that all J's will be in this J, and it's going to be in this area. So from the Neolithic and Bronze Age, he was expressing that the way we know they're sea peoples is that the places where they came from would not be places, obviously, where the Israelites were, but places that certain culture ties were. So he's saying they had ties over here. So it might have been they swept out here, they swept out of here, and they obviously went to Crete, and they went over here, defeated some people here, defeated some people here, defeated some people here. They also was apparently the people in the Trojan. You ever heard of the Troy, the destruction of Troy? Apparently they were the people that probably were the ones that destroyed Troy. So they had a lot of ties to the destruction of of Mesopotamia, and that's very important. But their culture links to here. And you know what culture is here? What haplogroup it is there? I'll just show you the paper. So I already got the paper there and everything, but I'll just show you quickly what's there. This is the ancient Indo-European lines. So middle Neolithic, so middle Neolithic and everything. And you can see right there, you got some U5s there, you got some H's, and there is a J-304. You see it what it says right there? Why is that? Why is it important that I'm showing you that J-304? Because if you type down J-304, right, DNA, right, is J-M304. And if you look at how it's built, you know that that's actually a root J. So right here, you can see J-M304 is actually a root J that makes your J1 and J2. So that's J2 and that's J1. So it's actually letting you know that before there was a J1, J2, they actually began together in the areas of Europe before developing in the Levant, before even going to Levant. They didn't start in the Levant. Just like how Josephus says the Shemites developed in Syria and areas of Levant, but these will develop in Europe before they even go into the Levant and get a lingua franca of Semitic. So that's very important, because apparently that's what the Philistines were speaking, Semitic languages, after their settlement in the Levant. So let's move forward. So just to get an understanding, I just want to get you an understanding of that before we move forward. So just a summary of that group, right? J obviously is not the Jews, but their root starts 20,000 BC from an IJ that starts in the north, right? Around ancient Italy, Germany. It splits, right? While YDNA I becomes one of the earliest dominant Indo-European lineages in the north, right? Think Chatterman, right? Chatterman, right? Chatterman, I'll leave it like that. Chatterman. While J goes to basically the Caucasus at 10,000 BC, right? So around about 10,000 BC. So I'll just take that around, just kind of make the summary. But goes back north to Finland around 6,000. Rather change that to 7,000, 5,000 BC before going into Anatolia and back to the Caucasus before becoming sea peoples. That's literally that's the whole movements of J. That the lineages that we see today, a lot of them are actually Indo-European. Those are the sea people group. That's actually fairly important. Now, why is that important? Because, you know, when we have an understanding of some of those things, when we break down who are the sea peoples, there's a lot of history to who the sea peoples are. So it gets really fairly deep. Let me go and talk about someone who defeated the last sending in of the sea peoples, which is Ramses, and I'll get an understanding from this Egyptologist.
Sunset, and another one on the Third Intermediate period.
So just a little insight on something interesting, right? Ramses, remember this. This is very important to understand when I'm talking about Ramses and everything. As I made it clear with another Egyptologist that obviously Ramses is going to be
loves us. No,
he's going to be different than others. I'm just going to make sure these
ancient Egyptian names.
All right, I'm just going to type something down. All right, so a little understanding on something real fast.
That the neck was damaged. Ramses III. Ramses III and Ramses II were not related. The third is from the 20th dynasty, and the second is from the 19th. But Ramses III wanted to be like him. He even named his sons after the great, using names like Amun-Herkhotep and Kayam-Wasid. Like Ramses II, the third would outlive these sons, who would be buried in the Valley of the Queens. The last 20
Egypt through a mirror, but that mirror has been shattered into because, as I've said in an article in the book, which may happen one day, is very much we're looking at ancient Egypt through a mirror, but that mirror has been shattered into innumerable fragments. Many of the pieces are missing. So we're looking at events, which glimpsing little things of events or possible events, which over the years, okay, more bits of that mirror, to stretch the metaphor a little bit, have been found, and we're able to start working out how those bits relate to each other. But it does mean that as I was sort of implying a bit earlier on, that writing any kind of Egyptian history is effectively a working hypothesis, and that hypothesis is very much a work in progress. So when you look at what we think about even quite a well-known figure of ancient Egyptian history, as to what Champollion, Wilkinson, and some of those other very early scholars thought they knew about these people, and then what we know now is sometimes that picture is completely different. And it's often it's only because of one little thing has been found subsequently, or just sometimes an assumption which was made by Champollion or Wilkinson or one of these other real pioneers of Egyptology was wrong, and we just followed them because that seemed a good idea. What they'd come up with seemed a perfectly good idea. Well, then that moves on, and that's been one of the cases. One of the reasons why this thing got heavily rewritten was because suddenly we realised that two kings who'd been put a certain way around by Champollion back in the 1820s for perfectly reasonable reasons, they weren't. They were the other way around, and the ripples moving on from that are the case. And it's not quite so much the case with SETI, so the first of the Life and Afterlife series, but certain things as the topic which we're sort of really talking about tonight, my book on Ramesses III, there have been a number of points during the last 150 or so years where our view of Ramesses has changed somewhat. As I say, this format for the book, which has become the Life and Afterlife series, was really set on things are not going well. Then a man of uncertain origin, but probably a scion of the family of Ramesses II, given he'd left 100 children, named called Setnachti, revolts against Tawosret, and 2 years later is sole pharaoh. 2 years later on, he's dead, and his son, Ramesses III, is king of Egypt.
So he has some interesting things to say about Ramses and some of the people underneath him. So Ramses II transition to Ramses III is really interesting. Obviously, Ramses III has nothing to do with the oppression pharaoh, right? He's not going to be oppressing pharaoh. He's going to be a little different than Ramses II, who is the oppressing pharaoh, and that's very important to understand. So Ramses comes in. He has that E1. What's interesting about him? He has an E1B1A. And we make a difference between him and the dynasty of Ramses II, which actually has a different lineage. So that's actually very important to know about that. That E1B1A needs explanation, right? In Ramses III. So that's very important. Let's dig a little deeper. So now you see where we're starting at. So getting a little insight. The reason why I need to take these 2 steps. So one, the reason why these 2 pieces are here, I had to express where is and if was actually in Mesopotamia, and if that could be the place where Abraham came from. Yes. We also had to express that, are we sure that the E1B1 group is going to be the Israelites? What about the groups that they already conclude as Israelites? Can they be Israelites? So we made that clear real fast. Now we're going to dive into a little more of the autosomal connections till we get to the historical connections, because we're going to get to some historical connections of what happened all the way to spreads of to Ireland, to Spain, Portugal, Brazil, America, right? Happened there. Here's another piece. Let me make sure you can hear me. I don't know why I thought you couldn't hear me. All right. Let me make sure I close these so we don't need none of these. All right. Let's clear the table. Let's clear the table. Clear some of these. Right. And also, you know, that a lot of those was for the understanding of, you know, just some things we went through. Right. Let me make sure I show this last. That's one more piece on this thing I wanted to show on this one before I proceed. All right. It just has some extra information for some things. Let me just go down, express something down here. Where is it? Right here. This is just, I think this is one I talked about a little bit. That was a type of material. I want to show you the material. That was an exotic material in trade. It was an exotic material that was in trade. Empires and resources, Central Anatolian. I don't know. He said Abyssinia, in Uruk, and basically Syria, right, during the Akkadian period. And basically what they know is that basically, long story short, is that there was a connection with a lot of different places, right? Even going to other places overseas, right? Apparently, and it had to do with this little rock. It's a rock that apparently is made from volcanoes, right? Apparently, right?
Obsidian.
There it is. It's a hard, dark glass-like volcanic rock, because actually Anatolia is filled with volcanoes. Apparently, the area of Anatolia is actually filled with volcanoes in the area. But this obsidian is actually what connected a lot of those cultures. For example, let me put a quote right here because this is actually a quote. 3 artifacts, however, unearthed in the palace service courtyard dating to the height of the Akkadian influence at Urkesh, right? And we just talked about that person, everything, and all the information that was there. So I just wanted to show you that material that they was trading there, because I just remembered I wanted to show you that material. It's a really interesting material. You can see, obviously, you know, seeing something like that, you might want it, you know, you might want to make something out of that. So it's really interesting material, especially back then, you know, finding something like that. So very interesting. Just wanted to show you that. All right, so let's dig in now. In cases where Natufian, now remember we was talking about Natufian being connected with the Bantu and everything. All right, in cases where Natufian was used as a reference population, because this is why we're going to start looking at Mota, because remember they were using Mota in this little study, but they didn't really study if Mota was actually Levantine. So this is going to be a study that's really interesting. In cases where Natufian was used as a reference, so when you use Natufian as a reference, it changes the understanding. If you use MOTA as a reference, one, you're using a L3X and you're using an E1B1C. But if you use MOTA, which has an E1B1, it changes the whole like system of how things are. In cases where Natufian was used as a reference population, we instead use the present day Near Eastern population, how do you say that? Bedouin B as a outgroup. So whenever they use Natufian, use Bedouin B as outgroup for estimates of basal Eurasian ancestry. We follow a previous described basically approach that does not require a per proxy for the basal Eurasian ancestry, which is currently not available on admixed form. This framework relies on the basal polygenic position of both basal Eurasians and an African reference is where it gets. Here's your African reference. Your African reference, the ancient MOTA, which is a bronze age, ancient Ethiopian MOTA gene, right? Relative to other non-Africans. Thus, by using a set of outgroups that includes Eastern non-African populations, sorry, just talk about some, the Upper Paleolithic Eurasian, the Isham. Now, why are they using Isham here, right? But if you follow the monophyletic family of Isham, you'll start finding some very interesting connections with that Isham that's actually K2, that is one with K1, which K1 is actually the T and L groups, and K2 is actually your R, your MNOPQ groups, pretty much underneath Isham. Isham's as it says, Upper Paleolithic. It's probably an early Japhetic root, so very important. But neither West Eurasians was detectable basal Eurasian ancestry nor African. The admixture portion computed for MOTA can be used indirectly. Watch what it says here. Guess what they found out? By putting the Natufian in the system, they found out that the MOTA actually links with the Natufian. I'm going to show you. The mixture component for MOTA can be used indirectly to estimate the basal Eurasian mixture proportion of West Eurasian populations. Okay, let's see what they mean with those things. What's going on there? So late Paleocene human genome suggests a local origin for the first farmers of Central Anatolia. Okay, so you can see, some of these things. They're going to have different populations from different places, right? Some of them we talked about as far as some of those places and everything. So getting a good understanding of these things. I'm just going to go down. So remember, this thing you can see the in-between, see those dots in between? That's a mixture. That just shows that these are close to these, and these still have some connections. And pretty much a lot of them are fairly connected because they're not that far. Because you can see the midpoint. This would be a middle point because this is actually cut in 4 sections. So there's a midpoint. You got your negatives and your aboves. What was higher on your PCA, and also you got your zeroed out in the middle. So it's actually gonna be cut in 4 sections, and it's basically saying that they're basically related. A lot of people are mixed. That a lot of times when they do autosomal tests, they find out that certain groups that are mixed have high ties with each other. That can kind of change what we understand as a Eurasian lineage, because a lot of times when you use certain ones, they'll change that understanding of that. Let's go to the next one, because this one just kind of like a little introduction of what we're going to do next. All right, so you can see, just getting a good understanding on that, right? Remember, Israelites that was in the Exodus for generations came right out of Egypt. So remember that where did the Israelites come from? Where did they develop? So remember, Abraham had Isaac, Isaac had Jacob, and Jacob had the 12 patriarchs. They sold Joseph to Egypt. They sold Joseph to the Midianites and the Ishmaelites. The Ishmaelites sold them to the Egyptians. That's when the people developed and grew in the lands of Africa, about that time. When the captivity had happened, when it was said to Abraham the children would be in captivity for a long time, they was in captivity in the areas of Egypt, Africa. So that's going to be very important as we proceed. Mota is an Eastern African ancient sample, right? They say 4,000 years ago, right? 4,500 years ago. And remember, that's on a scale that we already seen that other fossils date up to 20,000 years, just to get a little understanding of that scale, right? Understand, I do believe in the biblical narrative more than I believe in these big years, but just to get understanding of it. So that similarity to the basal Eurasian. So remember, Mota is a Eastern Africans, ancient Eastern African sample, right? Ancient sample that similarly to the basal Eurasians is basal to other non-Africans. What does that mean? What are they talking about when they're saying that? One more time. So Mota, right, is actually telling you that it's similar to basal Eurasians, because you know what basal Eurasian they're talking about? Natufian. Basal Eurasians is basal to other non-Africans, hence indirectly proving an estimate of the mixture portion of the basal Eurasian lineage. So they're saying Mota actually has evidence of being basal Eurasian, right? Projecting ancient ancestry in modern day Arabians and Iranians, a key role of the past exposed Arabo-Persian Gulf on human migrations. So you can see what's going on there, and what they end up using is that Mota in comparison with others. Remember how I told you when they're tightly compact like this, when you see a chart that's, if they're spread out, then you got a major genetic distance. But if they're close together like this, that means they're highly related. So, and the long streak, if you have one that's all the way over here, but you have a long streak, that means genetic, how you say, genetic, basically, the genetics are connected, right? It means that these ones will be genetically connected, and there'll be like individuals in between that prove it as they migrated, as they moved, that the admixture will be there, that they have an autosomal mix. So pretty much the more closer together, better. And there's just some admixes there. I'm gonna skip this one. So it's just a little more into it. Some people already talked about this part. I'm gonna just skip it because it's not what we want to see right now. But here it is. Watch what they used on this. That kind of changes it. Why? Because they used the Natufian, right? In fact, even let me click it, switch again. Let me click it. All right. Even this, you know, he's gonna have some of those ancient lineages, which I believe is on here. But I'm gonna skip this. This is not what I want to look at right now. I'm gonna just jump to this. All right, so this is what's important. So again, it's got one of those zeroed out things, right, to kind of get the genetic connections. But look what is important here. So you see the Natufian right there. So you can obviously see a good amount of Natufian in the Yemenis, the Saudi Arabians, the Omans, the United Arab Emirates, and Iran. So E1B1B is actually in a large portion of them. And obviously the E1B1B is found the Iberasians, which you see that's a large portion that's in a lot of those lineages, especially Yemen. You can see Yemen has a large portion, Saudi Arabia also. You can see over here, so a very large amount that will be in them. So that's important because that means that that's, if you compare that with the Mota, you're gonna have a close tie with these groups because of that monophylactic family. The E groups are related. All the E groups are related, right? And they will have ancient ties together. So again, Mota, right? Very important. That's similar to the basal Eurasians, is similar to other non-Africans, hence indirectly providing an estimate of the admixture portion of the basal Eurasian lineage. Another one, we find a genetic affinity with early Paleocene Near Easterners, best represented by Levantine Natufians, suggesting a pre-agricultural connection between Africa and the Near East. You see what's going on there? So when you throw the Natufian in, guess what it does? it shows you that a lot of Africans are actually Near Easterners, because the Natufian predates Mota. The Natufian actually predates Mota. So there's just a little study on it. It just talks about some of the things and everything. And when they use the Natufian, it gives a lot of evidence for what the real picture is. Let's keep on digging in. There's a little understanding, because we're gonna connect that more. So we're gonna still keep connecting it. So Mota is E1B1C with a L3X. So basically LMT DNA, pretty much. Here's something from New York Times. They got a really interesting article here. It says a study of the first ancient African genome flawed research reports. I'm gonna skip this one because we already talked about this one. It's just a highlight from it. In fact, the analysis suggests that most living Africans share some DNA with Europeans and Asians that were missing from Mota's genome. You hear what I'm saying? Why am I showing you this? Because a lot of times when they use Mota, when they use the Natufian, it shows that a lot of people who are in Africa have connections to Asian and European lineages, or basically Asian and lineages in Europe. So it has a connection to Levantists pretty much. So New York, in a paper that was printed, they let you know that it was suggested, right, that most living Africans shared some DNA with Europeans and Asians that were missing from Mota's genome, because Mota is a E1B1C. So you see what's going on there? You take away Mota, it changes the understanding of some things. But even so, Mota is E1B1C, and it's not that old. It's only Bronze Age. Archaeological evidence for the spread of people from east to southern Africa has usually been focused on the so-called Bantu expansion of Iron Age people. You hear what he just said there? So you know how they always try to find out what people are African? They always focusing on the Bantu. You ever heard that? Bantu expansion. We're going to keep on going and get a little more deeper into it. For the very good reason that the maternal culture, or material culture, or maternal, we'll get to the maternal culture, getting ahead of myself. But the material culture, particularly the pottery, because more of the pottery and everything, more of the finds that they have there, this they can obviously date it, right? Because it's Iron Age, right? Particularly the pottery styles can be tracked and well dated, right? There is good evidence, however, that the sheep have reached as far as the Cape in southern Africa by the 1st century AD. It's not that long ago. That's not that long ago. So 1st century AD, that's only like 1,000 years ago. So they're saying it wasn't major movements. It was more relevantly recent. Long before the first Iron Age farmers arrived. So it's saying that at least by AD time frame, they're saying that now looking at the information, by AD time frame, we know that certain animals were moving down there before the Bantu and the Iron Age Bantu got down there. It's almost saying like they weren't deep down there in Africa. That's what they're basically expressing here. And they weren't deep in southern Africa. That's what they're expressing there by AD. Long before the first Iron Age farmers arrived in the subcontinent in the 5th century. So they're saying that it might have been in the 5th century. What happened in the 5th century? We're going to talk about that with the Arab slave trade and a couple of things like that. And obviously the persecution with Rome, right? In the 5th century, suggesting an earlier and possible pastoral migration southward. A little quote from a book or whatever it is. I'm going to see if it's a book, or I'm thinking it's a PDF rather. Let it load in real fast. I'm going to read from this part. Probably just copy that weird. New genetic research by Hawkins 2010 support the trusted idea by showing that the early farmers had Near Eastern and Anatolia affinities. So obviously seeing the autosomal in them is going to change things. What do these models have to do with Southern Africa? While the local detail may be different, the theoretical, basically the idea, right, the theory, arguments are similar, right? Obviously, again, a interesting question. How do hunters become food producers, in particular herders, right? Because remember, pastoralists are herders versus hunter and gatherers, right? Your agriculturalists and stuff like that. Can hunters independently become pastoralists? You hear what he's just saying there? So because the Bantu culture is not just pastoralists, right? Shepherd, kings over the shepherds. They're not just pastoralists, but they're also obviously having metalwork. So that's an interesting question there, right? It's a very important question to ask by this doctor, right? So really interesting idea. So it's called Investigating Human Population Structure Throughout Time with New Contemptual Methods and Ancient DNA Data. So ancient DNA data and everything, getting some of those things. So interesting question, right? Can hunters independently become pastoralists? Can a hunter independently become pastoralists, right? He's saying obviously a change of culture had to happen down there. That's what he's basically saying, right? He's asking a good question. African domesticated animals, right? African domesticated animals, with the exception of the donkey, all came from the Middle East. Now, wait, hold on. This is from Oxford University. You know what they're saying? They're saying every animal, a lot of animals in Africa actually came from the Near East. It's saying African domesticated pastoralized animals, right? African domesticated animals, with the exception of the donkey, all came from the Near East. You see what's going on there? Some 8,000 years ago, cattle, sheep, and goats came south to the Sahara, which was much wetter than today, right? So it's saying like the Younger Dryas and everything. Pastoralism was an offshoot of grain agriculture in the Near East, right? So it's letting you know pastoralist was in the Near East, right? And those herders migrating, brought with them, right? Brought with them techniques of harvesting wild grain. So that's important, that we're getting some understanding of movement with increasing aridity as the Saharan environment dried up. Remember, I talked about that, how we talked about that before. If you don't know, let me just quickly point out. We talked about the Sahara drying up. That was an event that had happened. It's actually kind of important to know what all was down there. We know that there was E1 groups that were there, but the drying up, a lot of times with a lot of catastrophic events, they're overdated. They're highly overdated. So this event, they do try to date it like almost 5,000 years ago. But the problem about it is, if you try to date it 5,000 years ago, and you look at the culture that was down there, you'll have to question if it was 5,000 years ago. Why did I say that? Because at the same time of it drying up, we also got our lineages down there. We got our lineages that also went down there with the E lineages. For example, just to kind of point that out real fast, right here, here's a paper just to kind of show what this individual is talking about. He's actually quoting from a known genetic paper. Let that open up real fast, or just let that be. I think something's up with this page right here. Whoever got some information from this page, I don't know what's going on with it now. So I don't know what's up with this page. It hasn't been opening for me, but lucky I screenshot stuff. That's what I do, screenshot and copy. So you can see right here, the E groups went down there, the R groups, this was when it was green, and all of a sudden it dried up, right? It dried up right here. There's evidence of it drying up, and they diversed in different ways. And the R groups, some went up here, some even went down here. That's why we said the Chadic people might have been R. It's RV88. That purple is RV88. And this green, and this green is going to be E1B1A, but we know that this actually happened relatively recent, not actually that long ago when this drying up happened. So we had a lot of groups down there. The drying up happened. We know that they say the Bantu were down there. So even for that evidence, that shows us it was relatively recent for this drying up to happen. So it's something that's very important. You can see right here. I'm going to read it, what it says here. Because remember, we was looking at that Mota from said 4,000 years ago, right? This is what it has to do with it. Remember, how old was that Mota, right? Indeed, we found that the contact between northern and sub-Saharan Africa went on until 5 to 4.5 KYA in the Central Sahara, where we mainly found international lineages of E-M2 and RV88. Which one? Now, if they came down the same time, does that make R African? I'm an R group, right? A lot of people might think that I'm African, right? So that's something to think about. That's something to really think about. But the R group is actually outside of Africa. There shouldn't be no arguments for that. So in the Eastern Sahara, we found a sharper and more ancient 5,000-year-old presence of some other lineages. You can see what's going on there. And what are those other ones that just say is E1B1B and E1B1B, which is E-M78, exact lineage, exact SNP, E-M78, and A3. So haplogroup A3 was also down there. I believe those E and those A were going at it. They were going out there apparently for a long time. So you can see, you can get a good understanding of those things. Apparently these ones came in at the same time. These ones came in, then these ones when it came in, right? This is a real genetic paper for this one, just to get a little understanding of it. It also gives a summary on it. I'll just skip that little part just for now. Let's go over here. So that's something, right? When we was talking about width increasing, right? We already talked about the Sahara, right? Around 5,000 years ago. So, between 4,000 and 5,000, they say, right? The herders began to control, here it goes. The herders began to control and manipulate their stance, resulting in millet and obviously some of the grains that was going on there, right? Sorghum, domestications in the Sahel zone, south of the Sahara, right? Pearl mullet expanded to the south and was taken, right? Here we go. Pearl mullet was expanded to the south and was taken up by Bantu-speaking Iron Age farmers. Here we go. Was taken up by Bantu-speaking Iron Age farmers in the Sahara area of West Africa, and spread around the tropical forest into East Africa, they say 3,000 years before present. Now you got to ask yourself a question. Remember, we looked at the Bantu expansion. Remember, there was Bantus on that list that went 3,500, but which ones were the ones that go to 3,500 years before present, or BP? The E1B1B, that's linked to the Natufian. So that's important. All the other Bantus are Iron Age. So there's an Iron Age expansion Bantu, and then there's your Bantus that would be your 3,000 before present ones. Very important to know that. As the Sahara dried up, right, and basically, what's that? Teta's belt repeated, sheep and cattle also moved south. They expanded into East Africa via the Teta's free zone of Ethiopia highlands, carrying around 4,000 BP. So get a good understanding of that real fast. What was that? To show where that came from, right? Ancient and traditional agriculture, pastoralism, and agricultural societies in sub-Saharan Africa. So it's giving us a good understanding. So it's saying some 8,000 years ago, they would say it would be, until about, they say like 4,000 or 3,000 years ago and whatnot. A couple different things, right? So they're saying obviously that was people moving into the areas of Africa, but we got to also know what are these groups, right? When we're talking about some of these groups, as they say, they were followed, right? There was a lot of different individuals that came down there, right? And they'll talk about different ones, but which one are the Iron Age Bantus and other Bantus and all those different things. They were followed to the eastern part of South Africa by Bantu-speaking agro-pastoralists. What time is that? That's about after the Muslim expansion, right? That was happening in, if you don't know about it, we'll talk about it. The Battle of the Fosse that happened. The Battle of the Fosse is a battle of the Jews fighting that had went down in Arabia, that pushed out a lot of Jews out of Arabia into Africa. It's very important. 16,000, basically, you know, like about 400, 580, or about that time, 680, be more about 16,000 years ago, who were able to use summer rainfall area for their basically food, pretty much. Let's see what's going on there. But let's keep on keeping on, because remember, grains of salt. We're getting grains of salt. So remember, Bantu are E1B1B of ancient Natufian. So remember that. Bantu are also E1B1B. But the younger ones, the Iron Age Bantu, are E1B1A. Very important. All right, we report genome-wide ancient DNA from 44 ancient Near Easterners, ranging from between 12,000, that's going to be your Natufians, going to be thrown in there, 12,000 to 1,000 BC. From Natufian hunter-gatherers to Bronze Age farmers. Now we can get, when we start ranging the range larger, we can find their origins, because we got to find their origins to conclude what they are. We can't just say they're found in Africa, so they must be African, or they're found in areas of Europe, so they must be European. We got to find out their origin. We show that the earliest populations of Near East derived around half their ancestry from a Basal Eurasian lineage. That's your Basal Eurasian, your Natufian. It says from a Basal Eurasian lineage that had little, if any, Neanderthal admixture, and that separated from other non-African lineages prior to their separation from each other. Now, wait, why is that important? Because E1B1B, a lot of them, all those groups, E1B1B, E1B1, they were all in the area of the Natufian area, Basal Eurasians, but then diversed. So remember, we even got evidence of the land changing around that time. So that's very important when we're looking at those pictures like that. So they even separated from each other, but they were Basal Eurasians that were in the area of the Near East, right? This is where it was from. Just to get an understanding of that, right? It's going to give us genetic structure of the world's first farmers. So getting a good understanding on that list right there. So getting a good understanding of those things. Let's go down a little bit. So a little more into it. Now, note how Eldri actually is in the Natufian and Gasulian, let alone the oldest finds in Tel Halul, Syria. Because that's important, that some studies will use the mtDNA and everything to kind of like link these things. But you can see right here, this is just a tree, basically a model of Western Eurasian history, right? That basically it will be an Upper Paleolithic and everything. So you can see early R's, R's. That's going to be early lineages, right? Basically root, then you go into another root, and then it splits. Here's why I showed you the Mota. Notice Mota's right here. Would Mota be a good example for branches underneath it? Absolutely not. Because Mota was a branch, a snip, that was an independent snip. Can someone have a son and that son have an odd mutation that no one else had? Absolutely. Early on, if someone got a mutation that no one else had, that means they don't make anyone else after them. They don't make any other lineage after them. That means E1B1C doesn't make M2 E1B1A1, and E1B1AC doesn't make E1B1AB, right? So that's very important. In fact, E1B1AC used to be on E1B1B's branch, but then moved to E1B1 V38. That's very important. But that's a branch from V38. So that's very important. And it's going to make you're going to have other lineages, right? They'll say notice what's under non-African. So they'll say, this is your African, right? This is your A groups, Mambuti. And you have your Mota, and then they'll say non-African. Your Ishams and whatnot. Let's see what else is under that non-African branch. So non-African, and you can see if we work our way down, go down a little bit. So remember, non-African, and if you work your way down, you can see a branch here, and then there's a branch right here, which is the Natufian. So what is the Natufian actually under? Again, showing us that the Natufian is under non-African. So if E1B1 is Natufian and P2 is Natufian, then that makes every E1 group non-African by default. If you actually put it in his actual monophylactic order, that's actually very important. So again, East Africans are admixed with West Eurasians, but the origin of the West Eurasian component in their ancestry has been obscured. Let's say obscured. Why? Because they're trying to use multiple ways. They're trying to use multi in a bunch of things. As the strongest evidence of admixture among present day East Africans is from where? What's he saying about East Africans? Where are they from? Or what do they have connections with genetically? They're saying that they have connections from people that's outside of Africa. They're saying that they have connections from people over here in this area. So that's what they're saying there. They're saying they got connections from over there. Why? Because if remember, I showed that the earliest E1B1 groups had mtDNA that was European, right? It has been proposed that the unsampled population from the Near East is the bearer of the West Eurasian admixture in East Africa. Here we systematically search for the source of this admixture. First, we verify that they do have such admixture by studying obviously the data, right? For example, look who they're finding out who's actually might be close to your age, and when you're looking at some of these things. East African, remember when they're saying about those East Africans having connections, right? When they talk about those East African admixture with the West Eurasians, because putting Mota and the Natufian in one chart makes this conundrum, right? So you got your East African Mota, where we basically just talk about anything. It says right here, to be any ancient or present day population other than East African. We're not, where we indicate A to be any ancient or present day population other than East African. So they say it might be something else. Might be something else. Because if you look at it monophylactically, when I say monophylactically, when you look at the whole family, right? If I say something that someone doesn't understand, just let me know. And I'll try to like make it more simple. I try to make these terms simple as possible. See, why is it doing that? Because look, the mtDNA makes a understanding that's important. So the mtDNA gives us an understanding that's really important, right? If you haven't seen some of the mtDNA of these early E groups, you'll be surprised on what you see in some of these groups, that they would have evidence of being outside of the Levant. For example, Natufian, right? The Natufian mtDNA, you can see right here. Well, this one don't have it there. I don't think these ones have it. In fact, I have it. I already have them. This one doesn't put it there. But the Natufian mtDNA is known. We know it's mtDNA because there's a lot of different papers with it. But in comparison with a lot of these, it's going to give you the picture of what's being seen there, right? And I already showed it before that the Natufian mtDNA is Indo-European mtDNAs. I'm just going to skip that for now. But if someone wants some meat to that, how do we know Natufian mtDNA? We got a lot of papers of Natufians, and we can point out their mtDNA on each one of them. So they all got a said Eurasian mtDNA before migrating south. That's extremely important. Okay, so right here, there's going to be another paper. I'm going to point it out what's on this paper. All right. This is going to be ancient genomes from, no, why it went down. Ancient genomes from North Africa, evidence of prehistoric migrations to the Maghreb from both the Levant and Europe. You see what it's saying there? Again, ancient genomes from ancient North Africa, evidence prehistoric migrations to the this place is going to be actually in Africa. So from You can see from North Africa evidence, the evidence there, getting a migration to there from both the Levant and Europe. Just to show the Maghreb. So you can see what it's saying to right here. So you're going to have some migrations going into here. So very important. All right, so the acquisition of agricultural techniques during the so-called Neolithic Revolution has been one of the major steps towards forward in human history. Using next generation sequencing, the ancient DNA techniques, we directly test whether the Neolithicization in the North Africa occurred through the transmission of ideas or by demic diffusion. We follow the early Neolithic Moroccans, right? We show the early Neolithic Moroccans are composed of, and basically obviously getting an understanding of that African element is what they're saying here, still retained in present day North African populations, resembling the genetic component, right? Resembling, here's where it gets important, resembling the genetic component observed in later Stone Age communities in Morocco, right? Very important. However, late Neolithic individuals from North Africa are admixed, right, with a North African and European component. You see what's going on, what we're saying here? So very important. Let me show you something real fast on this paper. So ancient genomes, again, from Africa, all that, what we were just talking about. Let me just point something out here. All right. Just talk about, you can see some things about the Natufian. Go to the next one. All right. I'm just going to let it load up because I think it's still loading. All right. All right. So let me show you why I'm showing you this. I'm going to show you why I'm actually showing you this paper. So remember I told you about this PCA, your principal component. So remember how I showed you how, remember when some are over here and some are over here. So these ones are like a distance. They don't have like any connections in between, but these ones obviously are highly related. And these ones obviously have some connections from far. Let me show you something real fast on this thing. Or let me click the screen thing on this, or I'll open the PDF rather. I just download the PDF, or there we go. Okay. All right, so let's take a look here real fast. I got some a fairly interesting understanding of that admixture, what I'm saying. So you see how it's taking individuals from even this area. Let me just zoom in. And notice who they're using. This is when you want to see they're using Natufian and Mota at the same time. So that's what you want to see when they start using Natufian and Mota at the same time, because then it's going to start showing more interesting connections. So Mota would be over here, and Natufians would obviously be over here in the Levant. And in fact, you can see that they'll have the guide of what they are and everything. You can see right here. This is gonna be Natufian, so right there, blue. So we know that there's Natufian and everything. You get a good understanding of these things, that this culture is gonna be set up there. Okay. So we actually know that these ones have connection to these ones, because these ones are earlier than this one. Mota is later than this one. This one is actually earlier. Later. I mean, this one is 12,000 back, 12,000. This is like 4,000. And then obviously these ones have connections here with these and to these. That's important. But let me show you the little sheet right here. So first, let me show you how we know that they are the same. So let's look at what the Natufian mixture looks like. Now, what's interesting about the Natufian mixture is that you'll notice something really interesting. I'm just gonna kind of zoom in a little bit, and you'll see right here, this kind of gives you those eugenic ideas of it being like Denmark or what location, everything, Iberia and things like that. But let me go over here and point out something on the Natufian and the Mota at the same time. All right. All right, so right down here, you can see the Natufian. And if you notice that obviously it would have connections. Let me just zoom out a little bit. It has connections with the Middle East. So you can see over here, it'll have a clear connection with the Middle East, right? The Natufian and the Neolithic Levant. So Natufian, the Neolithic Levant, all of them are fairly similar, right? Fairly related. And if I remember, I think Mota is on this one, or no, it's on a different sheet. Mota is not on this one, but we'll talk about Mota in a little bit in comparison with the Natufian. The reason why I want to show you this is because you can see when we compare it with the Middle East lineages, it's fairly similar. Like a lot of them are similar. They have that high amount of African lineage and Middle Eastern lineage. That's something that's to know. But early lineages are fairly similar of that Mota line. This Levantin Neolithic, because only the E group and other groups, not J, is Neolithic. Natufian and Levantin Neolithic, that's the ones that you'll see. And sometimes Neolithic Bronze Age is where you'll see some of those Natufians become in them as well. So they'll be in those groups. Let's go to another sheet for a little deeper dive on these things. Let me close some of these. All right. So very important. It also had, talked about those Neolithic, that's that Gasulian and everything. Now I'm going to show you an interesting dive before we start getting into some of the historical events that happened after these events. Now that we got a good understanding, you see how the E1B1 has ties to the Levant? Look at this idea. Greco-Roman trade links the Bantu migration theory. What does that mean, right? You never heard of it. It has an idea that obviously the Bantus had connections with the Romans and the trades that was going on and a lot of things. They know that they had connections with a lot of different things that were happening in certain areas. And they had some sources about some interesting connections that had happened throughout time. But let's go over here and kind of express that real fast. So here's what is just a understanding of that. We're going to dive a little deep. Let me show you something real fast from Dante's video that I think is an interesting example for some information. I want to show you something that he talks about right here. So he has a very long video, obviously with a lot of sources, but he kind of points something out that's actually fairly important, right? I just put this here.
They told you that it is virtually certain.
I just put this here as a reference. This reference was an idea of the connection of basically the Bantu in Rome. Maybe I should read something from it. As Rome on there, I think something like that. Let's see. Bantu. I usually like to copy a spot on it. I'll probably just skip this one for now, but it does talk about those Bantus and everything, and it talks about them pretty much having connections with certain trades and everything and whatnot. Long story short, just to kind of make it simple. I'm gonna skip this one for now because I usually like to copy paste things, so I'm not searching. All right, let me go to a timestamp on here. All right, so this is gonna be kind of, I think this find was kind of interesting, and we're gonna tie in to it as we come to the future of what we see today, and why is it like this today? All right.
If they told you that it is virtually certain that many part Jewish Negroes were among those sent as slaves to America, press 1 if you were taught that there was Judaism going on in West Africa before our ancestors were taken into slavery. If you were not taught any of this, press 2. So press 1 if you were taught it, press 2 if you weren't. It says how many of them would have been able to conserve some Jewish customs is another question. We know that they didn't come off the boat practicing Judaism. We know this because of the slavery rules. They weren't allowed to gather, they weren't allowed to read, they weren't allowed to write, they weren't allowed to teach unless they were under supervision. This conclusion put forward by Godby, which argues for the existence of a more or less recurrent Judaism in West Africa in the same places as those from which the Negroes were taken, is shared by others, such as Maurice Delafosse. But most significantly, it has been adopted by a class of educated Black Americans, educated, not stupid, as a key argument to demonstrate that the Jewish religion is the traditional religion of Africans brought in slavery to the American continent. This is 1987 saying this. The Jewish religion is the traditional religion of Africans brought in slavery to the American continent. One more time. The Jewish religion is the traditional religion of Africans brought in slavery to the American continent. Again, this is Cambridge University. So now,
all right, so interesting message from Cambridge University. Now let's build off of that real fast. So now what's some other places that some of the Bantu went? Let's look at an interesting book. Very interesting book. And kind of ties these things together. Early exchange between Africa and the wider Indian Ocean world. All right. Okay. It furthermore concludes that throughout Madagascar, the population, so you probably know where Madagascar is, right? Madagascar is a little island right here, so right next to Africa. Right, getting some ties there. It further concludes that throughout Madagascar, the population has both sorry if I say this wrong, Australians and Bantu genes. So it's telling you that Bantus are on that island, right? Bantu, that's a code word. There's 2 code words. There's a word that means they'll say African or they'll say Bantu, and they'll usually point to E1B1A for that. M2. We'll talk about that. We're now getting to M2. Going to get to some of the branches of it, right? So they say it's on that Madagascar, the island, and so obviously that's modern, and that it obtained these genes via both parental lines, right? It's saying that Madagascar has mtDNA and y-DNA of the said Bantu. Why is that important? I'm going to tie it. Here's another piece. I got to make sure I put these quotations on here, that these are quotes. It's going to be from this little thing right here that I'm going to read once it opens. All right, here's another piece. A basic stratification of the African-derived male pool is demonstrated by the agriculture of the network. You heard what I just said there? We're gonna link it with the agriculture that's going on in this area. Linking haplotypes from E1B1A, the most frequent haplogroup in all population samples. Right? Just talk about these little different ones and everything. So you can see what it's talking about, which ones are connected and everything. So obviously, what is it connecting? It's connecting areas that would be actually kind of important. So I'm gonna kind of point out which locations is actually saying has African mixtures there, everything, because we're connecting some homelands. Homelands could not just be pinpointed of these things when they say from sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia and whatnot. Let's say, because the mixtures that we have there, right? So you can see right here, this is what they're talking about in this island. So this is just to kind of get that conclusion on which groups would be there inside there, right? Just to kind of give another look on that. Why? Because we're gonna put some build on that. But remember, the language that they had there would have some Semitic languages, Afro-Asiatic languages. So you have a lot of the regular island languages. And then you got some of those that say the Bantu languages and Afro-Asiatic, right? You know, Bantu also has connections to Afro-Asiatic and everything. We're going to talk about that. All right. Two haplogroups were identified under E1B1-M2, derived from markers M191. Now, if you know, I believe M191 has evidence of the Israelites. It's E1B1A7, E1B1A7. And then you have E1B1A8. That's there too. So there's more getting into the subgroups, the ZAC branches of it. That's important because when you connect them to where they're sent to certain islands, you see the same groups and everything. So kind of break that down. All right. So Cape Verde. All right. So watch what if you Cape Verde, Cabo Verde. In addition, the considerable portion, 20% E3B XM81, which is E1B1B, lineages indicate a possible gene flow from the Middle East or Northeast Africa, which at least partly could be ascribed to Sephardic Jews. You just heard what it just said there with this E1B1 group. So it's saying this E1B1 has ties with Sephardic Jews. Why is that important? Because now we're getting closer. We're getting closer because you're gonna find out that this will be a monophylactic family. That's gonna be one, and have ties together. So it's gonna be a little study on those little islands and everything. It's gonna kind of like put these things together, right? Just to kind of show those little islands and everything, because we're gonna be connecting them with the cities. Yes, it's gonna happen like this. So these are islands too. Why? Because these islands and the Santa Fe Principe is where the Jews were sent. That's important. That's important to know. That's very important to know. There's places that the Portuguese sent the Jews. So we're going to talk about it. That's kind of important with these things. So again, right, talking about that E1B1B, it's saying it indicates a gene flow from the Middle East, right, and everything. And basically it says it could be ascribed to Sephardic Jews. You see what's going on there? It's going to give you a good understanding of that. In contrast to the predominance of West African mitochondrial DNA haplotypes in their maternal gene pool, the major West African Y chromosome lineage E3A was observed only at frequencies of 15%, only 15%. Why? Because those also are Jews. These are Sephardic Jews. That's what these are. These are actually Sephardic Jews. That's what these are. Let's prove it. All right, so let's get a little understanding that E1B1 obviously is an African. Remember, we're setting some of these things up and get an understanding here. So E1B1A isn't ancient African. No Paleolithic, nor Mesolithic, nor Neolithic samples to conclude E1B1A as native African. Again, my challenge that I put in the description, if someone puts in the comments, if someone believes that E1B1A is actually African, you need to provide a culture, a fossilized culture of E1B1A in Mesolithic and Paleolithic or Neolithic time frame. And remember, we already are setting the table with MOTA, which we will still keep on building on that. But this is a good understanding that we understand that the E1B1A1 is not Mesolithic, Paleolithic, or Neolithic in Africa. During the pastoral Neolithic, PN, people related to the Chalcolithic and Bronze Age Levant groups entered Eastern Africa and mixed there with individuals related to later Stone Age foragers. You see what it's saying there? This is actually very important. In which individuals related to present-day Dinka in what was proposed to have been at least a two-step process, right? Ancestry related to present-day Bantu speakers, right? Here it go. Ancestry related to present-day Bantu speakers, which is today prevalent across Sub-Saharan Africa, is what? Absent. Is absent. Let's copy that. Why is that important? Why is that important? Because we're talking roots. We're talking what was there before the Bantus. So they found out in the Neolithic, the Bantus is absent from most ancient sub-Saharan African genome analysis to date. That's very important. That's very important, that Bantu is not Neolithic. That's not Neolithic. That's 2020, but that was reported. Ancient genomes reveal complex patterns in population movements, interactions, and replacement in sub-Saharan Africa. E1B1A is not native to Africa. This is breaking down which ones are native, which ones are not native to Africa. This is breaking down which ones will be the oldest ones there. Though you have a lot of different ones there, we got to understand which ones are the older ones there. Which ones will be there older, which ones will be there younger, which ones will be the original inhabitants of Africa, right? So you get a good understanding of it. So remember, we've seen that some of the higher ages versus the lower ages on these things. And we know that the Bantu, they're going to be a group that technically would be there fairly late, that they won't be there as early as some other groups, right? You can see your purple for your Bantu. You can see right there, right? See that 14,000 years before present? We was looking at that on the Bantu expansion, because those were the oldest ones. So you can see right here, no, these are all the Bantu ones. No thousands of years. When I say thousands, this is after 70 AD. Bantu are down there 70 AD. This is the purple. You can see up here, these will be older. These will be in the 3,000s, 3,000 higher, but those are going to be different lineages, that blue and the green. So those are going to be different lineages. All right, Mabuti. Mabuti is that A and B group. A and B groups are Mabuti, right? Dinkas and all the other ones, right? But the oldest ones are these ones in Africa. Even you can look on a chart where they put the whole thing. Guess what's the youngest one? Because look, this is years back, before present. 5,000 years before present. And guess where Bantus are? This is the Bantu. They're the youngest one. The Bantus are the youngest one in Africa. The Bantus came down there recently. That's this in 2020 proved that the Bantus are a recent population in Africa. The West African Bantu group is recent. Even the South Bantu group is recent. Within the last 2,000 years, the Bantus went into Africa in the last 2,000 years. That means the Bantus are not ancient in Africa. That means E1B1A is not old in Africa. E1B1A is not African. It's not an ancient African. In fact, it's Levantine, because we have evidence that Bantus don't even span that far back because they're Iron Age. They had Iron Age equipment. And the Iron Age, if you look it up, in Africa spans about 3000 BC and up. And they'll try to keep pushing it back because they want to keep making them African. But now you see it, E1B1A, the Bantus are actually young. And that's why we looked at that Bantu expansion paper directly ourselves to see the actual material data of their oldest find of the E1B1A there. And it only left out in the last 2,000 years. And that's why we showed that sheet. Remember, we showed that sheet that said that the Bantu groups have evidence of being in the Levant 2,000 years ago and from the Middle East. So that's very important to understand, right? It's absent from most ancient sub-Saharan African genomes analyzed to date. That's 2020, right? Well, they're going to find something new in 2022. Now, also this, we found Kenya, when they say that 3,900 BP has just talk about a little bit of the Mambuti related ancestry. And Polish Kenya just talk about another one that's basically ancestry related to ancient Levant individuals and everything, which likely reflects a gene pool present more broadly in ancient Near Eastern Africa and the Levant. So just for those that might be saying, what about the Mambuti? Do they have connections to the Levant? They got some, right? The Mambuti A groups used to have connections to the Levant because they used to be Hamites. They are Hamites, A and B. But Ham, Shem, and Japheth, they're brothers from Noah. Everyone knows that the biblical narrative is truth. That's why we have to understand the foundation. As identified in ancient and present day Northeastern African populations, obviously A and B is the oldest ones in Africa. I keep telling people that that's who was replaced, A and B. These additional ancestral basically contributions are also seen in the PCA. Remember the thing that we just looked at, the PCA, the principal component analysis, by their positioning relative to Ethiopia 4,000. Remember, that's that MOTA, 4,500 BP. So that's important, right? So obviously having some gene close to it, they're close to it, but that's what makes them close to being Africa, by relating them to MOTA, because MOTA is more out of Africa. But they know that the ones that we see on that sheet, the ones that we just seen, the E1B1B or the E1B1A, those are not going to be native to Africa, right? Even they don't have evidence of being in the Neolithic. They don't. That's why I made that statement that no one can provide me with an actual real source of E1B1A in the Paleolithic, the Mesolithic, or the Neolithic, because we have solid facts since 2020 that there is none. There are no E1B1As in the Mesolithic, Paleolithic, or the Neolithic. All right. So others are taking notice of this. A lot of people are taking notice of this. So it's very important to understand that. This part I wanted to just, that's an add-on. I'm just going to move that. This is the quote. All right. Western, now watch what it says on this one. I don't know. Yeah, I already showed that. So here's something that's interesting that is stated on this thing that I'm going to go to. Western Eurasian related ancestry is pervasive in Eastern Africa today. The timing of this admixture has been estimated to be about 3,000 BP, right? Remember, estimates on average. We found that the 3,100 BP of some individual associated with Savannah pastoral Neolithic agricultural tradition could be modeled as having 38% plus 1% of her ancestry related to the nearly 10,000 year old pre-pottery farmer of the Levant. So you see how that keeps happening, how they compare people in Africa that are older than them, and they end up going back to the Levant. Because you know why? Because the Bible is truth. It told you that Ham, Shem, and Japheth got off the ark outside of the Levant. And in fact, till about, remember, Ham came from, obviously Ham came from Noah, and then Ham brought forth Canaan. And we know that Noah at least was alive when he cursed Canaan. And we know that at least Nimrod called them all the Sumer, to the areas of where you get basically Babel. But what happened there? Did they stay there and develop there? No. The Most High divided them by language, by linguistics. It never says that they all died there and lived there for thousands of years. But the linguistics divided and the people divided and went to different places by linguistics. And we can connect these cultures by linguistics. So again, that's why I say I don't believe Hamites had the Shemitic language. I don't think Hamites began with the Shemitic language. That makes no sense to me. And it doesn't make sense biblically. It doesn't make sense at all in that way. I don't think the Hamites started with the Shemitic language, and it's not even proven that they started with a Semitic language. I believe the Semitic language started with Shemites. That's what I believe that the Semitic language started with. And then people picked it up by a lingua franca, which is proven that they picked it up by a lingua franca that happened during the time of the Akkadian mixing, and also the Phoenicians also picking up these different languages. The combination in the Levant that happened later on. We also know Indo-European is a later language. That's something to understand too, that this has roots to other places. And we can conclude source populations related to early farmer populations in Iran and Anatolia. These results, right, still talking about the same paper that was talking about. In fact, this is something else we'll talk about real fast. So again, connecting them to that 2,000 year old pre-pottery farmer. These results could have explained, right? These results could be explained by migration into Africa from descendants of pre-pottery Levantine farmers, or alternately by a scenario in which both pre-pottery, that's that remember pre-pottery Neolithic B, pre-pottery Neolithic, pre-pottery Levantine farmers, and just some other ones, skip that right there, a 3,000 year old person, descend from a common ancestral population that lived thousands of years earlier in Africa or the Near East. So it's saying that this individual obviously has ties to that. But continuing on, we fit the remaining, because this is the part I mainly want to point out, we fit the remaining approximately 2/3 of that individual, to Xana, how you said 3,100 BP, as most closely related to the Ethiopia 4,500 BP, right? That's that MOTA. Remember, we were just talking about that when the comparison of these individuals and at 4,500 BP. But remember, even this connection, this individual has connection to the Levant. Or following the three-way mixture, also from a source closely related to the Dinka. The Levant-related ancestry in case was 39 plus 1. So you can see other people talking about it, right? Other people picking it up, talking about it. It's a conversation piece, right? It's a conversation piece because it's changing how people are understanding genetics. It's changing what people think is an African. That's what it's doing. Now the reason why I was showing you that, because now we're starting to get to the modern times. Now let's pinpoint some of the modern times. Now we already established that there is no evidence for the Bantus being this old. You see that 5,000 years before present? There is no evidence for that, right? No evidence for Iron Age Bantu culture being that old. So very important. Note that, because whenever they talk about the cities, guess what they always do? Make them African. But guess what the cities linked to? The BMAC culture. But let's keep on digging in for a little bit. Understand. The cities are a unique Indian tribe of African, South Asian, and European ancestry. While previous investigations have traced their ancestral origin to the Bantu populations of sub-Saharan Africa, the geographic localization of their ancestry has remained elusive, right? Why are they saying elusive? Because they're saying, well, what can it be? Because if they link the Bantu to them, and then you realize the Bantu aren't even that old, then you start to kind of which one's older than which one, right? The Sidis, right? Sidis people. I already talked about them before. If you've never seen them, you just type it down. There are people that will be in India, right? This is the Sidis, right? And they'll be placed in the areas of India, Pakistan, Iran, right? Little understanding of them. And they got an interesting idea. They say the first Sidis are thought to arrive in India in 600. Remember I was talking about that time frame with the Arab Islamic conquest, right? We're gonna get to that. That's why we was talking about that. All right, so let's talk about this real fast. The African specific, right? Why they saying L is specific to Africa? The African specific haplogroup L was present at frequencies of 53 to 24% in the Sidis from these areas, respectively. Okay, so now let's understand this. Is the L groups African, right? No, absolutely not. The L groups are Syrian. The L groups are native. L3 especially is native to Syria, right? The oldest fossil of L3 actually dates in Syria. We also know that they go to areas of Yemen, things like that. I'll put this in the description, but I'm gonna point something out real fast. Even older than the MOTA find, we know that L3 was moving with some R lineages in the corded ware culture. For example, here is a paper. This would be about 6,000 to about that MOTA age, 4,000 BP, right? So we know that actually MOTA's, not exactly MOTA's L, but L lineage was actually moving with this culture here. That's a long time ago. And you can see, we can see an L3 right there with an R lineage. And that's going to be your complexity of the, as you say, the, how do you word it? The corded ware culture, right? We already talked about this. It's the corded ware culture find. I'll show you real fast. I think it's this one. Yep, so you can see right here. So there's your L3. And you can see right here, the corded ware culture complexity uncovered using genomic and isotopic analysis for southeastern Poland. So L3 was outside of Africa. We got a lot of finds of L3. Also, the root is in Syria, right? We also know that they were in the Gasulian culture, right? We know that they were actually in the Gasulian culture, right? we're gonna move forward, but that's important to understand that the L3 is actually Syrian, and we can connect it by multiple pieces. So We can find it in the areas of Syria and everything. Here's the oldest one. I'll just show it real fast. This will be the oldest L3. So, well, one of the oldest. This one's in Israel. That was the Gasulian culture. It's not the oldest one, but the one that's found in Syria is older. The one that's found in Syria is much older than that one, which I should point it out real fast before we move forward. Right here. Well, this one probably isn't it. This is just a paper about it. But yes, L3, just make it short. You know, we already talked about it. We went into it. We talked about the L3s that were in Europe and different ones that were in Yemen for a long time. So that's important to know when breaking those things down and whatnot. I think this is the one right here. Yes, I'll just point it out real fast. L3, L lineages or other lineages. You know, there's a lot of different relatives of Israelites and whatnot. So this is the one where it's found and everything. This one's one that's found in Iran. But I guess on this, I wanted to quickly point it out, but I might have to. I'll just point to it real fast because I think this one is not the one that I want to show on here. In fact, is actually going to be right here, a little bit under it. I'll just click it. You need to click all that. Then want to look at the original source, meant to click this and that. Oh, my bad. Not that, but this, Syria. All right. Just to kind of show, the oldest age of the L3. So right there. And look, there's a lot of other groups around that area. So a lot of other mtDNAs, and L3 was there. So L3, that's a female, right? Female L3, a woman, and Tel Halula. So a lot of different lineages around there. L3, right there. And look at that age. Just to kind of show that was a real paper of that L3. I don't know what I just closed. All right. Let me just make sure I didn't close nothing important here. It's okay. All right. All right. So just to conclude that yes, there's L lineages, and we can confirm them as being outside of Africa, right? That's important. Yes, there were L lineages that went from here and went over here. But how did they get over there? Who sent them over there, right? So it's important to know that geneticists are not historians, nor always link root fossils. So a lot of times, just because they say African, they're not always remembering what their studies had already pointed out, that what is an African lineage, right? First, now here we go. This is where we're going to get into some history and some things. All right, first documented record of cities in India dates to 1100 AD, when the cities settled in Western India. We know that they actually have evidence of earlier connections of the cities. So that's why I say geneticists are not historians. So they don't really know that the first cities are thought to have arrived in India in 628 AD at this port and everything. And it just talks about other connections way earlier than that one, just to kind of like make it understandable what's going on. So geneticists are not historians. They don't always link ancient fossils. The African specific L was represented. We already seen that from the cities and those groups, right? Going to jump down a little bit because we're going to get now we're going to get into some sources, some deep stuff to kind of explain what's going on here now. So here's from BBC. I just want to show you before I show you the BBC one. Let me close these real fast. Where that information come from about those L's that were there in the cities, right? Indian cities, African descendants with Indian admixture. So that's where that was coming from, that information. All right. Now watch what it says here from the BBC. Really interesting idea. India's forgotten African tribe. There they go again. Call them African, right? But what's interesting is that once we kind of understand origin, we kind of get an understanding of these things. Yes, some of them came from being sent away, but not all of them. Descendants of Bantu people in East Africa, Siddis ancestors were largely brought to India as slaves by Arabs as early of the 7th century. So you see another source talking about that, of them actually being there in the 7th century, right after the Arab persecutions, followed by the Portuguese and British later on. No, now we got to start talking about what's going on with these Portuguese, right? So the Siddis apparently were under persecutions of the Arabians in Arabia right here. So that means if they was under persecutions by the Arabians in Arabia and went up here, then they had to be over here. Think about that. The Siddis was over here, even having connections to the BMAC culture. So they was being attacked by the Arabians. And remember, a lot of Arabians came from here. A lot of Arabians, the later Arabians, the Ottomans that later came there, they came from over here. And we know that the Ottomans also were persecuting those people. And so they were afflicted people and they were being brought over here. So the Siddis being over here. So they're saying that some people, obviously they're saying they must have got out of there, but rather they don't want to think about if they were over here, right? Especially the Arab persecutions, right? Just that thought. Now let's dig in real fast on some a deep note. Now, first I'm going to show you a quick if you already seen the classic, this is a classic story, right? If you know about this history, amen. This is a classic historical story. If you know about Christopher Columbus, right? This is going to be the queen that sent Christopher Columbus on his journey, but there's a secret story behind this family that not a lot of people know, that they actually are the ones that started the slave trade, right? But we'll talk about that as we go on. What's first important to know about is the story. And then also we know they send the Jews into captivity. Here's the classic story that you'll hear all around. I got to show you the classic story first. Then we're going to dig into the truth.
150, and many were issuing coinage that was nearly worthless. Isabel established a single royal mint and restored the public's faith in the economy. Many of the official government positions were hereditary and held by nobles who collected generous pensions from the crown, while men of lower birth performed the actual work of governing the kingdom. Isabel reorganized the government and put men with administrative skill and legal training into important positions in place of the lackadaisical nobles. She and Fernando personally heard petitions and complaints from the people every Friday. These changes undercut the power of the nobility, which had so troubled her brother's reign, and put authority directly into the hands of the queen and king. The Catholic monarchs further consolidated power through a compromise with Rome. They made Catholicism the national religion in exchange for the right to name all church officials who would, of course, be loyal to them. In order to enforce this new official religion, they began a little something that nobody expected: the Spanish Inquisition. Spain had a large and wealthy Jewish population, many of whom had fled England and France generations earlier when they had been expelled from those countries. Recent outbreaks of the Black Plague had added to already existing anti-Semitism and made the Jewish people a scapegoat and target of persecution. Isabel and Fernando ordered that all Jews either convert to Catholicism or leave their kingdom. And if they chose to leave, they had to surrender all of their wealth to the crown. About half of the 80,000 Spanish Jews did choose to flee, while the rest remained and converted. They became known as the conversos and were under constant suspicion as to the solemnity of their new faith. Fernando appointed a Dominican friar, Tomás de Torquemada, as the first Inquisitor General. Isabel was opposed to taking harsh measures against the Jews, but Fernando and Torquemada were adamant that those who still practiced the Hebrew faith in secret must be found out. The bloody Spanish Inquisition lasted for 3 centuries, and around 150,000 people were tortured in an attempt to force confessions of heresy against the church. As many as 5,000 people were executed. For centuries, Christian kings had been battling with Muslim sultans over control of the Iberian Peninsula, and it was Isabel and Fernando's dream to complete the work of their ancestors.
All right, so you know what's interesting about this little picture that you're seeing here? Well, there's a problem here. We know that the Arabs that were on the area of Spain were dark skinned, and you can see they're dark skinned here. That makes sense. The Arabs were dark skinned, but did you know that the Jews actually what the Jews actually look? Do you know what the Jews actually look like in that time? There's a picture. There's an important picture that I need to show you, and I need you to see the comparison with what was just shown on that illustration. The reason why is because it's going to make a lot of sense when you compare the images that we see now with images that may have popped up relevantly recent after the Inquisition and things of that sort. Let me just reopen this because it seems a couple of these after a reset need to be reopened. So let me just open this one right here. All right. Let me just go to a note here because I need to go to a note to show you this picture real fast. And I want you to really sink in the understanding of what I'm going to express right here. Now, what I just showed you was a story of how the Jews were being persecuted by Spain. If anyone knew that, amen. If you didn't know that, amen. It's always good to learn some information. But now it's time to learn the information correctly. It's a lot of people are talking about this situation, but we have to understand it correctly. I'm going to show you from that video right here. There was an image here. If you noticed, right here.
Spanish Inquisition.
Watch what they say here.
Spain had a large and wealthy Jewish population, many of whom had fled England and France generations earlier when they had been expelled from those countries.
Now, if you already seen the information, we went over the NATUFIAN. We know that the NATUFIAN we went over a paper that talked about how the people, the Bantus and stuff, they went to different persecutions and everything. Remember we just seen with the cities, with the Arab persecutions. They also will go to persecution in different places. But you see this image right here? How old do you think this image actually is? How old do you think this image right here actually is? Is it actually 1492? Is this what it actually looked like in 1492? Or is someone illustrating their own ideas? Let me show you something real fast. This image is from the 1800s. Why is that important? Because the Jews went in persecutions from the 14 to the 1500s. But this image that you're seeing right here, this image is this image right here from the 1800s. Why is that important? Because this feast of rejoicing of the law at the synagogue of Leghorn in Italy in the 1850s, this image, putting images like that is not good historical context. That's not good historical context or context to really express what was going on at that time. Because there are pictures. There are pictures of that time, and there is information of that time, which I'm going to quickly point out on one of these when I find which one I put it on real fast. All right, right here. All right, so let me show you something. Let's see what an original picture looks like of the Jews of that time frame. One of the earliest pictures is this picture right here. When was this picture made? This picture is one of the earliest pictures of the Jews of Santa Fe and Principe, pretty much. There's a lot of early pictures of Jews. A lot. There's a lot of very early pictures of Jews and what they look like. It's a lot of different illustrations of them, right? You can see this one, right? Some different ones and whatnot. I'm just gonna jump down to the Jews of Spain. Because in fact, there's a lot of evidence of these individuals that would be, outside of the area. I'll just go to it on here just to kind of like make it plain, right? This is a picture right here. This is an early picture. It's called the King's Fountain. It was made in 1600s oil painting, right? 1600s. That's the 15s early. That's about the time when the Jews was going in persecution. What it depicts is you can actually see some people who look Afro-Asiatic, but it's at a certain location called Lisbon. I probably said that weird. Lisbon in Portugal. The reason why that's important, this painting is 1580s and it depicts Jews. How do we know that it depicts Jews? By the details of the painting and by the fact that there's Moors there. There's dark-skinned Moors still there. So we know that Moors are there. But the interesting thing about historical context is that if you compare historical context with what's actually going on, you can start to find which ones are Jews. Some people say this was a knight. Is it a knight? That's a question of truth. Here's something from interesting writing. This is from Modern History of the Jews, right? Constitution of History of Joseph, right? Destruction of Jerusalem and everything. Getting some understanding by a fellow from 1841. So before that other painting, you're gonna have an interesting quote. So it's gonna be very interesting. So it's gonna be in 1814, about 60 years before slavery is abolished. 16 years before slavery was actually abolished. In fact, about that time, that's actually when the Constitution said that it can even legally, by the 1800s, the Constitution was only legally able to even legalize slavery. But why? What's all the heaviness all about? Well, if you start reading some documents, you start finding some interesting stuff. Let me read you something real fast. And even those who were converted, right? It's just talk about some of the Jews. If you know, some of them had to convert to leave and everything, just like that thing was saying, right? And even those who were converted by the fear of punishment no sooner left the church than they return home to practice their own ceremonies in private, right? They circumcised their children, they kept the Passover in their houses, right? They informed spiritual conversion, everything, and returned to Judaism, right? Speaking about the Jews, the king sent obviously some. I'm gonna skip a little down just to kind of get to the meat of what this is. The most important thing is this: is that when the Jews converted, they had to do a certain thing. This is what happened right here. So oversaw by edict. Just talk about 17,000 Jews were turned Roman Catholics. 2,000, because they refused, were committed to the flames. Some were enclosed in dungeons, and because that's what was going on, the Inquisition. Some was enclosed in dungeons, and when liberated, constrained to wear 2 red crosses upon their cloaks, right? And that's what's important, to know a little bit about some signs of what the Jews look like. It also talks about their facial features, but right here, if you take a look at this painting, you can find a Jew. If you take a look at this painting, that came from a painting that was a long time ago, not like this one. That was fairly recent. That is fairly known about this little thing, right? You can see this one is actually a fairly recent painting. This one, just to get an understanding of it, 1850, that painting came from. So that's gonna be 1850. and is not even in Portugal. But the one I'm showing you is pinpoint Portugal, Lisbon, and the people, the way the people look is important too. I don't know what I just clicked on this, but let me go back to this over here. So you can see right there. Remember, constrained to flames, because Lisbon was one of the places that it was one of the ports that they were able to go to. Constrained to flames. And it was a public affair. This is actually a painting trying to display what was going on in Lisbon. You can see they're taking away somebody, right? You can see this person with a bat right there, because they also talked about they beat them with clubs, right? You can see it's a lot of the Muslims there, right? Or even Jews to get an understanding of it. You can get a little understanding of the culture there at that time, right? And then you can see right here, that's a Jew right there with the red cross. That red cross, when a Jew was walking around, they would say, oh, there he is with the red cross. He had to wear a red cross on his cape. That's how we know it's a Jew. Because they actually were royal. They were actually royal. And just because he's on a horse doesn't mean that he didn't have riches. In fact, it tells you that the Jews there had a lot of riches. That's why they wanted to get him off of the island, because they knew what they wanted to do. So again, remember that painting that I just showed you is called the King's Fountain. It's a painting that was painted a little bit after the people went into captivity, which was in 1492 is when they went into captivity. And this was in 1580, this painting. So this is a real painting of Lisbon you're seeing there. So you see what the Jews look like, and what about more historical texts? So note the modern image, right? That's very important. Like the Feast of Rejoicing of the Law, the Synagogue in Leghorn, Italy, right? That's from 1850. Even the writing that I showed you predate this. Obviously printed after 1400s and 1500s, obviously after those things. When the original Black Jews was in the land, original image reference. What do you mean Black Jews and all these things, right? We'll get a little more deeper into it. Let's get a little more deeper into these things. Did you know? Have you heard this saying before? Have you heard the saying that she sold her jewels? Right? Remember, I just showed you right here that they were selling these individuals.
And made the Jew. And if they chose to leave, they had to surrender all of their wealth to the crown.
If they had to leave, they had to surrender their wealth. If they didn't have wealth, you would hear no decree like that. But if they had a lot of wealth, like riding on a horse like a knight, they probably want to take their wealth. Have you heard this before? Let me show you something. Have you heard that she sold her jewels? Isabella, the Catholic, offers her jewels to found Columbus' discovery of America. Did you know that she also supposedly, that's that whole connection with America and all that. They were the ones that started, they divided the world amongst themselves, and they're the ones that started the slave trade. I'm going to show you. We're gonna get into the understanding of it. So they sold these jewels, and they say, oh, well, I was going to sell my jewels. Let me show you something real fast to get a little understanding on the insight of this, as I think is important to know.
The history books say that it was the crown's jewels that paid for his trips and financed the ships. Is that true?
No. The fact is, that's yeah. I think you've read my notes. You know, they say that Queen Isabella sold her jewels, jewelry, all right, to finance Columbus's voyages. She sold her Jews, her subjects. She sold her Jews, her subjects.
And wine, and oil, and fine flour, and wheat, and beasts, and sheep, and horses, and chariots, and slaves, and souls of men.
So you see what's going on here. Getting some key understandings. If you haven't seen, obviously these are going to be in the description. If you've never seen these videos, these are some deep videos with some deep sources just to get some understanding on some things. If you've never seen it, he goes into deep history, onto the history of the Jews, what they look like, because there's actually a lot of documents. There's actually quite a lot of documents about the Jews that you might be surprised of, that are official documents, that are actual official documents. So if you ever heard that idea, her selling her jewels for America, yeah, she sold her jewelry. She surely sold her jewelry, even though it wasn't her jewelry, but she surely did sell those jewels into captivity, right? Important to know, they did sell black jewels into all nations. So it is as this day, even as Jeremiah, right? Very important, right? I'm actually going to go to a verse here. It's 14:7. Even as Jeremiah 14:7, right? You know the verse? If you don't know the verse, not 14, 17:4. 17:4, my bad. You probably know the verse now. I say 17:4. All right. Just to kind of read it, right? Thou, even thou, shalt discontinue from thy heritage that I have gave thee. And I will cause thee to serve thy enemies in a land which thou knowest not. For ye have kindled a fire in my nostrils, which shall burn forever. Right? But it won't burn forever because it's salvation in Christ. Right? Very important. So very, very important to get understanding. That will actually be Jeremiah 17:4. Just like what it says right there. They will lose their heritage. They will lose their heritage. That's what it said right there, right? Shall discontinue from thine heritage I gave thee. Because who gave Israel's heritage to Israel? Did Israel rise up from a heritage? Did God take a people with another heritage and say, keep your heritage and just do my laws? Israel was a set apart people, came out of a womb that God opened, and then he set those people to do his will. So the heritage of Israel is from the Most High Yah. So that's very important. So discontinue from thy heritage, just like we see today. Just like we see today, right? Evidence of Jews in the West. So I want to show you an interesting little thing on this thing real fast.
Differences. The Black, Portuguese, and Spanish Jews were placed on the west coast of Africa in great numbers. That the said king sold all those Jews for slaves.
All right, let me show you something from this video in connection with all those other things.
Inhabitants.
That kind of ties it all together in a way.
In case you're wondering, who are these black Jews living in the Niger River Delta region on the west coast of Africa? We need look no further than another book authorized by the official cosmographer and geographic printer of King Charles himself. This comes from a book called America, An Accurate Description of the New World by John Ogilvy. On page 574, it reads that John III, King of Portugal, sent a colony thither above 200 years before, whom though the unwholesome air destroyed, yet the place was not left desolate. For he sent new inhabitants, who first settled Guinea, next in Angola, and lastly on the island of St. Thomas, that so they might be better used to the air. That the said king sold all those Jews for slaves that refused to embrace the Roman religion, and caused their children to be baptized, from whom, coming thither in great numbers, most of the present inhabitants were descended. So according to John Ogilvy of London, the children of the Jews that refuse to embrace the Roman religion were placed on the west coast of Africa in great numbers, most of which the present inhabitants were descended. In being baptized, a mark was placed on their hands and on their foreheads. As we read, the cardinals that was to obfuscate being come with the canons of that church. The ceremony was begun with blessing the water. After the proselytes, presented by their godfathers, advanced everyone in his turn and declared their desire to be baptized. Then they leaned over the front. The cardinal baptized them, pouring water on their foreheads out of a large silver spoon, and gave them their names.
All right, so you see what's going on now. That's not the way you baptize. You don't scoop water and pour it on their head. You get when the faith that the Most High sent his Messiah prophesied in Daniel 9 of his coming, he did not say to touch his jewels. In fact, Romans 9:11 strictly forbids it. They forbade it and to tell the people to remember that the people of Israel are going to be saved, that they're going to be in a hard situation, that they're going to go into captivity into all nations, just like Messiah said in Luke 21, and I think it's 24, when he forewarns that they was going to go into captivity in all nations. Yet Romans 11 tells you they're going to be gathered. So the Portuguese doing that Inquisition was in the wrong for what they did. King John II in 1492 expelled all the Jews to the island of São Tomé, which has been discovered in 1471, and to other Portuguese settlements on the continent of Africa. Okay. And from these banished Jews in Africa, this is a real document. These banished Jews, the Black Portuguese, as they are called, the Black Portuguese, as they are called, and the Jews of Lengado, who are despised even by the very Negro, are descendant. Now, why is he saying that they're despised by the Negro? Because he's talking about how these ones that were sent there, right, being a little different than the ones that may not be influenced by the Catholicism, they probably being hated on by their own brethren. The very Negro are descendant, they're descendants, right? By these colonists, St. Thomas soon became a considerable place for trade and valuable for its sugar plantations, right? Who's on the sugar plantations? Who's going to these islands in the Virgin Islands that trying to go to the New Indies while he's paying Columbus to go over, and he's sending these people to the sugar plantations, right? We seeing the Jews are the ones that's being sent to those sugar plantations. Did you not also know that they try to take the Jews from their faith? And that's why a lot of them don't even remember or even have evidence that they were Jews. But again, that's important to understand that this is what they were talking about in Guinea, Congo, Mini-Congo, right? Areas of Africa where it says from 150 of 50 to 3,000 Negro slaves, right? So that's super important. In the beginning of the 16th century, the Spaniards and Portuguese began to transport Negroes for similar labor to the West Indies, right? You got to know West Indies is actually the areas of America, right? West Indies will actually be over here, right? This would be their West Indies, right? You could kind of type it down, kind of see right there. West Indies is in America. I know it sounds weird, but that's their India that they wanted to go to. So there's West Indies, Your West Indies right there. All right. So they send them to the West Indies. So that's telling you where the Jews are going historically. And this is an early book. I'll show you what exactly it is. So it sent them to, obviously, to the West Indies and Brazil, by which the Negroes' trade was rapidly increased. So remember, in connection with the Jews, do they call Black Portuguese that the Negroes were descended? Right? Just truth, right? Just providing truth with the genetic results so that you can see that this is really true. All right, so this is from, that was written in 1784. That what you just seen there was written in 1784. Think about that. 17, what was it? 1776, America became a nation, right? They became their own free. You can see the North Americas, and since 1778 with the Spaniards and whatnot, a couple of different things. Talk about the Negro slave trade, what's going on there. You getting the roots of where it came, because they weren't hiding this at first. They weren't hiding this at first, and then they got a new people. Then they kind of start changing the game on what it was. That probably also helped with causing the people to forget who they are, which was their goal. That was actually their goal, to make the people forget who they are. You can even see a genetic result. So they were coming from here and they were settling in all these areas, West Indies, right? But what we also got to know is that we also have a genetic result with that exact historical information. St. Thomas Islands were probably uninhabited at the time of the Portuguese discovery in 1471. Soon after that, the first settlements took place in 1486, right? And it talks about it talks about this Joan de Pave, who took with him many Jews. One of the most controversial episodes of this colonization is the forced migration of Jewish children in 1492. Right? The information about these occurrences, so you get a good understanding that that's what happened, right? Now let's look at the genetic results that we find of those Jews. You see what we're seeing here? I've been saying this for so long that this is a monophyletic family of Jews. And if we follow this to its root, we find out that one E1B1A is not African and is the exact description of what the Jews were. It makes perfect sense. And I believe like this is the monophyletic family of these Jews. And they also have their monophyletic brethren. Now, I think some of these are Portuguese. I think some of these branches are Portuguese, but I think some of these groups are connected with them. They must have been early lineages that would have been either the Edomites or the Egyptians that left with Israel. Small amounts of them are found here, but the largest amount is that E1B1A. I believe E1B1A specifically is the sons of Abraham. That's what I believe. E1B1A specifically is the youngest lineage, one of the youngest lineages, and it's the sons of Abraham. But mainly this one, E1 or E1B1A M191. That one is E1B1A7. Just to kind of show that on the list, because there's a lot of SNPs. Someone would say is all of them. It's possible. I think a lot of these years are out of date, but these are going to be this one and this one. I believe this branch right here, this middle one, I think this makes the Israelites. I think this branch makes the Israelite branches, but it could be all of these. But the dates could be what's the word I'm looking for? Abnormal. See that E1B1C? That's MOTA. E1B1C is M329. E-M329 is MOTA. It used to be on E1B1B branch, but now it moved over here. As you can see right there, MOTA on E1B1A is an E1B1A2. That's E1B1AC or E1B1C. That's MOTA right there coming from V38. That's a twin of these lineages, right? It's not on the same M2 branch, but it's on a different branch. Don't confuse MOTA and think MOTA makes M2. MOTA does not make M2, right? Very important. I believe these are the Israelites right here, this branch. When looked into very detailedly, this one right here, I believe this is the Jews and the Israelites. These branches right here, these ones. I believe the rest of these are like sons of Arphaxad. They could be even Israelites, right? We can't know because the way that they're timing things on the out of Africa scale is blowing things out of proportion. But most likely they might also be all Israelites because they're not that old. That branch is extremely young. That's an extremely young branch. Extremely young branch. And you know what else is young? E1B1B. No, why E1B1B is so young? You know, when you think about it, I talked about it last time when it came out, and then it started conquering the north, and that was during the time when I was talking about E1B1B being Akkadian, and I believe E1B1B also linked with the Israelite group. I believe other E groups are with this group. That's what I believe. I believe other E groups are with this group, and that's going to be very important to understand. Just understand that, right? Because there's other R lineages. There's R2 that's older, and there's R1A, right? But you only see around this R1B. Now you probably someone I seen. Yes, there are probably rape in here, right? The R word, probably, right? It's probably that would happen because if you did study the history, I know it sounds heavy, but they were doing that to the people. That was a thing that happened. But most of the time, they killed the kid, or they put the kid in slavery, or they put the kid away. But let me show you something just for the sake of understanding. Let me show you something. If you don't remember, I did a genetic test, as not a lot of people know, but I got a whole list that expresses that my family specifically used to be slaves. Now, what's interesting about that, I actually have a R lineage. But let me show you something really interesting to consider when looking at these monophylactic groups, right? This is something that's also important to understand when looking at these monophylactic groups to get an understanding of the roots of these groups and whatnot, right here. Let me show you something real fast. Now, I already showed that I had a monophylactic connection for some reason with, as you can see, on here. Basically, if you ever seen this, it's like a thing on the roots. It's a one. I'll probably put it in the description and everything. But it was just called roots, I think. But it showed basically I was monophylactic with some of the E groups that were tied to the lands of Africa, pretty much. And obviously, it's a European lineage, yeah. But let me show you something real fast. Why I went to this. If you've never seen that video, you should see it. But let me show you something real fast. If you've never seen this, an interesting genetic result. Let me show you something kind of interesting here. If you've never seen this,
slavery has.
All right, so let me show you something.
Been called America's original sin. While we're all Americans now, back then Africans were brought here to work against their will. After emancipation, that's when the roots of so many African American families got fuzzy and jumbled up and lost, except for this story you're about to hear. The one case anyone knows where a family's roots can be traced from right now, present day America, all the way back. It's thanks, really, to a little girl who paid a terrible price. And tonight, Ron Allen tells us Priscilla's story.
2.5 centuries ago, thousands of miles across the Atlantic, a young girl was kidnapped and held captive in Sierra Leone, West Africa. On an island so remote, so forgotten, few people ever travel there.
It is literally a ghost town. The impact emotionally on people who see it is just extraordinary.
Our guide took us to a place called Bunce Island and the ruins of one of the most notorious slave trading fortresses the world has ever known.
This is the doorway into the slave quarters.
Yeah, into both slave quarters, men
and
men on this side, women and children on this side. So we're going into the men's yard here. In the place where we're standing here, it could hold between 200 and 300 men, and that the men were chained together in circles of 10 people each.
And what's left of an old rice plantation called Cumming Tea. Edward Ball, writer and teacher, is a descendant of the family that owned this plantation and some 20 others. He discovered an extraordinary record.
June.
All right, now before I show you the record that he has, let me show you something. 17th century slave bones traced to African homeland. So they found some slaves. So you can see right here, they already found some people, right? More than 300 years ago, right? We're not talk about slaves that died on the Caribbean island, right? Bits of their DNA are helped to scientists zero in on their homelands, right? Get a good understanding of what they might have found in these things and everything. All right. Let me show you the genetic results of these things. Genome-wide ancestry of 17th century enslaved Africans from the Caribbean. I'm gonna show you the monophyletic family of these slaves that went there. It might shock you to see. L3, right? That was the women that was take their L lineages and other lineages, but look at that Y DNA. You see that? What we're seeing there, a male with an R lineage. So it wasn't important to understand that, yes, there was a lot of different individuals that was taken into slavery, and the monophyletic families that you can see sometimes in some of these groups might require a second opinion. Now, I won't be just saying that. I wouldn't just be saying that if it was just a random slave. Now, if it was a random slave, you can say, well, that's just a random R lineage that must have mixed with some African, somehow become a slave on that island. And that's just what we see there. But you know what's really interesting about this? I never knew about this until I did my own genetic tests. And what I found out is that this document actually tells you the names of those children that was there. You got two choices to make. Now I'm gonna state it after.
30th, 1756.
One that very few African Americans have.
I bought 4 boys and 2 girls.
A paper trail to their past. Ball's family kept probably the most extensive slave owners' property records still in existence. 10,000 pages.
These Negroes, underwritten, had blankets.
Details about the births, deaths, marriages of some 4,000 men, women, and children the Balls owned.
Israel, Blackjack, Quaco, Priscilla.
Including Priscilla. Some 4,000 men, women, and children the Balls owned.
Israel, Blackjack, Quaco, Israel, Blackjack.
The Balls owned.
Israel, Blackjack, Quaco.
So you got two choices to make. Either you're going to say that they took a slave and named him Israel, so it can be said they enslaved Israel, or this slave's name was Israel. So you got two choices to make, because 100% you know that there is a slave that they own, that they recorded by the name Israel. Think about that, right? So real fast, just to kind of like tie this together to get it all home. So just to get an understanding of these things, right? Just to get an understanding is that I believe some of these are going to have some relations to some individuals from a long time ago, a long route, right? I think if you trace them autosomally, you might find some interesting autosomals, but I don't think they're all going to be what's the word I'm looking for? They're all not going to be obviously European. Not all of them are European. I think some are European. I think there's evidence of those Portuguese there. But if you look up the haplogroups of Portugal, you got other types of haplogroups there, other different types of haplogroups. Even the ones that they say is not, they don't find the J and T groups and the I groups, right? But what you'll find out on this list is that obviously we got a monophyletic family, right? A polygenetic tree of Y chromosome haplogroups found in Saint Tomé, Principe. So remember, we know that the Jews were there. So E1B1A is actually the blood Jews. I'm pretty sure if we had other groups, they were just adopted in. But I believe that the original Jews are the ones of Saint Tomé y Principe. And I believe that the genetics that we find there is authentic. I believe that that's a true find and that this is truly what we're seeing there. All right, so moving a little forward in, evidence of Jews in the West. So I believe that they were moved to Africa by the persecutions that were happening. So just to show you, remember that painting of Lisbon, right? We talked about that.
This brought a vast number.
But let me open this up. You have a good understanding on these things? I'm gonna let this play.
Day after day, and although at first he assigned them 3 ports where they might go on board, let's pick up where we left off. And it reads, after mature deliberation of the affair, he commanded that all the Jews and Moors in Portugal who would not profess the Christian religion to depart the kingdom and set them a day, after which, if any of them were found there, they should forfeit their liberty. The Moors immediately passed over into Africa, and as the Jews were preparing to depart, the king commanded that all their children who were not above 14 years old, that they should be taken from their parents and educated in the Christian religion. It was a most affecting thing to see children snatched from the embraces of their mothers and fathers embracing their children, violently torn from them, and even beat with clubs. To hear the dreadful cries they made, every place filled with the lamentations and yells of women. Many through indignation threw their sons into pits, and others killed them with their own hands. What added to their misery was that those who would have gone over to Africa to avoid these evils were not suffered, for the king deferred giving them liberty of sailing day after day. And although at first he assigned them 3 ports where they might go on board, he afterwards forbid them their sailing from any other but that of Lisbon. This brought a vast number of Jews to that city, but in the meanwhile, the appointed day was passed, so that such of them as could not get off were necessarily made slaves. Most of them, being overcome with these calamities, chose rather, either sincerely or fiendly, to make profession to Christianity. Now, some of the rebellious house of Judah accepted Christianity in order to save their lives, their children, and their property. However, many didn't fully accept the religion headed by the Pope, headed by the one who calls himself the replacement of Christ, whose name equals 666, which is the number of Satan. Now, just so that we don't forget the physical description of these Jews, let's review the following references. The following reference speaks to the color of the Jews, and it reads, and from these banished Jews, the black Portuguese, as they are called, and the Jews in Luanda. The next reference reads, 'tis also a vulgar error that the Jews are all black, for this is only true of the Portuguese Jews, who marrying always among one another beget children like themselves. And lastly, the following reference reads, are Jews white like you? No, replied I, rather more like yourself, very dark. Now these black, brown, swarthy, dark-skinned Jews chose secretly to practice their religion, as the following reference reads, and it reads, but as these Jews did not profess the Catholic faith truly and heartily, but feigned and externally They remained as much Jews as they were before, and so much the more dangerous because concealed. Now let's take a closer look at the Inquisition to see how it affected the parents of the rebellious house of Judah, who were left behind in Europe.
All right, so you know it's some very deep sources. Benayad, he touched some of the deepest sources that I know. There's a lot of brothers who touch some deep sources. I can't really say which ones are the best, but Benayad is definitely up there. There's no doubt in his work. Let's go down a little bit on understanding. So yes, they sold them into slavery, and the world knew what happened, but because the old hatred prophesied beforehand, truth was hid, right? Very, very important. Very, very important. I got one more part I want to go to here. I'm going to show you. On 14. And make sure this is the one. Yes. There's like a longer part pretty much. But it's a matter of fact, I'll just put in the description. If you haven't seen this, it's amazing. You should see it. It's deep. It's real sources. You can double check it, background check it, all that. Now look at this. You can see right here. Here's a study. I'm gonna show you a couple of genetic studies now of modern people. Now let's get to the modern people. Where are they now? Where are they? So you can see a lot of E groups. You can see M78. That's E1B1B. M35. That's E1B1B. M123. That's E1B1B. M75. That's E1B1B. So it's mostly E1B1Bs on this branch for the E clade. But there's one M2. So M2 is the green. M2 right there. There's actually M2 here. There's M2 here. So you get a good understanding of it. So that there obviously would be in that upper area and everything. All right. And that's going to be from this ResearchGate. Just to kind of show what I'm showing here. This part, I kind of gotta make sure I move around because I kind of copied this one wrong. Let me actually move that. This one actually goes right here. I'm just going to paste it right here real fast. Sorry about that. But I want to make sure if someone has these sources, it's not, out of order and stuff. But this is something that I had a feeling that I had copied it wrong real fast. But there we go. Just to kind of make it clear, it might still be wrong because it's like 4 links in this one. Let me just cut it right there. All right. I'll show that. What is this one? Click the text just to show you, or go to the front page right here. Y chromosome distribution within the geolinguistic landscape of northern Russia. So you can see what was on that one, right? Go back to this. You can see was on that one since we just read that one. You can see right here, Russia is up here. So you get a good understanding, right? Where is, you can see the L groups. This is just actually going to be mtDNA. So L right there, the blue line. And you can see, blue line all around different places, right? Right there, right there, right there, right there. A little bit here, right there, right there, right there, right there, right? A little bit here, right there, right? You can see L's moving around. So people getting displaced into all nations. You can see right here, this is going to be your Y DNA. You can see this light blue is going to be your said to be your classic E group, right? Y chromosome, the diversity characterized of the Gulf of Oman, right? Oman, right? Gulf of Oman. Close that. So that's what you're seeing there. You can see. I'm thinking that one is more this one, but let me actually look to see that. just to make sure. Otherwise, it's fine. Let me see, just to make sure it's the right picture on here. Yep, kind of. That top one was this one. So you can see those E groups, the green. You can see obviously green, 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 green. You see that, all those large green groups? So you can see what's going on there, right? Either they were pushed into those places, or they obviously would be, what's the word I'm looking for? Fleeing into those places, living in those places, right? But they're there, right? This would be genetics of peoples that they find there. So you can see, get a good understanding on these things or not, right? We already seen that one, right? The E groups, or we didn't. E groups, orange, 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 orange. You can see that large orange, right? The E groups, all throughout these areas, right? Everywhere, more, not just here, but in multiple places. They're in places in India, right? Obviously, when we went to the cities. So interesting stuff. Let me read you something. Almost at the end of this. No nature study finds first ancient DNA from West Africa illustrates the deep human past, right? So very, very important stuff to kind of get understanding. Why I want you to see this? Because remember how we confirmed E1B1A isn't the origin to the upper areas. Remember, we already talked about what was found in the ancient individuals. There's a study of some of the oldest African individuals found in this cave. And guess what they found? Remember, they found people from 8,000 to 3,000 years ago in this Cameroon place, that place that they say the Bantu started at. Well, you know what they found out when they did the study? This is what they found out. None of the sampled individuals from Laka are closely related to present-day Bantu speakers. That means no actual descendant of the Bantu groups are ancient African. Instead, they were part of a separate population that lived in a region, right? So the Bantu speakers aren't the ones that were found there, but instead they found a population that lived in a region for at least 5 millennia. And was later almost completely replaced by a very different population who descendants comprise most people living in Cameroon today. So it's saying the people in Cameroon today replaced the ancient inhabitants that were there 5,000 to 8,000 years ago. So the Bantu wasn't there 5,000 to 8,000 years ago. So that means they weren't in the middle. You know Cameroon, when we talk about Cameroon, right? They're saying in the area over here that they say that the E group developed, right? When they say E started over here, it did not. It absolutely did not, because we don't have any evidence, none. Mesolithic, Paleolithic, Neolithic. I dare someone to put some source in the description, and don't get a hypothetical, right? It's thoughts that they might have been 30,000 years ago. Don't get a hypothetical. Show me a culture fossil find. Cameroon, in these areas, all these areas, there is no E1B1A that is older than even the Iron Age evidence shows. But even that is a given, because even the Iron Age shows there were more in these areas. And the Iron Age shows that they left within the last 2,000 years. That's important. That means within the Spanish Inquisition that loaded these areas with Jews, that those E groups that conquered that area of Africa was actually those Jews. That was recent. That was a recent event that those places were filled up. And that we know the ancient ones in Africa obviously had different lineages, right? So very, very important. Very, 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 very important. Very, very important. They weren't the ancient individuals. So remember, right? Israel didn't develop in the Levant until after the Exodus and 40 years in the wilderness. As we know, it's said by early patriarchs, right? As you know, it's said. I'm just gonna leave that said. I don't know why it's like that. Patriots. Numbers 14:20-25. I'm going to read it real fast. And the Lord said, I have pardoned you according to your word. But remember that saying where he says they shall go into pretty much captivity? I'm just going to skip them. We already talked about it. We did a video on it, how we talked about how the Exodus story actually reveals that the people in the Levant before 1200 BC are not going to be the Israelites, right? Not going to be the Israelites. It's important. So just getting a little understanding of these things. So almost at the bottom, as you can see, humans made many technological advances during the Bronze Age, including the first writing system and the invention of the wheel. In the Middle East and parts of Asia, the Bronze Age lasts roughly 3,300 to 1200 BC. So you see what's going on there? So 1200 BC, ending abruptly with the near simulations collapse of several predominant Bronze Age civilizations. Why? Because the Bronze Age collapsed, the Sea Peoples of Asia, right? Humans may have started smelting copper as early as 6000 BC in the Fertile Crescent, a region often called the cradle of civilization, in a historical area of Middle East where agriculture and the world's first cities emerged. So that's where we believe that obviously people was emerging from the Middle East. So a little understanding of just like simple understandings of the Bronze Age, Iron Age type stuff, right? Because that's important to know that the Natufian are Iron Age. So before all those dates. So before all that. Or after that, right? Because Iron Age, when is Iron Age? The late Bronze Age collapse was the time of the social collapse between 1200 and 1150 BC, preceding the Greek Dark Age, right? It was a obviously a transition from historians, transition which historians believe was violent, sudden, and culturally disruptive for some Bronze Age civilizations during the 12th century BC, along with sharp economic decline of regional powers. So that's the Bronze Age collapse. Like, if you don't know about the Bronze Age collapse, I just put this here to understand that. That's saying that the Bantu would be after these things, right? The Bantu are after these events. That's important. They don't go into Africa after these things. That's important. So following the collapse, gradual change, and basically the land Iron Age arose pretty much across Eurasia and Africa, first millennium BC. When did Iron Age start developing? First millennium BC. So the Bantu had Iron Age, the ones that were sent to slavery. You can see right here, another one, paleoclimate proxy from records in Northwest Europe, evidence of climate, change pretty much, known as the basically 2.8 basically 1,000 years ago event, which broadly coincided with the transition from later Bronze Age to Iron Age in Ireland, right? This Bronze Age, Iron Age transition in Ireland has been invoked in various ideas, hypotheses, right? Concerning the relationship between the environment and culture changes. This paper offers a brief review of contrasting archaeological and interpretations of the transition, outlines the gaps and uncertainties in current knowledge, and highlights the role of climate change in some of these uncertainties. So you can just see what it's talking about there. So we know that the Bronze Age, Iron Age transition was a transition that was felt all over, right? It was a major event to understand, but also it's important to know that sometimes they'll talk about one Bronze Age of one culture is a different Bronze Age in another culture. It's possible, right? But our focus is on Israel. So the Bronze Age is a term used to describe a period in ancient world from about 3000 BC to about thousand BC. What that period saw the emergence and evolution of increasing, obviously symptomatic ancient states, some of which evolved into real empires. So it was a major change, right? We're not talking a small change when we're talking a transition from Bronze Age to Iron Age. We're not talking we're not just talking word games. We're talking a real transition during the time of the new kingdom of Egypt. The new kingdom of Egypt, where the Israelites were sent into Egypt, Africa, into captivity and sent down the Nile, right? Follow the Nile all the way down. It'll take you all the way down to the Horn of Africa. So they were sending children down the aisle. That's why you find fossils down the aisle, because they were sending them down the aisle. That's where Mota was. Exodus 13 and 17. It came to pass when Pharaoh had let the people go, that God led them not through the way of the land of the Philistines, not through the way of the land of the Philistines. That's important. The fossils that you find in the area of the Philistines are not Israelites. He did not lead them in the way of the Philistines, though that was near. For God said, lest that peradventure the people repent and see war and return back to Egypt. Why is they seeing war? Who's fighting in the war? That's about the time when they're coming out and everything, when they're moving about. Remember, this is when they're moving about, or they're wandering about, and they're over there seeing the sea peoples over there attacking people, the Philistines. The sea peoples are attacking. So even the Bible talks about seeing war. And he said, or they returned to Egypt. But God led the people about through the way of the wilderness of the Red Sea, and the children of Israel went up, harnessed out of the land of Egypt. So very important, right? Very, very important. Getting some understanding of these things. Surely there shall not one of these men of this evil generation. Remember, what happened when they was going to cross over? They end up going and doing that thing where they didn't get a chance to cross over and everything. And that is just in connection with this scripture from Numbers right here, where it just talks about where the people was going to go up, right? Where he says, because those people, they seen his miracles and everything, which I did in Egypt and in the wilderness, and have tempted me now these 10 times, and have not listened to my voice, right? And all those things. And who was in the valley? Who was in the land of Levant? Now the Amalekites and the Canaanites dwelled in the valley, right? So you seeing what's going on there? Very important to understand the difference, that E1B1A is never seen as a Canaanite. That's a giveaway there. And yet it's so close to the area, but never seen as a Canaanite. Isn't that interesting? Bronze Age is turned. So we already talked about that. We're going to skip that, right? All those things, right? We just talked about those things. And we talked about this thing. There's a little interesting thing that they didn't come out of the wilderness straight to up there until about that 40-year captivity, or 40-year time in the wilderness, rather. Now this part, so cross comparison with E groups close to Arabian. Just to show something kind of interesting on this thing. Genetic ancestry of Hadizah and Senwa, I probably said that weird, people reveals ancient genetic structures in Africa. So you can see some understanding. Why am I showing you this? Because I'm gonna finish it with this. I'm gonna show you that the E1B1A group is mentioned word for word in the Bantu expansion, the information of the Bantus and everything. It has to do with a certain word. This is the word that it has to do with. Let me show you real fast on here. Let me scroll up a little more. This word right here, omic. Remember, if you ever try to look for something on the Natufian, during the time when they was studying on the Natufian, they used this word for E1B1A, omic, because they'll say like this will be an African lineage, right? Omic, the omic lineage. So you can see a lot of talk of the omic lineage and everything, right? Getting some understanding on those things and whatnot. Right, and it'll basically show some ties with some things. Now, what's interesting is this sheet right here. This sheet, I don't know how to explain what it is, but it's if you look at it, you can see it has these zeros here. These zeros just means what's closer to what, right? Like obviously Arabian is exactly Arabian. The closer to 0 means exactly what it is. So you can see Arabian is obviously Arabian, Berber is Berber. So that's why you see those zeroed out. It's a straight line of zeros. But notice something with the Omic. The Omic is almost, you can see with the Arabian, you know, it's 50%, it's half Arabian. It has a lot of Arabian in it. And also you can see it's closer to the Bantu. So the Omic is close to Arabian, but it's more closer to the Bantu. It's more closer to the Bantu. And obviously also closer to the Nilo-Saharan. So obviously they're Omic and everything, but they have a connection to a lot of these groups, like the Bantu, right? They're very close to the Bantu. Got a lot of connection there. Let's go back over here, right? Omic, right? The Ari, a group of Omic, right? Very important. Show you something right here. This is that said 6% Natufian. I'm gonna show you afterwards. Omic. That thing. Make sure this is what I wanted to see or what I wanted to copy. Right? There it is. What they call it, MOTA. They also call it MOTA. On this one, actually, just put MOTA. You see right there? When they put MOTA, when they're comparing MOTA and everything, that's the Omic. That's the Omic. But remember, that's also an E1B1A2. That's an E1B1A2. Right? So they're going to have some fair connections to Bantus and other groups and everything. But let me read something from it. Let me make sure I click the right one. I didn't click the one under it. All right. Close this one too. All right. So just an understanding, the update, just to make it clear, is talking about E-groups. The conclusion of a migration into East Africa from West Eurasia, and more precisely from a source genetically close to early Neolithic farmers, is not affected, right? Affected. Probably said that. I don't know. Probably said it weird. However, the geographic event of the genetic impact of this migration was overestimated. The Western Eurasian backflow mostly affected East Africa. Only a few sub-Saharan populations, right? The Yoruba, the Mabuti do not show higher levels of West Eurasian ancestry compared to the Mota. You heard what I just said? So the Yoruba, the Mabuti, the A and B groups, they don't show higher levels of Western Eurasian ancestry compared to the Mota. So you see what it's saying there? Saying the Mota is a little different. It has a back migration. It's evidence of a back migration. So ancient European genome reveals extensive Eurasian admixture in Eastern Africa, because that Mota has a back migration. See, we talk about the Mota and suggest that it had connection with the Sardinians. Remember we talked about that? I put something in the description where we went over all the E1B1A sources and everything, and we know that they are E1B1As are in the areas of out of Africa. They're outside of Africa. So we do know that, yes, Mota went in here, but it has evidence that it had connections with a group outside of Africa. That's why you can see some of the gene flow. Look at that Mota right there, right in the center. But we see some gene flow from other populations. Obviously close to Bantu. You can see Bantu right there. Right? Bantu, the green. To the Mota, very close to the green right there. So they're very nearby. It's very important. And also notice the Omic having connections not that far off from there. That's very important because we're going to see something with those things real fast. So just some gene flow that's going and everything. That's what that source was. Read a highlight so you can see what's going on here. I'm going to read a highlight from this little screenshot here. Right? So first, ancient African genome reveals vast Eurasian migration. Right? You can see what's going on. So if you've seen this, they were talking about when they first came out, they knew that this one that was found down there had a back migration because it has connections to what? You see how it talks about the Ari and everything, and talks about the omic, because this mota is actually an omic. I'll point out on. Let me make sure if it's on this one. One of these gonna connect it, just to kind of make it clear, right? It's gonna have connections to the omic. Probably not on this one, but yep. So you can see right there, man, we talk about the Ari, right? South African, as a haplogroup, just me talk about it. They talk about, they compared the Mota and everything, and they know that other groups, the Koshin, are outgroup and everything. And it says, place this ancient individual close to contemporary Ethiopian populations, and more specifically, the Ari, a group of Omic speakers from southern Ethiopia, and just talk about some of their connections and everything. So Omic are connected to the Mota, right? So if Omic is connected to the Mota, where did Mota come from? What exactly was Mota? Let me show you something real fast on one of these little things. Probably the one that had closed. Let me show you something where it tells you a little bit about that Omic ancestry and where it actually came from, where the Omic ancestry actually came from, the actual origins of the Omic ancestry. Let me actually show that on here. I gotta open up a new one here because I'm pretty sure it must have closed, unless it's this. Did they ever do DNA on that skull they found that they call Eve? Lucy? Yeah, Lucy's not Eve. Lucy's not Eve. Lucy is most likely a monkey. Lucy was most likely a monkey. Either a monkey or something was up with that. Lucy was a suspicious find. We did a video and we talked about Lucy a little bit, and a person basically described that Lucy was not a human. Lucy was a monkey. Lucy doesn't even sweat. Lucy doesn't even sweat like how humans do. So, and it had a couple different bone differences, and no, they did not even pull genetics from it, and that tells us that it's most likely a monkey because they couldn't pull genetics from it to show that it was older than any other one. But let me show you something here. Let me show you something with that Mota. Great question though about Lucy. Right. That's a deep one. Yeah, she doesn't look human. Lucy does not look human at all, and Lucy most likely isn't human because I've seen a lot of geneticists talk about it, and they'll tell you that it's not a mid group. It doesn't count a mid group, and it doesn't even genetically prove it's a mid group because they didn't even get genetics from it. So, but that's a great statement though. Now let me show you something real fast. Remember we was talking about the Ari and that they spoke a Omic language, and what is Omic anyways? Let me show you something. Omic is Semitic. Omic is a Semitic language. Omic is a Semitic language of the Afro-Asiatic languages. You can see right here, Omic, right here. All right. So you can see Afro-Asiatic, Semitic. So Afro-Asiatic is a Semitic language, just to get an understanding of it. You can see. So ties between Proto-Semitic and the African branches. You can see what's going on. Talk about its Semitic ties and whatnot. There's a lot of sources that talk about where it came from and everything. Now let me show you something over here with the Natufian. Here's a paper from the Natufian, and what they actually found out is that the Natufian samples consisted of 61.2% Arabian, 21.2% North African, 10.9% West Asian, and 6.8% Omic ancestry. Now hold on. Now we gotta also confirm that the Omic is that E1B1 group. Well, we know without a doubt that the Omic groups were mixing and they were moving about, and they also had that E1B1 group because that's who the Ari is. the Ari people are E1B1. So this is the Ari people right here, or that's the name Ari. But this is the Ari pretty much. They are a people that settled in the areas of Africa, and they speak Omic, right? Are an Omic tribe. See what's going on there? And obviously, remember we would connect that with Mota. If we just simply just put E1B1 and the one that they don't want to name, they put a star. E1B1 star, haplogroup. What group is E1B1 star that a lot of the geneticists are talking about? E1B1 star. It comes from P2, from the E1B1 of the Natufian. And it tells you that some of the Omic had left. And if you go to the branch under V38, one of the sons of V38 is actually E1B1 star. That's the Mota lineage. That's actually your Mota lineage. And that's the one that's the Omic lineage. As you can see right here, and you can see in other places when we go into it, that this is a family of the ties. When they say the Natufian, the Omic, right? Especially among the Omic speaking populations, right? See what's going on there when it's talk about the E1B1A2. See what's going on there? Going back to over here. So remember, connected with Mota, E1B1A2. And you can see right here, the Natufian samples considered right here. And you can see what did they have in them? 6.8% Omic. That's from this right here. From a forensic study right here. Just to share it. Reanalysis of whole genome sequence data from 279 ancient Eurasian samples. The Tufian samples had that Omic in them. So that means that they have a back migration into the areas of Africa. Every E1B1A group is accounted for. Every single one. That's very, very important to understand monophyletic families and roots of lineages. All right, so let's bring it home real fast. As you know, we can keep going deeper and deeper, but we can end it just like this. Now, if you don't know, we got dozens of E1B1As outside of Africa. I'll put the video in the description of those things. But let me read you a highlight from one of these notes right here. Let me block this, whatever this person that's over here doing extra stuff. All right, there we go. What in the world? All right, watch what it says here. Using genetic evidence from Eurasian ancient genomes and present-day populations, the researchers determined that the migrant ancestors of the Ari were closely related to early farmers who moved into Europe from the Near East around 9,000 years ago, right? And we got the papers. I got E1B1A groups that went into the upper areas of the north. I'll put the video in the description. I'll just call it E1B1A, all fossils. Whatnot. We can show it too if you want. I'll just quickly show one just to show that we do have some. We have a lot. But here's some E1B1As that went out the north. What is it talking about? It's talking about this E1B1A group. As we know, few E1B1A V38 chromosomes also are observed in the areas of pretty much outside of Africa, right here, right? And this place right here, right? So let's talk about some of and that's about 9,000 years ago, because this one's gonna be like 7,000 BC, if I remember. Just to kind of like show that. There it is, about 9,000 years ago. And it tells us that V38, right? Which makes your E1B1A lineage was over here, as it says, in that place. A few E1B1A V38 chromosomes were observed with E1B1B, right? That's one piece, and I'll just show one more just for the give's sake. Let's see. We'll grab this. I'll just show a full picture of E1B1A. All right, E groups. This is a full picture of where E group, not this one. Let me close it. I'll just grab one of these just to kind of make it simple. So right here, I'll just show you let me make sure it is not one I want to show. Or one I want to show. Yeah, right here. All right, I'll just show you a E group. So right here, we talked about this in France. Remember, this is going to be the one that's 9,000 years ago that it's talking about. So you can see right here, they'll say 7,000 years, but usually they say 7,000 BC. There it is, 7,000 BC. Throw 2,000 extra on that. That's going to be about 9,000 years. So you see what's going on there. And you can see right here, if we go to the actual genetics, which actually is somewhere on this PDF, which I'm going to open real fast just to show you. Down here. All right. Somewhere on this thing. In fact, it's not on the PDF. It's on the data sheet, which I put the data sheet 1. So it's going to be right here. But we already know that it has links to the Natufian. So we already know it has links to the Natufian, but before we even get them in Africa, we know that they move in different areas. And remember, this is Omic that I believe has links to the Esau lineage. And also he has a twin. So here's that lineage. But I do believe this is going to be a Abrahamic lineage. Let me just scroll down and point out this E1B1A here. I need to screenshot this later because I don't want them to try to change anything on this. All right. Maybe my eye's overlooking it. I think my eye's overlooking it. I might be overlooking it real fast. Let me just open it wider. All right. So Y chromosome. I probably opened the wrong sheet if this don't have it. Yeah, I think I had to open up the wrong sheet. Must be this one. I might have clicked the download in the wrong file. Just to show that, or they might have moved it. And I'll just show it from the video we already did. We already got it recorded and everything, just to kind of show it. But it might be here, I'm thinking. All right. This is it. All right, I must have clicked the wrong one. So here it is. That's that E1B1A. As you can see, so E1B1A, and you will see right here. And I believe this must have ties to some early lineages, so Neolithic. So remember, our Faxad had other sons. Our Faxad had other sons and everything. So that's something that's important to understand. That our Faxad had other sons. Right? I don't know why class in session, your message got restricted. I don't know why your message got restricted. I didn't restrict it. It got restricted for somehow. So that's E1B1A. That's what it's talking about. Let's go back to that. I just want to confirm that to you that's what it's talking about. We got fossils of it. We got more. Tell other people to bring it out if they want to try to make it E1B1A African. E1B1A, no Mesolithic, no Paleolithic, nor Neolithic finds, because Neolithic, it was found outside of Africa, as I just showed you. As it says, who moved to Europe from the Near East around 9,000 years ago. Co-author, this individual, An evolutionary geneticist at University of Cambridge, UK, suggests that Middle Eastern farmers later moved south to Africa. Later moved south to Africa. That's from a professional looking at the actual evolutionary information, right? Marcos Gallego Larunt. I don't know if I say that last part right. An evolutionary geneticist at the University of Cambridge, UK, suggests that Middle Eastern farmers later moved into Africa, bringing new crops to the continent, such as wheat. So wheat is from the Shemites, wheat, barley, and lentils. The team also found vestiges of these migrants' DNA in people all across sub-Saharan Africa. Didn't we just confirm this is important? This is a lie to know, family. So it's letting you know that the team also found vestiges of these migrants' DNA in people all across sub-Saharan Africa, probably carried by later Bantu, right? Later migrations, such as the expansion of Bantu-speaking groups from West Africa to other parts of the continent around 1,000 years ago. Only 1,000 years ago. Think about that. You got the persecutions of the Arabian slave trade. You got the persecutions of the Portuguese slave trade, along with all the other persecutions because your skin tones was sticking out. This is very important to understand. That was what the Jews were going through, and that's still what's happening now. Now that was from this, right? First, ancient African genome reveals vast Eurasian migration. Don't let them try to go back on you, and don't let them try to go back. Don't let them go back and try to say something else, because we can prove it with just the Natufian culture, right? Yet actually Mota affects more people than many know. Mota affects more people than many know because that back migration. Ancient Ethiopian genome reveals extensive Eurasian admixture throughout the African continent. One more time. Ancient Ethiopian genome reveals extensive Eurasian admixture throughout the African continent. The extent of this backflow was much greater than previously reported. Just so, because we know that they did rewrite the Mota sheet, right? And what I'm showing you is rewrites. I'm showing you the rewrites of those sheets. Just to show you the corrections of those sheets. That is still the same. The backflow of using Mota, matching it to the Neolithic farmers and to the ones of the north, is without a doubt. It's without a doubt. That's important to know. It's without a doubt. The extent of this backflow was much greater than previously reported. Reached all the way to Central, West, Southern Africa, right? Affecting even the populations such as the Yoruba and Mambuti. So even they kind of got some mixing in because they were obviously outside of Africa. And we know that by the biblical narrative. Previously thought to be relatively unmixed, who harbor 6 to 7% Eurasian ancestry, right? Because E1B1A and your DE YAP groups are the Shemites, but your A and B groups are the Helmites. By analyzing the kind of genes the Stone Age farmers carried to Africa, the scientists also found they were closely related to some populations that had brought agriculture to Europe about 7,000 years ago, but really 7,000 BC, which is actually 9,000 years ago. Today, these ancient farmers' closest genetic relatives are found on the island of Sardinia. Probably said that weird. Right? That was from this interesting report. So you can see out of Africa and back, ancient skeleton reveals vast Eurasian migration. what they doing with this Mota, you got to understand when they're comparing it with the Natufian, it's changing the whole understanding of what is an African group. Remember, we spoke of the E groups that when traced back the most far, yet A and B is him, not Shem, which is DE Yap, which all fossils of D, again, fossils are outside Africa. And we went over that. We did a whole video and showed how all D fossils are outside of Africa in Asia, right? You can look it up, D haplogroup, DY haplogroup, right? Or DY DNA. And you can find the actual fossils, not the assumptions, but the fossils are outside Africa. Asia and beyond that we see E even reached South America. If you've seen, we already did a video on it, on the Sumerians, how they got to America. As a Middle Eastern professor, how did the Sumerians get to South America? How did the Sumerians get to Peru? We got the fossils, right? And we got the evidence. Fact, right? Facts. I'm telling you, these are what I'm showing you is real life, without a doubt. What I'm telling you is real life facts. This is what I'm telling you. It may sound, a lot of these things I hope it changed somebody's worldview. I hope that it changed somebody's worldview, that they will understand what we're bringing out, that is really truth. All these things that I'm showing you is actually real life truth. That is important to know that these truths are really real, to understand that. But let me open up one more note real fast, just so I can just point it out real fast on here, because that statement, remember, we don't just say random statements. We got sources to back it up. Never just say anything random, or you're gonna get checks, and then it's gonna be hard for you to defend yourself next time. But you gotta always have information to provide what's going on. In fact, I already have the note. So it's right over here. Why did I open this? I just realized it's on one of these right here. All right, so you can see, right? We talked about some of the things on this. If you want, I'll do a live just on this again, because I'll just do a live directly on this, because I got some deep information, obviously, into the subject. Remember how I showed you is inside the Fertile Crescent, or what you would say the Tigris and Euphrates, the Greek word Mesopotamia, which is not used in the Old Testament like that. But this is Babylonia in the time of Hammurabi. So that's going to give a good time frame of what it looked like during the time of Abraham, which that is a genetic report right here, just to kind of show that, right? We had talked about some of those things. But let me show you real fast again, right? We already pointed it out. I'm going to point it out right here. There is a E1B1A before you even get a Mota, because E1B1A goes from the Levant to Upper Europe, goes down to some islands, and then it goes across seas for some reason. It goes across seas to over here in Chile, next to Peru, long time ago, in a certain culture. And what we found out is that culture in that area also has ties to, as we see when we talk about some of the points of these things and everything, that it has ties to Sumerian. Long story short, right? As a Near Eastern professional, right? As a professor of Near Eastern scholarly work, how the Sumerians got to Peru. We talked about that already. What that find that we was talking about, 3000 BC. That's that one. That's exactly that one. Just go back one more time just to show you that that's that one right here that we said had connection to Sumer, right? 3000, right? Going back to about that time frame, just to get an understanding that they developed there for a while and they had connections to Sumer. Just to get an understanding of that. So, and that's before Africa. That's before any of the Africa finds. So, Eber, far away. Eber's name means far away, right? So, last thing. This is just some information if you don't know about what is a Basically, when we was talking about your principal component, I just put this here. This is a very interesting video that breaks it down very simply about how autosomal tests work. He also has a course. You can pay for the course, take the course, all that, but you don't really need to do all that. It's just a step-by-step breakdown of a couple different things when you're doing autosomal tests. That's what we just did today. Broke everything down autosomally, showing how the connections are. Makes perfect sense. Now, I ended on this note. Pigmentation isn't a representation of a people group. Again, pigmentation isn't a representation of a people group, but the life is in the blood. But the life, it is in the blood. So I ended on this. All right. I just want to end it on that note. So with that family, that's all I got for now. I hope that you had learned something. I would do a quick summary, but I'll just leave it like this. The evidence of the Bible makes perfect sense. Abraham and his family came from the land of Ur. They would have had connections when the Elamites had struck them, putting some of the individuals in the BMAC culture all around the world. Spreading around is an evident thing that we also know that the people in the Levant, before Israel came out of the wilderness, they would not be the Israelites, but they would have connections to the sea peoples. We also know that the Israelites are not going to be native to Africa. The E1B1B groups are not native to Africa because the Israelites are Mesopotamian, which the E groups are Mesopotamian. And that's what we was doing today, that we was breaking down the understanding of these things and leaving at that understanding as we have broke it down before. If you've never seen this video, right? We already went down and we expressed how E1B1 becomes 1. That video will be in the description as well. But with that, family, that's all I got for now. E1B1A, that's the Israelites. That's not an African group. That's actually a Mesopotamian group that went into Africa. But they will actually be a Shemitic group, the beginning of the Shemite language, which is where Shemitic came from. There's nowhere in the biblical narrative where it ever expresses a Hamite was originally Afroasiatic or Shemitic, which is Shemitic. It's just the word Shemitic, Shem's language. So understand that lingua franca is going to come later when people pick that up. But with that, be blessed, be beloved. And I'll put some meat in the description afterwards. The blur it is at the end. Be blessed, be beloved, and amen.